Yeah, let's get to Tom. Tom, if you could give us your introduction for anybody who has not met you.
Yeah, sure thing. How's my audio now? Is it better?
Much
Okay,
better.
good, good. All right.
But now non-existent. You might be muted.
Sorry about that. All right, so some of you guys probably already know me from previous spaces, but if you don't, I'm an author, a researcher, and I've also been an abductee since my early toddler years. So, I've been around the scene for over 20 years now, networking with a ton of different abduction researchers. And you know what? Someone's mic is on. Is it
I
Ulrich?
think it's possibly Jason's or Charles's. I'm going to try to drop Charles down.
It's actually Doomers.
Oh my God, you guys!
Oh my God, you guys! It's showing me that
muted.
I was muted.
Like,
Like,
let me mute again.
let me mute again.
Wow, you sound like you're in another dimension there. Okay, all right. So I think I'm good now, right? Is my audio good? Yeah. All right. Good. All right. So where was I? So yeah. All right. So I'm in my 40s. I've had alien abduction experiences all throughout my early years, especially, and this was back in Germany. So that got me interested in researching ufology at a very early age. So when I was in my early teens, I read pretty much all the UFO books, metaphysics, physics, psychology books in my local library. And after I launched my website in the late 90s, I started networking with tens of thousands of people over the years. So, I've been on the scene. I've written a few books. My website is montauk.net. It's got a bunch of articles there on ufology, metaphysics, conspiracy, any sort of like fringe truth-seeking alternative stuff. And so my background is in physics and electrical engineering. And the reason why I went to college for that was because when I was reading all the UFO books, abductions especially, I was coming across different anecdotes of alien warp drive systems. And so I really wanted to know how they worked, what was the science involved in it, and then that really got me into fringe science. So I was really interested in alternative physics and alternative theories, and I did so many experiments throughout those years. So I went to college for a while, did 4 years of physics and electrical engineering, and then I left college because I realized that academia was pretty much a dead end. There's just too many political hoops you had to jump through, and I wanted to be an independent researcher so that I wouldn't be constrained by, financial funding limitations and losing your tenure for, or losing your reputation for saying the wrong thing. So I decided to go it on my own, and as I mentioned, for the past 20 years or so, I've been networking with a ton of people like Eve Lorgan and James Bartley, and I know a lot of people, and they know me. So, but because I've networked with so many different experiencers, I was able to pick up tons of data points that they were able to share with me, and I've used all that combined with my research in occultism, ancient mythology, physics, and so on and so forth to try to build out a more comprehensive picture of what might be going on. So, as far as my views on NHIs or ETs go, I think we'll definitely get into that a little bit later. But overall, I just want to say that I think that there are different factions with different intentions, and they are not strictly physical, but nor are they strictly non-physical in the sense of ghosts or just purely demons or something like that. I think they're in this weird nebulous middle territory where they're a little bit of both, and they can vary how much they put themselves into one realm or the other. So yeah, that's a little bit of background.
Tom, you said that you've gotten into some of the fringe science and more of the outsider's perspective. What do you think in all of your science that you've been researching in this area of whatever it might be, anti-gravitic or what have you? What do you think is the largest smoking gun that you have in your body of work? Which scientist or which tech that relates to this? Back engineered craft or even future tech?
Yeah, well, it's actually everything combined because it's one core truth, but you can approach it from different multiple angles. So, for example, the people that are into ancient alien theory or where ancient anomaly anomalous stuff shows up in, let's say, biblical record or the Dogon tribes or, the myths of the Holy Grail, you can go into that route, and that's one angle of approaching it. Another angle is listening to all the insiders, like the couple that we've had here tonight. People like that, where they have data pieces from direct eyewitness observation of secret programs that are reversing this alien technology. So that's another angle. And then the angle that I originally came at it from, well, besides reading the abduction books, was I went to college for physics and electrical engineering, and thanks to that math background that I was able to pick up, I was able to figure out where in my textbooks they were either lying or obfuscating or trying to divert the student away from the truth. In other words, there are areas right now within modern physics that they're secret doors. And if you open that door and you go down that path, that is a pathway to all the black ops technology, alien technology, free energy, anti-gravity. However, those doorways, students pass them by. Okay, they pass them by for the sake of just cramming the material into their brains and getting an A on the test, or 100% on the test. And so they never go down that road of going through that door and following these leads. But that's what I ended up doing. And I would have told you this. So if I had gone into the later stages of graduate school, I would have been too busy, too hammered by all the commitments to ever go down that road, okay, to open that door. But because I left college just in time, I had the math background, but now I was free to explore those things. So to answer your question, for me personally, I would say it has to do with Maxwell's theory of electromagnetics, like electrodynamics, and just electromagnetism, and aspects of it that have been handicapped or locked down or shut away from the general student body and from general academia. But if you extend Maxwell's theory just a little bit, if you just go a little bit beyond that into an area that it doesn't want to go down, then that's when you start realizing that, yes, you can use electric and magnetic fields to engineer gravity. And if you can engineer gravity, well, because gravity distorts space and time, well, now you can compact space, you can distort time, and those are just two of the many capabilities that abductees and contactees and even government insiders have reported about alien technology, like the inside of their ships being bigger than the outside, or the fact that an abductee can be taken for what seems like 12 hours, but when they come back, only 1 or 2 hours has passed on the clock. So there's space distortion, there's time distortion. Those are two facets of Einstein's theory of relativity, but it's actually being put into use by these forces, both Black Ops military and NHI forces. So I think if you take Maxwell and you extend that a bit, you can go down some really dangerous rabbit holes. Well, dangerous from the viewpoint of academia and the control system, because they really don't want you to go down that road. So just to quickly tie it back to what I said earlier, when I was looking through my textbooks, I did realize that, boom, here it is. Here is the page where they do the sleight of hand, where they could have gone down that road, but they didn't. And not only that, but they explicitly tell the student that, oh, this thing right here, don't pay any attention to it. We can just cross it out, cancel it out, make it zero, whatever. It's not even real. And they literally say that. And pretty much, unless you're looking for an alternative theory, you're not going to, you're going to take them at his word, because humans, just due to our biological evolution and maybe even some sort of artificial programming or something, we are very, on average, we are very given to respecting authority and taking things on faith instead of doing the hard work of logic and, figuring things out for ourselves. So I think most students, even if they have super high IQs in the 150s or 180s or something, as long as they respect authority like that and they don't question certain things, it doesn't matter how smart you are, you're not going to have the insight or maybe even the foolhardiness to go down certain roads. So yeah, that's a little bit of background on that.
Okay, I have a very specific question. I see Sarah has her hand raised. So Sarah, I will get to you next. I just want to ask this very specific question of Tom. One of the scientists that I discovered and researched was Mark Tomian. Are you familiar with his work? Because I have some follow-up questions for you if you are. If not, that's okay.
Yeah, I apologize, I'm not. But if you want to just quickly just mention some of the topics that he's into.
Okay, well, one of the things that I was tracking with scientists who were working on these different type of tech and their untimely deaths, I compiled a list of individuals who were working on specific types of technology. So Mark Tomian was working on what he called vacuum electronics and a vacuum tube theory. And he went into that. He wrote a book. He died through an aggressive form of cancer, which has been questioned by people in the UFO community. But this seems to be a pattern. In his specific work, he mentioned working with Hal Puthoff and going through different types of specifics like charge clusters. And so I've noticed that Hal Puthoff is involved with a lot of different scientists' work that are in this arena, sometimes Black, other scientists who have tried to come out into the white world with their studies and what they have worked on. And there's been this big challenge and even potentially murders that have happened. So I'm just wondering, in your own research, how much of what you found connects to potentially people like Hal Puthoff, who've been trying to bring Black world science and Black budget money in, and what have you seen in terms of that trend in your own studies?
Well, the trend that I've noticed, just as you were pointing out, is a lot of these researchers getting killed, or in some cases bought off, and you never hear from them again because they were given a deal they couldn't refuse, right? Meaning they were offered a large sum of money to go work for some Black program, or they would be killed, or one of their family members would be killed, or something like that. So they can't refuse it, and then therefore you never hear from them again. And there's some names out there which I could share in private that follow that pattern. So you mentioned Mark Tomian, I think that's his name. I'll have to look him up. But you mentioned charge clusters. So yeah, I am familiar with the whole charge cluster stuff. I know Ken Shoulders, he did a lot of work on exotic vacuum objects, it's basically controlled ball lightning on a microscopic scale. And not to get too technical, but basically the thing about charge clusters is earlier when I mentioned how you can take Maxwell's theory of electromagnetism and extend it. Well, one of the ways you can extend it is by looking at charges that change in their density. So charge density, whether it expands or it contracts over time, something like that. That generates a kind of field that isn't accounted for by standard electromagnetic theory. And for those of you who know math and physics, I'm just talking about the divergence of the magnetic vector potential. So this divergence quality, this mathematical function called divergence, it measures how much charge is clustered. I mean, literally, that's what it means. And when you alter charge clustering, you can generate what are essentially gravitational waves or longitudinal waves or scalar waves. I mean, they're all different terminologies for basically the same thing. And you can do a lot with that. I mean, with that, you can do, for example, earlier I mentioned the ancient alien stuff. How was it that they carved some of these stones? Well, if you look at how the channels were cut and certain holes were drilled and faces were leveled, if you look at it microscopically, it has all the traits of that exactly, like controlled ball lightning. So exotic vacuum objects, charge clusters, those things are able to alter matter in a very strange way where it alters it almost at a quantum level, like weakening or strengthening the bonds between molecules so that what seems like hard granite can actually be flaked away or scraped away as if it were chalk or clay. And we see that in these ancient structures. So this technology is something that is very ancient, but it has been, in my opinion, intentionally and artificially written out of academia today in order to keep us not only in a box, but also keep us dependent on the oil companies and to give those who control this world an asymmetric advantage over the general population.
Thanks, Tom. Sarah, go ahead.
Thanks, Courtney. Tom, thank you. So with all of your physics and scientific knowledge, you have talked about schooling and, I'm assuming master's and PhD science that kind of leads people away from true science. And so I have two questions that regard this. One is string theory. I heard a theory about string theory that that string theory was created to get the public or people interested in that type of science away from the real Hal Puthoff black science, dark science, and then along the same line. So, just curious what your thought process is about that and string theory, as well as and here's a very touchy subject, but I'm going to bring it up: the MH370 videos. And I'm just curious what your thoughts are on the tech we see in these videos, if these videos are real, etc.
Okay, so your first question was about string theory, for example, as one example of that. Well, to that, I can summarize it pretty simply and quickly, which is that if you are barking up the wrong tree, how far up do you have to bark it to arrive at the truth? The further up you go the tree, the more branching there is, right? So the more complicated things get, but you're going up the wrong tree. That's a problem. If you go up the right tree, you don't even have to go up that far. You might acquire almost superhuman paranormal abilities with very little effort because now you're actually on the right track. Now, I will say for full disclosure that I don't 100% understand string theory in terms of the mathematics, like writing it down on paper and solving all the equations, because it is extremely esoteric, extremely abstract. And even Richard Feynman was he's a real famous popular physicist. Even he was adverse to string theory for the longest time because it was kind of overwhelming. And towards the end of his life, he finally took a look at it and he found it very elegant, very beautiful. But the thing is, mathematics doesn't always correspond to reality because it might correspond to an abstract principle that could in theory work, but if you were to actually test it, you don't get the experimental results from it, right? So just because it seems beautiful and elegant on paper doesn't mean it actually applies. So that's why I think experiment, inventions, real anecdotal data tends to be more valuable than pure theory, because theory can go off in a million different directions, but real experiences, real data from experiments, those are the things that provide anomalies for you to investigate and then to realize, well, wait a minute, our mainstream models are totally wrong because these anomalies are not being accounted for in that mainstream model. So that was one of the things that got me interested, besides the UFO abduction warp drive stuff, was what are the various cases out there of suppressed inventions, claims of impossible devices that cannot be accounted for by regular physics. And that's exactly what I started looking into. And once I made that breakthrough on the mathematical front, then I realized, wow, you know what? There is an actual mathematical structure that does correspond to real experiment, to real reality. And it's not necessarily solely what was being taught in the textbooks. So that really threw me for a loop because, yeah, for many years in college, I did take the system pretty seriously. But once the cracks in the facade started to appear, I realized, there's way more going on, and I have to start exploring some of these alternative pathways. So that's what I ended up doing. All right, so now regarding MH370, oh, you know what? I forgot to address your point, which is that was string theory or theories like that, which includes dark matter and some other theories that are popular but quite arcane, are they suppression mechanisms? I would say that the majority of people that study it and have written papers on it, they take it very seriously and they're very sincere. However, the ones that originated it perhaps were compromised in some way, even if they didn't know it. Because you know what? Throughout your discussions today, I'm sure the topic of abductions has come up quite a bit, right? Abductions, possibly mind programming, post-hypnotic programming. Well, if these entities have that ability, who's to say they didn't already do that to certain scientists or PhDs throughout history, going back over 100 years? Like, for example, when I mentioned how Maxwell's theory was handicapped, one of the key people that did that was this guy named Oliver Heaviside in the late 1800s. And Oliver Heaviside, he, in regards to the fields within Maxwell's theory that could have gone down that road of anti-gravity and, time manipulation, those fields, he said that not only that they weren't real, but that they should be murdered from the theory. He used the word murdered because he was emotionally, I would say, not only irrational, but a bit insane, like a rabid dog regarding that thing. And you got to ask yourself, why is that? Was he merely acting on his own biases? Or, as is typical even nowadays, and contactees and abductees know this very well, was something manipulating his emotions, perhaps installing a post-hypnotic program to hate those electromagnetic potentials. Who knows? But I'm just saying that patterns of suppression don't require suits in a smoky room to plan out the suppression. It can happen through a back channel through NHIs themselves, who want to keep humanity in the dark, or who want to limit advanced technologies only to black programs that they themselves have infiltrated and can control. And as far as the rest of humanity, yeah, keep us in the dark. And maybe that's one of the things that not only those NHIs, but also these black programs would agree on, which is they don't want the general population to have this advanced level of science and technology because, as I mentioned earlier, it would diminish or even eliminate the asymmetric power advantage that they have due to that. All right, so, okay, so now getting back to MH370, I'm still, I don't really believe most things until I analyze it to my own heart's content, and I haven't finished analyzing it to that level. However, I will say that the technology that is claimed to, let's say, disappear a plane or use the 3 orbs that eventually, converge upon the plane and seem to like suck it through a portal, I do believe that technology like that exists. And you find examples of that elsewhere, like even in the abduction research field, where whether you're an alien abductee or more commonly, actually, funny enough, a military abductee, so like a military abductee like my lab, a lot of times they will report that they were taken out of their room not by a black helicopter or a truck, although that was more common back in the 50s and 60s, but by some kind of a portal, literally sucking them or pulling them or bringing them from their bedroom into an underground base through a portal. Now, if that is real, then perhaps that can be done to an airplane, right? Which kind of reminds me of that that 80s movie Millennium. Some of you guys might have seen Millennium, where, not to give away the plot, but basically forces in the future need more DNA, essentially, like more living people to replenish their world and to save their world. So they go backwards in time and they take airplanes out of the sky through portals and then replace them with like a fake airplane with clones on them and then crash that. So we think it's just an airplane crash, but really they took the airplane and the original people into the future. See, I think sometimes these movies do have...
It's a great movie.
Sometimes these movies...
It's a great movie.
Yeah, these movies have truth sometimes. I mean, a lot of movies are just nonsense and entertainment, but sometimes things that cannot be revealed due to NDAs or national security reasons, sometimes that truth gets revealed in movies. And that, the same thing goes also for secret societies where people are sworn to silence, but then one of them ends up writing a novel or something that has the same material in it, just under a fictional guise. So, yeah, I mean, whether it's ancient myths or modern movies or shows, yeah, sometimes they do have truth in them. So Millennium, I think that's the one that most closely approximates the MH370 issue.
Yeah, wow. Thank you. MH370 is pretty controversial in this community. If you wouldn't mind, when you really dig into it, and obviously you don't have to do it tonight, but when you really dig into it, I would love to hear what you think, what your determining factors are and your end result thoughts are on it.
Yeah, well, I can just give a quick little overview right now. So my best personal hypothesis, and I know this is at odds with pretty much what everyone has been saying, but my personal hypothesis is that if the video is fake, there is still a major anomaly there in terms of very little plane wreckage ever having been found, and the plane having made a sudden turn early on, right, and going in a northwesterly direction. Nothing really adds up, even aside from just the video issue, okay? So I was studying the maps. I was studying the supposed the radio ping locations where the towers were picking up the signals from the plane and so on. And one of the last pings, if you can't necessarily determine the direction, you can only determine the distance. So they drew a big circle, and I realized, that circle gets awfully mightily close to Bagram Air Force Base in Afghanistan, which is actually within the direct heading that the plane was heading in when it made the turn. And not only that, but the plane had enough fuel to make it to, what was it? I forget, was it Beijing or Shanghai, like one of those Chinese cities? And that distance would have also corresponded to Bagram Air Force Base. So if it was disappeared, either it was disappeared into an island out in the ocean somewhere, some military base there, or in Afghanistan possibly. I mean, those are all within the cone of probability of the available data that I've seen so far. And it wouldn't be too far-fetched for an entire airplane to be taken like that. And what was it, like 14 or however many computer microchip scientists were on that plane, for them to be taken there and then taken off the plane and then inducted into a black ops program, never to be seen or heard from again. I don't know what they're doing there, like designing some sort of AGI, like artificial general intelligence, or who knows what. But that sort of thing seems to happen from time to time, where scientists get taken into those black programs, and as I mentioned, never heard from again. So that's something I'm still exploring. I'm not saying that is like the truth, but it's something that I haven't seen mentioned out there yet. So that's why I bring it up now, just to kind of put it out there.
Yes, it's very fascinating, especially with all the tons and tons of lithium batteries that were being carried underneath. I've done a little bit of research on it myself. I'm in the same boat of I don't know, but you seem very smart in that way, way, way more than I in the science and the physics. So I appreciate you taking the time to break that down. Thank you.
Tom, I have a question about some of the financial angles here that we know have potentially been operating for a long time underneath contractors. David Grush talked about IRAD and FAR monies being misused, and that was a huge part of the problem that he was drawing attention to in his testimony. And one of the things we've seen in terms of exotic techs are Salt Foundation, they've brought people in to discuss future tech and this whole issue of UAP and NHI. I'm wondering what your comments might be in terms of some of that funding moving into private, but also public, like Peter Thiel and his organization, Eric Weinstein and his Geometric Over Unity. I mean, can you discuss a little bit about some of these big financial titans in the UAP community that are potentially putting money and resources into these types of propulsion? And if so, and you have comments about that, has anything changed then? For us, if it's still being developed by groups, founders with huge, deep pockets, and it's still not public. What are your thoughts?
We have a little glitch there, Courtney. Tom's on his way back up.
Oh, okay.
He might need to, you might need to repeat your question. I'm not sure where he might have lost it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, my connection dropped. Can you just repeat the last 20 seconds or so, please? Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. If you have comments about some of the big deep pocket funding that we're seeing coming into propulsion and NHI tech, I'm wondering, has anything then changed, in terms of the secrecy around a lot of this tech, even though it's being developed by private funders, more in the public view, more in the public eye?
Okay, well, I think that a lot of the money shuffling that you're talking about is more surface level, and that if we're talking about the true deep black projects, which have been in existence for decades, that they have their funding pretty much cut out for themselves, and probably because they're not getting their funding necessarily from even Congress. Okay, I think a lot of them are off the books, like NGOs, for example. A lot of these non-governmental organizations, I think, have their own funding sources, which gets into some very illicit, horrible things like human trafficking, drug trafficking, organ harvesting, and also, not to mention, money laundering through tech companies. Like, for example, we're speaking on Twitter, X, right now, right? And Elon Musk was one of the biggest contractors for the DoD under Trump. Now, isn't it interesting how Musk is not only talking about boring underground tunnels, potentially bases, but also artificial intelligence, rocketry to Mars. A lot of the stuff that it whiffs, it smells, it reeks of deep underground base, dark state mentality, right? So I think a lot of that technology that is by this point outdated is being laundered through corporations in order to make billions, if not trillions of dollars and dominate the modern technological landscape, just as forces dominated, the world thousands and thousands of years ago through the Bronze Age. They controlled silver, or no, they controlled copper and tin. They made bronze, and that allowed certain groups thousands of years ago to be the elites, the black ops of their time through that. I mean, there were black ops in the sense that they were taking ships over to North America thousands of years ago to mine for certain minerals and metals and ship it back to the Middle East. That's been established by certain archaeologists. But point is that I think a similar pattern is repeating nowadays. I think a similar thing is happening nowadays where there are other sources of money besides just congressional budgeting. And even so, I mean, when they're doing audits or they're doing some sort of accounting, they found like trillions and trillions of dollars missing from the books So yeah, I mean, in that sense, it's being channeled elsewhere. So I don't know if I hit upon your question, or if you want to, maybe I missed something earlier when my connection had dropped.
No, you answered it in a sense. I was just basically breaking down how the money has been funneled in potentially to legacy programs and to the contractors through the IRAD and the FAR monies, and shifting that potentially outside with private fund, Teal and SALT and other organizations with the deep pockets. But you answered it. You went a little further.
Okay, yeah, all right. So yeah, I mean, I do totally agree with you that that is how they do it, and Grush has talked about it, and others have talked about it, where they do some money switcheroos and budget in things under other explanations than what they are actually using it for, right? But yeah, and then I would say that in addition to that, they of course have other more illicit funds, and to a certain degree, you don't need funds anymore if the people that are building your underground bases or your machines or whatever, they're not even working for money. If they're just working for the cause, or they're mind control slaves, or they're captured workers, at that point you don't need as much money as you normally would, so they can get away with other means of progress then as well.
My question to you, Tom, and even Jason Sands, is strictly with contractors. It seems we have a secret war on tech and technology and knowledge between the U.S. military and contractors like Lockheed Martin, Radiance, Northrop Grumman, etc. Those who serve in the military are patriots fighting for our constitutional right for all Americans. My question is, if this is the case for the U.S. military, then who do the contractors serve and what are they fighting for? And I know money is a big thing, but I don't want that answer.
Yeah, Jason, did you want to speak on that quick first?
Well, yeah, sorry about that. I got a frog in my throat. But anyway, during my tenure, right at the back end of 1994, there was a lot of turnover from people that were in the military going into the contracting world. I think the secondary reason why a lot of the military turned into contractors is simply because of obfuscation and the difficulties of, if there ever were an investigation into the program, it would have been actually easier to march onto a military base than actually trying to get legal counsel to approve you to go in and kick in doors in a privately owned industry. So that provides them a layer of protection for themselves to do what they please. And as you know, even our current laws, it makes it very difficult for, if we did want an honest to goodness investigation into all of this, they would have a huge amount of problem because each state practically has its own laws. So if you have like 5 different states where you have 5 facilities for like McDonnell Douglas and Martin, EG&G, and the list goes on, it gets really messy really quick. And the lawyer army that would have to tackle that would be immense. And then on top of that, do you even have authorities that are even given to, like, say, Department of Homeland Security to deputize people to go to those facilities on behalf of the government and conduct the investigation? So I would say it was a really smart move for them to have taken a lot of the military grade program stuff and turn it into private industry, because it just made things so much harder uh, when it came to tracing money, when it came to all the things that you need when you're investigating. And I think that's the main reason they did it.
Yeah, that's a great point. And not to mention, once you go private, you can develop things just so much faster than you can within the government. Just because as you mentioned, there's not as much oversight, so therefore not as much red tape, and you're not going to have to devote additional resources to protecting your butt from congressional oversight or auditing or something like that. So yeah, I do think that's definitely a big component of it, right? Now, one thought that came to mind while you were saying that is, I wonder I wonder if some of these deepest black groups, not even black but gray, these gray projects, I wonder if they're even subject to the jurisdiction of United States law, or if they've found a way, either through legalese or through some other way of circumventing that, and maybe operating by more of a maritime law or some sort of weird, legal pocket or something.
Yeah, that's also something I've thought about as well. Like what authority was given even to the very first few weeks of this program operating? Was it presidential, and a portion of that power is invested in this program? I know that the special access program ramifications and process only provides for certain things like the handling of classified information and special access, exotic materials and tech. That doesn't afford you the authority to really, just give the Heisman to the entire government if they don't have a need to know. So there are some serious questions that I have that still need to be answered. And when I went through and did my testimony, I did ask some of that, and nobody could answer me properly. So we've got a lot of legwork to do. And I think that, the New Paradigm Institute, they've got a good team of individuals, and that's why I'm happy to always talk to them, happy to always, share brain cells and try to figure out, is there a better way to tackle this? Because there are other venues to try to tackle it legally. Other than going from state to state, we do have, blanket laws that state, competition is a fair game in our nation, and that anyone who withholds, any kind of ability to compete, then yeah, there's problems there. And that's kind of the situation these people are in inside the program, because they're literally keeping everybody out of their business. And they can literally patent technologies and things for themselves, garner money, funnel it back in for both private and business reasons to either fund the program and fund their own pockets, and so on. You can see how it just turns into a sordid mess so quickly. But you're exactly correct. That's a really good question about all of it.
Yeah, does anybody mind if I interject real quick?
Charles, go ahead and jump in.
Okay, so I want to comment on what you just said, both of you, and then I have a question for Tom after that. So, Majestic 12 Group, this is a real thing put together by President Truman. So, to answer you, Jason, they were designed to answer to the office of the President of the United States. Halfway through Eisenhower's administration, he lost control of them when they started going private, and they started bringing in these private corporations. And by the time he left office in '61, he called them by their nickname in his fall speech that he gave them. The military industrial complex, that's them. And they're not some secret society. They're a group. It's a special studies group, the Order 54-12, given by President Truman as part of national security. After Roswell, he formed that.
Charles,
The Air Force saw that. So I have
Charles,
a question for Tom. Yeah.
Charles, unfortunately, your connection is really, I'm not sure if you can help that.
Okay, hold on. Okay, is that better?
That sounds better right now. Go ahead.
Okay, so I just wanted to let Jason know that you're spot on about what it was, but the identification of who they are is the Majestic 12 Group, and it's Order 54-12 of the National Security Council given by President Truman after Roswell, when he formed the Air Force from the Army Air Force. He formed the CIA from a debunked agency, and he formed the National Security Council after the National Security Act was pushed through because of this. And then a special studies group, as they were listed for 54-12, is actually the Majestic 12 Group. And they were to oversee this entire subject, answer only to the office of the president. that changed with Eisenhower. He lost control of them, and by the end, he called them by their nickname, the military-industrial complex, and that's because they started to incorporate private corporations. Now, this is spiraled out of control. This is absolutely out of control. And I do have a question for Tom. You mentioned subterranean bases very, very deep. My briefings included details of 29 subterranean deep between 1 mile and 2 mile down Air Force bases just under the continental U.S. and one in Alaska, and then there was additional 2 more in the Atlantic Ocean. And I wanted to know, are you aware of these?
Yeah, I've only heard of some of them through my private contacts and, of course, the abduction and conspiracy field. But I will say this. I did research the mechanics and the physics of underground bases. And what I found is there is a limit to the depth that you can dig them, because the deeper you go, the hotter it gets, because you're getting closer and closer to the magma. So, and it is exactly between 1 and 2 miles, where if you go further than that, it just simply gets too hot. You know, like by 2 miles down, depending on where you are, depending on the thermal gradient on that particular place on Earth, you're already looking at like 90-degree Fahrenheit, temperatures, just ambient. You don't even have to heat your base. It's just that naturally. So for humans, if 80 degrees is a good temperature for you, then you might want to go down, say, 1.25 miles. If you want it a little bit cooler, you only go down half a mile, right? It depends on where you are. And so to save on costs of constructing an underground base, perhaps you want to have it warmer nearer to the surface, so therefore you would pick a place within America that has a higher thermal gradient where, the heat's a little bit closer to the surface. And if you look up on a map in America where all the hottest places are like that, that's where you find a ton of supposed underground military bases. So, but conversely, if you are an NHI, like an alien type presence, and you want to dig as deep as you possibly can to escape scanners and, eventual bombardment from space or something, then you want to go deeper. So therefore you would want to find a place that has a lower thermal gradient. So again, if you look on the map where the coolest places are, well, that is also where a lot of abductees have pointed to, potential underground alien bases being located. So I found that pretty interesting. Not to mention, if you dig these underground bases and you go down deep enough, you have this big column of air above you, right? So it pushes down on you just as if you were under the ocean in the water, and the air pressure is going to be way higher. And I was reading studies about how higher air pressure has very interesting health benefits in terms of increasing intelligence and extending lifespan and activating certain genetic factors and so on. So I do wonder if perhaps there's an additional biological benefit to living in these underground bases besides everything else, to the point where it makes you wonder, other than like freedom and breathing fresh air, it's kind of suicide or insane to be living on the surface. So I do think that most of the planets out there, the civilizations are probably living underground. I mean, and that could be the case even right now, let's say on Mars or some other planet in the solar system where they're under the surface, and that's why we don't see much on the surface, even with our probes.
That's fantastic. I've never thought of that. I have a question for you, Tom. This comes from Parsi. He's asking, have you made any connections between Sumerian culture and Zoroastrian religion? He says that he thinks he may have found a connection.
Yeah, well, see, Parsi, even the name itself, he grew up in a Zoroastrian family, if my understanding is correct. So he knows Zoroastrianism very well, and I only started studying it within the past year, so he knows it better than I do. And in terms of its connections to Sumerian beliefs, well, I'd have to research that, although I would say that it's highly plausible, and I do feel intuitively that there is majorly a connection there. And the reason why I say that is because the Sumerians, we think of them as people who just popped out of the desert sand essentially and built these amazing cities. Well, not necessarily. They were civilized or conquered or cultured by other beings who came there. And they could have been advanced humans from some previous cataclysm cycle, or they could have been actual alien NHI type beings. But either way, they popped out of that. And the reason why I bring that up is because the forces that created them, their culture, or influenced it, or engineered it, or something like that, they didn't just wink out of existence when that culture disappeared. Those forces still exist and they could have started other cultures. And so therefore you can have a continuity of belief system, of religion, of certain core mythologies that pass down around the world, different geographic regions over time that keep recurring because it is a similar or common source that is propagating it or reseeding it in each case. So I'd be interested to find out exactly what he found, and I think it's an interesting connection for sure if it exists.
Hey,
Thank
thanks,
you.
Tom. Sorry about that,
Oh,
Sarah. I was going to get to a couple questions for Charles because his time is limited. But go ahead, Sarah.
oh no, please. I have a couple more from the audience for Tom, but let's time is limited for Charles.
Okay, let's do that then. Thanks, Sarah. Charles, just a few questions for you. And let's see. The first one is, have the EBEs lied? And then we'll get to two more questions. Charles, are you still with us? And I'm not hearing anything. Sarah, can you hear Charles?
I cannot.
Charles, we might have lost you again. Tom and me and Sarah cannot hear you. You want to try one more time? Okay, Charles, you might have to drop and come back. Unfortunately, I think your signal is probably being challenged and spaces are glitchy in general. So Sarah, jump right in.
Okay, thank you, Tom. I believe Parsi might DM you a follow up later. I think he has some more interest, but I actually have. This is from Christophoros. His question is: would you be able to elaborate on the nature of the NHI that are here, particularly they're occupying some kind of in between status between embodied biological entities versus the ethereal, beings? And something about, you said you would get into that later.
Yeah, sure, and I'm sure I'll elaborate on it even more later on. But for just now, just to answer this question, my view from everything that I've experienced, that I've talked to other abductees and contactees and researchers with, is that these beings are definitely, okay, so on the one hand, they're physical in the sense that they do have technology, like real technology. It's not, all of it, it's not that all of it is a sham, but there is an actual real technological component to it, one. And two, they also have real biology, whether it is artificially genetically engineered or some sort of natural evolution or something, or maybe something precipitated from a higher dimension, I don't know, but they have a real biology that if you were to get a chunk of it, you could analyze it in a lab, okay? So technology, biology. However, at the same time, they have the strange ability to phase themselves through solid objects, whether it's your wall or even phasing you as an abductee out the window on the infamous blue beam, okay? They can do that. They can cloak invisibly, so they can be above your home right now, just parked above, just monitoring what's going on in your home, your thoughts, your emotions, what you're up to. They can do that. They can be invisible in your home. Now, this sounds like crazy paranoid ranting. Of course, you guys know it's not, right? But to a skeptic, this sounds totally crazy. And it would sound crazy to me as well, were it not for the fact that even if they are invisible, if you are in any way intuitive, you can pick up on it. And if you have pets, cats or dogs usually, they can pick up on it too, most of the time. So, funny enough, our black cat that we used to have, she was our little paranormal detector, because if we felt something was off, but we weren't sure, we just had to look at her behavior and where she was looking and what she was doing. And if it was totally out of character for her and she was tracking invisible things we couldn't see, well, chances were pretty high that something funny was going on. So, yeah, but the point is, in that sense, it's almost like they have a more ghostly quality, where it seems almost like they're metaphysical or spiritual or esoteric, whatever you want to call it, or cult. But the thing is, they might be only in that state through some means of either psychic control or technological control that allows them to phase through solid matter and detune themselves from our linear 3D space-time. Okay, that does not make them identical to, let's say, a ghost or what some people would call demons, which are of the more non-physical occult variety. Okay, so it is our lack of understanding and nuanced perception that causes us to lump these two things into the exact same category, to say that aliens are identically 100%, one-to-one demons. Now, not to go into a huge tangent on that, but there might be definitely a demonic connection, but it's a little more complicated than that. For example, demonic energies occupying artificially engineered biological vessels, something like that, versus just your garden variety demon that comes around at night and gives you nightmares and tries to drive you towards suicide and depression and anger and hatred and so on. It's different from that. But the point is, there are psychic or occult elements to the alien phenomenon that that make things more complicated than the simple extraterrestrial hypothesis, which is the idea that they are strictly 3D spacemen that came from other planets in physical vehicles here, as explorers or even as conquerors. Because I think like Marshall and Reed, their viewpoint is definitely that the bad actors that are here right now, they are definitely more of a physical variety. And the biological and technological component does speak to that. However, I do think that the occult, Fortean, reflective reality, quantum mechanical, the fuzzy nature aspect of it, that part also needs to be explored more and discussed more. Why? Because if their capabilities extend very much into that range, then perhaps our solutions might also extend into that range. And if you think that they are strictly physical beings, then we're cutting ourselves off from a lot of the potential solutions that we could use against them. So yeah, there's just a little bit more on that. Like, for example, there's been some contactee reports where they were taken into alien bases that were inside mountains, except they didn't go into the mountain through, let's say, a tunnel, like an actual physical tunnel, but they were phased through the solid mountain into a base inside of it. So I don't know if the base itself was phased out from the mountain, where if you and I went there and we took like a big, a jackhammer or some big tunnel boring machine and we went in there, we wouldn't find anything, because the base is actually located in a parallel physical dimension. It's like space-time but shifted out, sort of like detuned on a quantum level. So I'm just saying that is the sort of quasi-variable physicality that I believe a lot of these NHIs are, not completely physical, but also not completely ethereal or metaphysical. It's more of an interesting amphibious state between the two.
Thank you.
I think I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yes, Charles. Fringe, did you want to ask a question?
Sure. Let's just let me get to one of these questions, Charles, while we have you. I'm just going through these, and I think one of the more important questions is, which of these entities is working with the CIA, DIA, and which of them can we trust in your experience?
Okay, so ETE-1 from the Rigel star system, they are working with the Majestic 12 group that obviously have a foothold in the DIA and CIA. ETE-2 they are our biggest allies. And then ETE-3, which is another gray species. So ETE-1, 2, and 3, and they have different types, totaling 11 different types, all gray species, all gray. One has ETE-2 type D, I believe, is slightly reptilian in nature, but still a grayish scale. And ETE-1 type D is more of a bronzish, brownish color. But all are the grayish species that we speak of, with the big eyes, big head, and all that. So all three of those work with our government. I'll just say MJ-12 because that's what I know it to be. I don't want to speak out of turn, but that's what it is. They work with MJ-12 and the approved MEOs that are with them. So ETE-1 worships technology, and they do not care about humanity. And scarily, they actually, and this is going to sound crazy, but they use human bodies or blood as some of their sustenance, and sometimes animals as well. ETE-2, they are completely benevolent. They don't even have crime on their planet because it does not cross their mind to do anything to one another. ETE-3 is actually a cloned species, and they are made in the image of 1 and 2. And by the way, 1 and 3 are biomechanical. 1 is the one you hear about with the suction cups, the 4 fingers on the end, suction cups on the end. 2 is completely biological with 6 fingers and toes for the most part. Some have 5. And then you get into ETE4, which is the Nordics, the Blondes, the Swedes, whatever the nickname is. They actually are aligned with MJ12 as well, but their lifespans are half as long as ours is. They're not very long at all. And females, unfortunately, live even long or even shorter lifespans. So they're aligned with us. They are benevolent. ETE5 speaks to what Tom was just talking about. That's the only ETE designation that does not correlate with a star system. They are paraterrestrials in the documentation, or ultra-terrestrials, as we would call them, interdimensional beings. So I've seen evidence of 3, but I was told there's more, but we have evidence of 3. And I explained them in my space last night, but I don't want to go on too much of a tangent with that. But they are able to accelerate and decelerate their atomic makeup in some form or fashion to where they are able to traverse.
It seems like um we're losing you, Charles.
Thank you, Charles. Charles, thanks for being with us despite the connection issue. I'm not sure what's happening, but it's definitely been a challenge. Have to drop back out again. And
Yeah.
while we'll be bringing Stephen back to space, the mic lower left. And go ahead, Sarah.
Thanks, Fringe. I have a follow-up now after hearing from Charles. Tom and Jason, John, I see you're here as well, John Stewart. What do the 3 of you think of Charles's description of these entities? Where is this in line with your thoughts?
Well, just me personally, it kind of reminds me of the Blue Planet Project book. There's a PDF out there of the Blue Planet Project. I think it was a project possibly written by Val Valerian, possibly John Lear. I don't know. They're a team back in the day, and they put a lot of their research into the Matrix books and possibly into like a more fictionalized, semi-fictionalized format, so they didn't have to cite all their sources. So that's maybe something that correlates with that. I mean, I wouldn't say there's any like major implausible aspects of it. I think it's plausible. It's just a matter of how much does it correlate with other data that's out there.
Thank you.
Well, for me, yeah, it does kind of make sense with what I heard on Mission, as well as some of my personal outside of military experience, where I know growing up, me and my mother have had a couple of different experiences with, you know, 5 foot tall, blonde, blue-eyed, blue raincoat wearing entities that came and checked, but they were mainly very, very strange. How it was always during a protective time when there was trouble for either my mother or the family or myself, and they seemed to be, you know, just benefactors when they showed up. But the Greys very much sound like um, exactly like he was describing, that some of them are manufactured, and because that fits what they were used for in the labs as servants, you know, to take care of things. And then my personal encounter in the desert, again, I think that a lot of people had said that perhaps the reason that this entity did not fit the bill completely with either a tall white and or a gray or Nordic or whatever kind of type, that he was some sort of hybrid or crossbreed or manufactured type of entity. So, in my estimation, from both just mission and personal, actually seeing these beings, then yeah, it kind of fits what he's saying, what Charles is saying.
Charles, this is John Stewart. How are you? Nice to speak with you. We've been communicating, full disclosure, everyone, for the past couple of days, trying to coordinate a phone call. Something that interested me, you called them ETE 1, 2, and 3. Am I correct on that? Edward, Tom, Edward?
Yes, that's correct. So we started off with uh, EBE, like Echo Bravo Echo, and that was the survivor of the Roswell crash.
Right.
But then once we came in contact with more entities from different star systems, we had to then start classifying them from star systems. So extraterrestrial entity is the ETE Echo Tango Echo, and the 1 is the Roger star system.
Right.
2 is Zeta Reticuli, and so forth and so
Yeah.
on.
See, to everyone listening, and I am not an ultra expert, but when I hear something that I've never heard before, my eyebrows peak up. I sit up in my chair like I'm doing. I've never heard anyone describe entities or aliens or visitors as E. Edward, Tom Edward. And I mean that in a positive thing, meaning that even when I saw the DIA report, Charles, which I'm sure you and I will talk about, it didn't say the alien, if the film was real, that it's, from Zeta Reticuli, or it was, J-Rod. It said the other gray, like just a mundane another category of being. Again, I'm not saying that it's real. What I'm saying is when I hear people talk about these entities with other classifications, why would you do that? If Charles was making this up, he would go with the vernacular that we're all familiar with, so we're all nodding our head, so we all think that he must be telling us the truth. This is this, and I have become knowledgeable and an expert in, like lie deception. This is not a lie, in my opinion, because it makes people think. It makes people you don't lie to somebody to make them go, wait a minute. I've never heard ETE before. Well, I've never heard a classification called the other gray. You don't do that to people. You grease the railroad track, so to speak. You say things that are familiar with people that we can relate to, that we've heard in the lexicon of this community. And I had this bizarre feeling about Charles a week ago, and I sent him a text 3 times asking him, "Who are you?" And I didn't mean like name and rank, like what planet are you from? And I mean that affectionately, like you're somebody. I know you're somebody. Why do you know this? That kind of thing. So I am sitting up straight in my chair. My eyebrows are raised with the classification ETE. And again, it goes to the same thing as this DIA report that was sent to me, calling it the other gray, some mundane, innocuous term. It goes to the fact, Charles, I would love if you know anything about this, the agent from Wright Pat, the National Air and Space Intelligence Center, who told me that the new designation of extraterrestrials is SABRE, synthetic astrobiological extraterrestrial races. Again, a term I've never heard before. So again, this is to me, this is remarkable. To me, this none of my BS meter is going off, and I can't wait to talk to Charles in private. Charles, if you could possibly comment about the Sabre, what I was told from an agent from NAIS, see, that'd be great, whether it's bullshit or not.
Okay, yeah, bear with my connection. So I got about 10 minutes left before I have to go. So what I will say is I have not looked at it yet, but I told you that I definitely plan on it because it's intriguing. Just the still photo of the video is intriguing. So I will be able to watch that video, and I hope that I will be able to recognize things that are being said because I got to read transcripts of extraterrestrial interviews with DIA specifically, and at Bowling Air Force Base at the subterranean sections underneath where they keep the soil samples and things from Planet Serpo and all those files. So I hope that I'll be able to recognize the dialogue. Number one, if I can't, then I hope I can identify the being because I've seen pictures of all of them. As far as the grays go, all 11, I've seen pictures of it. And I will say to Tom, the original Blue Planet project, I can tell you, is 90 to 95% facts. It is factual. There are a few things that are a little off, but I can't speak to the trilogy or the sequels or anything, but the original from the late 80s, I can tell you unequivocally that there are a lot of facts in there. There's a lot of very top secret information in there that was revealed, and I didn't know the author. If you knew who the author was, that would be amazing. Um, as far as the scales go, sabers, that's not a term that I'm familiar with, but it does make sense. Now, my last briefing was in 2012, so that could be a new designation for the the biomechanicals, but that would not fit for the fully biologicals.
Right.
They would probably just be called biologicals.
Right. Yeah. My interview with this man was 2022, and he said it was a fairly recent an acronym designation that they came up with in the past couple of years. So yeah, that all jives. And thank you, Charles. And I look forward to talking to you off this space. Thanks, buddy.
Hey, you're welcome, man. We'll do that. We'll definitely make that happen.
Thank you, Charles. And is there anything you want to convey to the audience, to the space, before you have to drop out today?
Yeah, I just want everybody to know, man. I don't, I don't have any type of hidden agenda or anything like that at all. You can just hear me out. Just there is absolutely no way I could come up with all this detail myself. It's impossible. I'm not sitting in a sitting in a cell just coming up with a bunch of nonsense to try to convince everybody for entertainment value. It's not the case. This is real. This is legitimate, and all I ask is get to know me from me. Don't worry about what you read or what slanderous material you might find on the internet. Just all I ask is get to know me from me. I'm a chill person, man. I'm laid back, and I'm just trying to, I'm really trying to get this truth out there because I'm not kidding, man. It's coming. And my goal for anyone that thinks they can help, and I mean this, I want to get a congressional hearing in primetime TV so everyone can see it. So the people that don't even subscribe to this subject, because that's who we all need. We don't need the all of us that already subscribe. We need the ones that don't. We need prime time. And I want at least 2 days of 4 hours apiece, and I will debrief myself in front of Congress to the House Oversight Committee. I've tried to reach out to Burchett and Anna Paulina Luna, and they've stonewalled me. They claim they want to know the truth about this, and I don't think they do. Um, the head of security for Anna Paulina Luna, his nickname is Mac. He was supposed to try to get me whistleblower status last year, and he bullshitted me. They don't want me to testify. They're very aware of who I am, and I just ask the public, whoever you are, just if you think you can help, try to help, try to get that, try to make that happen. I'll be on every podcast that I can try, that I feel is respected or respectful, and interviews. I'm all for them. Only thing with me is respect my schedule because of my situation. So I'm every other day with it. One day is going to be strictly with the family, on the phone all day. I don't want to neglect that. That's my support system. Those are the people I love, and those people that love me. My girlfriend Kayla, and my mother. These are the people that I'm really invested with, and they're all in with me. And they know I'm not lying. They know me. They know lying's a waste of time for me. I don't waste time. I don't have much of it left. You know what I mean? So that's it. That's pretty much all. Just if anybody thinks they can help, just reach out to me in the DMs. I'll open it and I will respond.
Thank you so much for being here, Charles. We have had whistleblowers face challenges in this community. You do have a lot of people who are quick to judge, our stories, etc. I think your challenges will be even more significant because of your current situation, but I very much appreciate you being here. I want to hear everything you have to say. I think all information is good information, and I really appreciate that you joined us today. Thank you very much. Please stay in touch. Thanks, Charles. I'm going to get to a question, an audience question for Jason. Jason, there's a question on back to the NHI who were working in the labs. Where were these beings being housed, and were they on Earth just temporarily? Did they end up going back to their planet? What is your knowledge on that, if you have any?
They didn't describe where they were housed. The only thing that I could speak to where they were housed is I know that the tall whites did have some lands given them that are there supposedly at the Nellis Test Range, according to Mr. Hall, whom I do believe is correct in his testimony. He was the guy that gave testimony that he was the weatherman out there. And he was the one who had access to literally the entire base. So in Dreamland, he could walk where we wanted to, and I can verify that because the base commander, when they gave me my indoctrination out there in Dreamland, that's exactly what they said as well, is that particular position didn't require a badge or clearance, and that you could just walk around. And I guess just beyond that hilltop, you could look down into the valley, and that's supposedly where Mr. Hall says he walked and talked with these tall whites. So he also describes them having living quarters there. So it's quite possible that that's where they are housed, and that they travel just like we do from site to site. Because I know the scientists in the program, they all had homes in various places, and they would just be called in just like I was, on a moment's notice to come to a certain location and do a certain mission and or test. So I would imagine the NHI would have to respond the same way. But I only knew of that one because of Mr. Hall's testimony, and I do believe that he is correct because several of the things that he talked about do jive with what I know of the way that place is set up in Dreamland.
Thank you, Jason. And while we're waiting for Tom to get back up, I think we have Bassett, who's also going to be joining the space. We did have to say goodbye to Charles. Can you just give me a rundown on how you seem very hopeful for disclosure? I heard you earlier in the space saying we are not putting this genie back in the bottle, so to speak. How do you see it happening? What's the path forward?
Is that for me?
Yeah, Jason, that's for you. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So yes, I am, mainly because I know everybody that is pushing for it, and that they do have a good plan of action, and that this year they are trying to do more than they did last year. They know that there needs to be more effort on certain things, I guess, and that's good. And I support them wholeheartedly. So I am hopeful that they are going to be successful. And all my hopes and prayers are with them. And if they want me to help in some way, shape, or form, then I'm always here. They know that. As for what can we do, I think this is just my opinion, has nothing to do with any conversations I've had with anybody. Just that this year, I think if I were to have my be king for a day and say something to Congress and get it done, is I want to see a real investigation, a no kidding investigation, not DOD investigating themselves, or a DOD agency like Arrow investigating themselves on a program that obviously is in question. We need to get away from that completely and do a much better job. And I think if we could just push for that one thing, I think that's the lowest hanging fruit on the tree right now, the most tangible one as well. Then maybe we can get someplace, because then we might get into some of the different things that we need to get to the next level. So it's going to have to be, kind of a stair-stepped progress, just like the planned disclosure folks know. You have to kind of go through each of these phases. There's processes, there's legal things that we have to do, and as I've been told, nothing goes fast there on Capitol Hill. So we're talking about years worth of work, and that's what I feel about disclosure. Is that unfortunately it's going to be longer than I would hope. I wish that just a stroke of lightning would come and everything would be resolved this year, but I don't see that happening. But at least I'm happy that I'm seeing progress, and I'm still seeing an effort being put into this that I think is going to be a lot better than even what we've had before. And I think each year that goes by, we get a little bit stronger, and that's why I'm hopeful.
Thank you so much, Jason. Stephen Bassett, welcome to the space. Everyone, I don't think you need an introduction. I'm wondering if you could comment on Jason. He's still very hopeful for disclosure coming up. What are your comments on that, Stephen?
First of all, can you hear me?
Yep, we got you loud and clear.
Okay, I'm on my computer because my phone does not work with Twitter Space. Who knows why? But I'm on my computer, so I'm not able to see the things I normally see in the phone. But I've got the mic and I can respond. Look, with respect to disclosure, that's pretty much my whole thing. I focus on it exclusively, and I have a strong sense of where we're at. And I've been talking about this on podcasts repeatedly, but it's in a political context. In order to have disclosure, certain things had to be put in place first. It wasn't just a matter of, well, one day the president will do it. It is much too complicated, much too significant. And so we've spent 7 years preparing for disclosure. It shouldn't have taken that long. I think it could have been done in 3, but starting in 2017, things got underway, but then things got pretty crazy, as we all know. Okay. So it's kind of dragged out, but now we're 7 years in and we're just about there. So the briefings have taken place. God knows how many witnesses have talked to members of Congress and or their staff. Most are all witnesses, a couple of whistleblowers. We've had 4 tranches of legislation, the first ever in history, 1 year after another. The last one was modified, I guess you could say, but it was still a 4th tranche of legislation. The media has covered it with thousands of articles. Public awareness is high. Social media is fully engaged. And we have a number of people that are coming forward and saying there's an ET presence. They just don't happen to be the president. People like Bigelow and Gary Nolan and Burchett and others. So all of this was necessary to get to the place where a president could come forward and disclose. But there's one last missing piece, and that is the congressional hearing. The best analogy I can give you is that the entire impeachment of Nixon or the removal of Nixon would have been impossible without a congressional hearing. Something of that magnitude, with the implications it has cross government wide. You just don't just get to go up to the White House and say, look, it's time for you to go, Dick. No. They held significant major hearings watched by millions who then saw evidence and heard evidence that made it clear that Mr. Nixon had crossed the line. And thus, when they went up and asked him to leave, he agreed. Same thing here. And everything has been pretty much done except the hearing. The hearing that was done in the House by Burchett, Loon, Mace, and so forth on the subcommittee was a hearing. Was it a hearing of a magnitude and scope that would set the stage for disclosure? No, it was not. They may hold another one. They're talking about it possibly in October. Will that be enough? It will not be enough. The hearing has got to be in front of the Senate Intel Committee. It could be the Senate Armed Forces, but the Senate Intel Committee has been leading on this all along, and it's the appropriate committee. It's most significant, most important in terms of intelligence, and also it's very nonpartisan. And the person that has to make that decision is Mark Warner. And Mark Warner couldn't do it. I'm sure he thought about it. We know he wanted to. But as things move forward, the political situation continued to get increasingly grotesque and there were major events overseas, and he couldn't do it. I was eventually told by someone in the know that he wanted to do the hearing, but because of the potential political implications, he wanted to be solid, meaning he wanted firsthand witnesses, lots of them. And apparently the firsthand witnesses in government were reluctant to come forward because they didn't think the witness protection was strong enough. So you got kind of a standoff there. But it was more than just that. It was simply the realities of the politics. So you have an election coming up where 435 members of Congress are going to be subjected to a vote. You've got the presidential race. You've got 33 members of the Senate. They're going to be subjected to a vote. And so it's now simply not possible to hold that hearing in the Senate. So it'll have to be after the election. But they're ready to do it. They have the witnesses. All they have to do is just call the hearing, and that's Mark Warner. So right now, the way and I hope you all can still hear me. I'm not talking to an empty mic. Can you hear me?
Steve, we've got you loud and clear. I
Okay.
have been in a space where you've spoken to an empty mic, so I appreciate that you're
Okay.
checking.
I just need a little reminder. Okay. So there are actually 4 scenarios I see happening at this point. All right. And one of the reasons that I can say that is we had a major new development, right, happen. And that was on July the 11th. It did not get covered. It still hasn't been covered. I've been checking the media regularly. The only article written about this was in Discover magazine, a little short, about a paragraph and a half. And the reason it hasn't been covered and it's still pretty much unknown is because of what happened 36 hours later. You had an assassination on a president and a presidential candidate, which happens in this country a bit too often. So, okay, that's a game changer. That's totally shifts the media focus and everybody else. But the simple truth is that action on the 11th cemented Chuck Schumer's history, the legacy and history. So he resubmits the UAP Disclosure Act in toto, the whole enchilada, everything. It's almost word for word, but there's a few word changes, tightening up, but essentially it's the same exact bill. It's got the review board, it's got the subpoena power, it's got the classification levels for the various oversight people, and it's got eminent domain. It's got a complete description of the disclosure plan itself with detailed explanations about how postponement would happen and so forth. It's everything that they put in before. And it's extraordinary. He said he would do it, and I think some people may not have believed him. But when he went into the Senate with rounds and read into the record that they were not happy and they were going to do this, a lot of people said, sure, Chuck. And they went about their business, including the defense contractors. Well, guess what? He just did it on the 11th. And so it was submitted, and it's up there on the Senate site right now. And so I don't know what the defense contractors are going to do, but here is the way I think there are 3 scenarios because of what he just did, which basically is also a message to the Department of Defense, just like Robert Garcia in the House, the Senate Intel Committee, and the Senate Majority Leader doesn't believe a goddamn word in the Aero study report. Just letting you guys know that, right? In case you thought that we actually believe that stupid report. So there's 3 ways this goes. Nothing's going to happen until after the election for obvious reasons. After the election, say a few days later, everybody that's, hopefully within a few days after the election, everybody will know who the hell the members of Congress are, the new 33 members of the Senate are, and who the president is. So let's assume that's true. So the political issue just drops. The political issues just drop way, way, way down because the next election isn't for 2 more years. And so it's not about, oh, gee, if we do this, we do that, it's going to affect the president's election and whatever. No. So that goes away. And now it's just a matter of, do we proceed or don't proceed? 3 ways he goes. 1, Warner can call the hearing with the witnesses shortly after the election during the 75-day transition period between the election and inauguration. Say he calls it mid-December, November, right? About November 14, 15. The hearing will take about a week. 20 witnesses will testify, blows the truth embargo completely up. At which point the president can step forward and end the truth embargo, or at least formally acknowledge that we're not alone. Who would that president be? It would be President Biden, obviously. So that's number one. It has advantages and disadvantages. One of the advantages is President Biden is totally lame duck. He's not going to, his career is over. And so it kind of strips some of the partisanship out of it. He's going to get that legacy. He's going to go out on a very high note. And some people, obviously, in the Democratic side would like that. And it's out of the way. And we're in the post-disclosure world heading towards the new administration. All right. Something to be said for that. So that's one option. He has a second option. He can wait until later in December. He could wait all the way into December. Right. If he waits too long, then he crosses into early January where the new Congress takes over. And of course, there may be some changes there. If the Senate switches, then the new chairman will be Rubio. And so if it waits until after January, it'll be Rubio calling the hearing, not Warner. But I think Rubio is happy to do it. I don't think that would deter him. But Warner could call it late in December, right? And what happens is that I'm sorry. It could be late in December, but more likely it would be into January. And so you hold off into January, around January 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You hold the hearing, goes on for a week, blows the truth embargo up, and then you take a beat, and the new president comes in, whoever it is. And the new president is the one that says, I watched the hearing. Clearly, we're not alone. You need to know more, et cetera. We have disclosure. That's the second option. The third option is to wait until after the new government is in place. Now, the House and Senate will be in place early January. All right. But obviously, the White House is kind of important here. And so you hold it later in January, and then you wait just enough time for that person to take the inauguration. And one of the very first things the new president does is says, I watched the hearings, and clearly we're not alone. You need to know more. And hopefully they can refer to the UAP Disclosure Act. That's how it's going to come forward. And we are in the post-disclosure world. These are the three options I see. One of these three, I think, is what's going to happen. There is a fourth one, but I think it's unlikely. And that the decision is made, oh, look, we've got a new government and everything. Let's just kind of put that aside for a while. Let's just go on, take a year, take 2 years. Let's just don't rush it, right? The American people will be patient with us. And so they don't hold the hearing, not in February, not in March, not in April, and they just roll the dice. That is a mistake. The social media is going to just rip them to pieces. The expectation levels are too high. The knowledge base is too high. The media coverage is too great. And so they've got to get it done. They can't push this in. In other words, a new president can't come in and say, well, I'm new here. Well, in the case of Donald Trump, he's returning here, but he's been away for a while and need to get our, bearings and so forth. So let's don't rush this. I don't think that option is likely, and I don't think it'll take place. And so that's where I see disclosure right now. I think no later than early February.
Thank you, Stephen. And I really appreciate your work and your effort and always remaining hopeful and keeping us all up to date on the current status. I wanted to possibly bring you and Jason together. Stephen, I would love to hear from you if you think that you probably have been asked this question before. Do you think there's any chance that the non-human intelligence is actually in control of disclosure, or at least an influencer in disclosure? And then I wanted to bring Jason in on this because, Jason, you made a comment a while back in a different space that you thought the negative NHI were pushing forward somewhat haphazardly with disclosure, and that it was actually the positive side wanting us to grow up a little bit and thinking that we're not ready. So I'd love to hear from both of you on that. Stephen, if you want to jump in.
Okay. From my perspective, as an activist dealing with politics, I've talked to many contactees over the years, and I'm aware of statements from others. Hell, I think Whitley Strieber's got about 300,000, maybe 400,000 reports that have come into them by email and writing. And a lot of things have been said by a lot of people that are either contactees or insiders about this and that and what's happening. You can't dismiss it. But from the standpoint of operational information, right, in order to just make how to decide how to handle a disclosure activist movement, right, I have to have something that is of a certain level of substantiation. And so whether it's bases on the moon, whether it's interdimensionality, whether it's treaties with the ETs, all of these things, they have not been taken to a level where I go, oh yeah, that's definitely it. Right. That is true. That is absolutely established. It's solid. And therefore I'm going to incorporate that into the activism. So I cannot say if there's a treaty with ETs. I cannot say if they're living amongst us. I mean, technically, if they have bases here, they're living amongst us. But I think what some people are referring to is they're hanging out at the supermarkets, right? Or they're walking down the street. That has not been established. Now, I understand. I know about the Nordics. Clearly, a Nordic could do that. Doesn't mean they are doing it, but a Nordic could do it. So it's obviously so complex. And knowing, I believe there's no way we're going to know a proper understanding of the extraterrestrial engagement of this planet beyond what the contactees are talking about, abductions, genetic work, table work, things like that. That's pretty well established. We know that. We know they put crop circles now. We know that. But if you want to get into the much more complex and deeper potential interactions, we're not going to get that information until after disclosure. And it won't come easy. This is not going to be something that's going to be first and foremost on the agenda of controlled disclosure, right?
Hi, Stephen.
Yeah. So that's
How
my
are
thought on
you?
that.
How are you? Thank you for being here. I wanted to introduce you to Jason Sands. I'm not sure if you know who Jason Sands is. I just wanted to confirm that with you.
I do know, but I've not met the man. No.
Okay. Well, welcome to meeting him today in the space. I know you guys have spoken in another space. I'm just making sure that you know,
Sure.
because Jason Sands has firsthand experience, which is pretty awesome in my opinion.
I understand.
Thank you.
Again, I always note these things. I note firsthand accounts like that. I note about them, what I can do with them, how far, what I would think about them, to what extent am I comfortable? That's a whole different matter. But I listen to all accounts.
Yeah, and I'd have to say that I kind of tend to agree with Steve to a certain degree with, the NHI being able to come forward of their own accord to solve the mystery once and for all. I mean, I wish there were some way to get them to do that, but they're going to have to do it on their own. So what are we stuck with? Is we're stuck with what Steve is discussing is, okay, well, without that on the table, how do we proceed with disclosure? And that's where like I said, we need, no kidding, a breakthrough where the president and or the secretary of defense decides to declassify the existence of these other beings, that they have been here and they have had knowledge of them. And I think also the Congress has also been making some preparations that um, if that revelation does occur, that there are certain things in place for the people that have had contact to come forward. And that would mean they wanted some kind of amnesty in some cases, because it's going to be really rough on whoever that shoulders that falls upon, is that all the years of deceit then come crumbling down, and there's going to be a lot of consternation over that. So how public that will be another matter for Congress to tackle. You can't just expose these people who are trying to be honest about it, and then knowing full well that there'll be a sniper in every window for the rest of their lives, kind of thing. You wouldn't want that to happen to them, especially if they're trying to help. But just like in any other workplace, like I talked about before, there are snakes in the grass that honestly were the ones that perpetrated maybe some of these horrible things that people and other whistleblowers have attested to, that there has been some people's lives completely demolished, that there's people walking around with PTSD for what happened to them because the program people lashed out at them. And that is something that is going to be really hard to stop justice from being meted out to them. And that is another aspect of this that Congress needs to get a hold of, is that, you know, who's going to deserve that amnesty? And then at what point are if there's been criminal acts, is there a threshold even to the amnesty that we're not going to abide by because what they've done is so heinous? Those are things we're going to have to tackle as questions of reality that, you don't have to convince me that we're not alone. I wish everybody could know that, but it'd be great that if they do come to the conclusion that we're not alone, that we could tackle this a lot differently, because then at least that would not come into question anymore, and it would make it more tangible to have a real investigation and a real process to parse out the good from the bad and sift out, what actually happened, and make sure that the legislation that we passed is going to really work in that situation. Because I mean, you're crossing boundaries that have no precedent, honestly. Because if we're dealing with an NHI presence that's not been publicly known, and there have been secretive agreements with these beings, you're talking about something that's never been done before in any legal court whatsoever. And how do you even begin to tackle a crime that has been committed by a program that has entered into these kinds of agreements? And then again, the NHI presence that may have been party to that, how do you think your way through that as well? Hopefully the NHI have kept themselves out of any of the criminal acts. I think that that's kind of what I would think if I had been from an intelligence from outside this world. I wouldn't get caught up in the politics of this world. I think that it's messed up, already, and to involve myself in that and entangling myself in it. I think that's why so few in the government are even knowledgeable of the presence and are read into this, is because I think the NHI would prefer not to be involved with the government, because they can see that that would bring a lot of other attachments and would call into question their integrity here on our planet. And yeah, maybe that's one of the reasons why they are not willing to come public on their motivations and why they're here.
Jason, as a follow up, we have been hearing that some of the world leaders of today are NHI, quite possibly hybrids. So when you say so I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that aspect, especially if do you think that the NHIs that don't want disclosure are those that are actually in our government and world leaders?
Oh yeah, heck, that's like the bee's knees of what infiltration's all about. Is you get yourselves your spies at the highest levels of your enemy's government, and you do what you need to circumvent things, cause problems, even try to cause civil wars before your nefarious machinations are found out. Yeah, there's a huge possibility for that. I have no evidence that any of them are aliens. I'm sure some people would gladly point fingers, but I'm not like that. I mean, I've never seen anybody with lizard eyes, for example, um, in my presence. But I think the human factor is quite nefarious to begin with, without any NHI presence, because of all the reasons we already see this season in politics and between nations, and all the mess we're in. So yeah, I would say that logically, in any war or any effort, if you're trying to coerce and you're trying to take advantage of, you would try to infiltrate at the highest levels. So it's because, yeah, if I was an NHI and I wanted to take over the world, that's what I'd do. That's a logical step. Now, I don't have any proof of it. That's the problem.
I have another follow up, if that's okay. This question really goes out to the room, but I'm curious about hybrids and experiencers, and what you think, Tom, Eric, Jason, Fringe. Do you think that certain experiencers, quite possibly like yourselves, could quite possibly be hybrids of a species? Without, I don't want to sound disrespectful in asking that question. I just am curious to see what the thought process is regarding this, especially with Gary Nolan's scientific, with his research as well.
Well, let me go first, and then I'll let everybody else speak. Yes, my family has been affected by NHI or some unexplained events. Let me put it that way, and entities that sometimes look like us and other times not. I've seen at least 7 or 8 different types of craft in my life from childhood up till now. But I have to tell you, Sarah, I feel like a human. I really do.
Oh, I believe. I mean, I don't think it would be bad either way. I think it's I'm so sorry. I don't mean to come off. I hope I didn't.
No, I'm poking fun at you.
Okay.
But yes, I'm just saying that yes, even though I've been exposed to this, at no point, even if I was a hybrid, I still am very much on the side of humans, and I feel very human myself.
I'm tending to agree with Jason, and I'd love to hear from Tom on this before we end this line of questioning. For myself, I think that the humans here on Earth, walking the Earth, could we have some hybrids? We could. I think we've probably been tinkered with. Um, Ultimately, I think the truest hybrids and the hybrids who are absolutely have allegiance to the alien agenda are on the ships and have been also seated among us over the last many years. But I also feel human. I'm on the side of humans, and I think that even though there are some changes in our brains, et cetera, I think beyond tinkering, I don't see it. I think most of the actual true real hybrids are actually coming from the ships. I'd love to hear from Tom on that, though.
Yeah, well, the important thing to remember, well, or to consider, is that hybridization can take many different forms. Because normally when we think of hybrids, we just think of gene splicing, like the way they hybridize industrial seeds or animals or something like that. So that's only one form, because you can also have other forms of genetic introduction. For example, chimeras. That's where you've got one being, but it actually has 2 different sets of DNA in the same being. Like one cell is one DNA, another cell is another DNA. And Peter Curie case, he when he had his little adventure with 2 alien-looking women, the hair that he saved, they DNA analyzed it, and the shaft and the root of the hair had 2 different DNA sets. So whatever this being was, it seems like it was an artificial type being. It wasn't fully natural, biological like we are, right? So that's a possibility. Another one, I was reading an article where they took human brain cells, specifically the astrocytes, they're the glial cells, they're like support cells for the neurons, and they injected it into a mouse, and the mouse became like a super mouse that was able to navigate the mazes amazingly well, compared to the normal mice. But the interesting thing is, if you were to take blood from the super mouse and you run it through a DNA analysis, it would come back 100% mouse. Why? Because all the interesting biological components were in the brain as a separate biological support structure. So who's to say that certain people might have, let's say, alien astrocytes in their brain, and they can take any DNA test they want and nothing suspicious is going to come back. However, they might have advanced psi abilities or superior intelligence or whatever, right? So I'm just saying that there's other things that could happen. Or, I mean, even like if you go down the more mystical, like esoteric route, you could have the idea that you could have, let's say, an alien being with a real soul incarnating into a human body, or like a walk-in, taking it over at a certain age. And now this person is a walking, talking alien, essentially, but looks completely human because there's another consciousness residing in that brain. So, yeah, these are like different possibilities to consider. And so with all these different possibilities, I think the probability of there being hybrids in some way or form in our society is higher than if it were just the regular gene splicing.
Fringe, if I may, can I follow that up with something? So, Tom, I've had this thought for quite a while regarding what we're talking about right now, thinking that quite possibly we all are aliens in the sense that, please don't laugh when I ask this question, that the NHI speak telepathically. So at some point, I'm thinking it's consciousness to consciousness, voice to voice inside of our heads. I don't know. I've never done it myself. I've never had experience that. But what if they can consciously go from wherever they are into a newborn baby, and that's what we did. Am I making sense in this question or thought process?
Yeah, well, it kind of depends on what angle you approach that from, because if you were to ask that to someone who's very well versed in esoteric studies, metaphysics, and so on, they would say probably that as humans, there is an esoteric divine framework that has a process to it. The process of incarnation has a process to it, and it's protected or guided to some degree, and therefore there's almost like a law or a mechanism in place to prevent something like what you're talking about from fully happening. However, if you view it from a simple perspective, which is that what makes us human is just our biology, right? Well, the biology can be propagated whether or not there is a spirit in it or not. I mean, you can clone a human body in the lab, so you can propagate the genetics. But what makes a human truly alive is the residing consciousness. And of course, that is something that does incarnate into or fuse or bond with the developing fetus at a very early stage. And funny enough, I do have memories of very early in life, including just one or two little glimpses of being in the womb. And I do remember what it was like in there. And actually, I asked my mom, like, hey, was there ever a time where there's like you and a guy and another guy, and they're like banging on something? And she's like, oh yeah, that was like in your 8th month of pregnancy, where they're putting together the baby changing table, and we're like, all discussing and hammering it together. So anyway, I have memories of that. So I do remember that I was conscious in the womb already. So in that sense, I didn't incarnate after being born. It was already in the womb, I don't know. It kind of gets a little too tangential for our discussion, so I'll just end it there.
Thank you very much. We can pick that up at a different time. I appreciate it.
Well, I was just about to go down a rabbit hole then, but I'm going to go back actually to the disclosure question. Tom, I would love for you to weigh in on the many reasons. We discussed all the criminal acts that have been perpetrated by the humans and why the humans are covering up and not wanting disclosure. What are the reasons that the NHI have not brought us disclosure, in your opinion?
Well, that's a good question. And I remember Reed and Marshall talking about it, which I agree with, which is that many centuries ago, we weren't yet at a technological stage where we were capable of fully running our own planet, technologically under a kind of totalitarian techno state, that therefore we could simply hand over the reins or the keys to the controlling NHI, and they would have to do very little in terms of managing the affairs here. Because if they did come 500 years ago, they would have to be slave drivers like the Spanish conquistadors were in Central and South America, right? So that just takes too much work. But if we enslave ourselves, and we do it on behalf of our our non-human benefactors, what we think are benefactors, but really they're like false saviors, then that's way more efficient. And if there's anything that I've learned from my experiences and my studies, is that these forces are so intelligent that therefore they're also incredibly efficient. They don't waste any energy, they don't waste any time, they don't do any extra moves that they don't need to, because they're operating at such a high level of performance and efficiency that that they can't afford to be dumb about things, okay? So they're very efficient about it, and that's why I think that they haven't done it earlier in history, because it would have been like herding cats, And I think probably thousands of years ago, some NHI faction, I'm not saying they're the same ones as nowadays, but some NHI factions did it the other way, of trying to manage a more primitive society, and they had to institute certain religions. Like going back to the Sumerian question, the way that Sumerian cities were constructed. Each Sumerian city was like a walled city, and it had a big temple in the middle, and the temple was presided over by a god, like a deity, and a priestly class serving them. And that's the same model that you also had in with the Mayans and the Aztecs, and I think the Egyptians too, to a certain degree. So this model has been replicated before in history, but I think a different approach is being tried nowadays, where they're offloading or automating a lot of the control process to us, because now we have the ability to surveil ourselves, to control ourselves. I mean, look at what's happening in the UK right now with the free speech controls and crackdowns, right? I mean, that's just like a small micro example. I mean, not to mention like North Korea and China and other totalitarian places. We have the technology and the means of definitely locking ourselves down. So we're getting to a point now where we are ripe for the plucking. And I think that if they waited too long, then we would probably become too technologically advanced and get closer and closer to parity with them, and therefore be harder to manage then, right? So we were harder to manage in the past. We might be harder to manage in the future. But right now, this is where the fruit is ripe. And I think that probably explains why the NHI activity has ramped up so much in the 20th century. I mean, it started towards the end of the 19th, but definitely, as you all know, like with the Kenneth Arnold sighting, but even before that, with the whole Nazi and Aldebaran stuff and the Tula Society and other groups interacting with supposed non-human beings. Well, I do think that now is the key moment for them, and that's why they're doing it now and not before. Now, I will say, on a side note, the whole issue of disclosure, and I commend definitely Steve Bassett and everything he's done for the disclosure movement. I mean, it's really amazing, and it's difficult because you're trying to work within a system that is not only doesn't believe in aliens, but doesn't even have the legal or the cultural framework to deal with it, right? I mean, it's like trying to force fit a crazy thing into something else. I mean, it's very difficult, but it's also incredibly risky because due to there not being a cultural reference frame for it, and not enough proof for it, right? You can only achieve a very limited type of disclosure, which is, oh, yes, aliens exist, or maybe, yes, we, the military, have had, I don't know, we've recovered some crashed ships and we've been reverse engineering them. And then once that happens, then the public can say, oh my God, you know, all these abduction researchers and alien stuff. I mean, it's all true. But the problem is it opens up, or it legitimizes so many of the narratives that are already out there pre-staged to influence what happens after disclosure. Right? So once that door is opened to the idea that, yes, aliens are real, now there's going to be a big mad rush on it, and all kinds of crazy narratives, which a lot of them are disinformation, to be frank. They're primed and ready to be legitimized afterwards. And then at that point, because there hasn't been this official, like governmental, like congressional level acceptance of the alien thing, or questioning, like, okay, well, what about alien abductions? See, like, notice how even in the Grush stuff, or the more recent disclosure attempts, it doesn't get too much into the contact or experiencer category, because that is harder to prove, right? So they want to have more of a solid paper trail and be able to debrief people and get in experts and so on. So it all stays within the realm of not really looking into alien motivations or agendas or what they're really here for. And that's an issue, because therefore we're going into disclosure relatively blind, at least at an official institutional level. And so then once it happens, is there going to still be time to have a very lengthy discussion and education process on the more subtle nuances of the alien presence, or not? Or might it descend into some degree of political chaos or financial chaos, economic chaos, something where perhaps the internet becomes spotty and we can't even have discussions like this? Or maybe the government is so busy dealing with states of emergencies due to, you know, other second and third order effects that therefore discussion is never had. And so then therefore you've got an entire population who now believes in the existence of aliens, and perhaps the aliens might even show up and demonstrate themselves to some degree, who believe in that, but they haven't yet been educated on the implications or the nuances. And therefore it's almost like, I hate to say it, but if you push for disclosure without the full picture, then, and I'm not saying that there's another choice, because there really isn't, because, you know, the system is just so backwards. But if you push for it, you might actually be engineering your own suicide in a way, civilizationally, you know. So, but unfortunately, there's really no way to even get to the point of educating people without first having them understand that, yes, the NHI presence is real, right? So it's like you have to go through this gauntlet, this very risky gauntlet, and hope that you can somehow work in that education afterwards amidst the unpredictable fallout from it all.
Thank you, Tom. And Reed might want to jump in on this as well. But so ultimately, what are your thoughts on why the NHI themselves have not brought us disclosure?
Okay, well, all right. So not just a question of timing, but why? Period. Right. Well, see, here's the thing. I mean, in a way, they have been pushing for it slowly, but they do it in a very controlled manner. I mean, the simplest example is that if they are flying around, whether to a contactee or an abductee or just a group of people who are witnesses, they don't have to turn on their lights. We know that they can be invisible. So why are they doing this little dance in the sky in front of select witnesses who then go on to tell the story about it? And, it's almost like viral marketing in a way. I mean, they don't have to do that, but they do. But they do it. But see, here's the interesting thing. They do it in a very controlled way where they limit the amount of evidence that comes out about it, right? And not only the amount, but also the rate and who. And I mean, whom it ultimately affects. It's almost like they're shock testing the system to acquire its system characteristics and to therefore be able to predict how people are going to react in the future. So they're taking it very slowly. And so earlier when I mentioned how they're incredibly efficient, well, not only are they incredibly efficient, but they're also incredibly risk averse. And I think, I do think that, like, just looking back on the disclosure process over the past 20 years, it's interesting how there has been some stop-go to it over the years. It's almost like they get very close. It's like a cat trying to jump off a ledge or something. The cat kind of like moves back and forth and thinks like, should I do it? Should I not do it? Nope, I'm not going to do it. Right. But then other times they go for it. And in the case of catastrophic disclosure, that's where the cat kind of falls down. So I don't know. I mean, there has been stop go. And actually, you know what? The interesting thing is that back in 2000, well, up until about 2008 through 2010, there was simultaneously not only a political push towards disclosure, and Stephen Greer was an early part of that in the early 2000s, and there have been others, and Steve Bassett too during that time. Not only was there a political push towards disclosure, but I noticed at the exact same time on the alien side of things, like abductees and contactees, there was also an incredibly massive coordinated push amongst them to also push for disclosure. It was synchronized in a very strange way. And I think that was sort of leading up towards a possible 2010 contact scenario. But I do think that the cultural landscape in terms of people's belief systems, how they would react to it, what information they had available, it changed from their initial assumptions. And so therefore the risks were recalculated and they called it off. I mean, that's just my intuitive impression based on living through it and seeing both sides of it, both the human disclosure side and the alien contactee disclosure push, where, I mean, the pro-gray agenda propaganda that was out at the time was just amazing. I mean, it was coming from all angles. And some of you that lived through it will remember that. But what I'm saying is, I think they could have gone towards a potential disclosure point, but then it got called off. And then they had to, do like another, 5-10 year period before they tried again. So I'm saying that aliens or the NHIs do seem to want some degree of disclosure, but whatever they want, there's no way that it could be full disclosure, because if it's full disclosure, it would disclose a number of things. It would disclose that at least some factions amongst them have been up to some very nefarious things. It would disclose also our own government's or military's complicity in that. In other words, corrupt sectors of our deep black programs working with hostile, infiltrating, subversive, deceptive alien factions, right? I mean, if you want to have full disclosure, that stuff would have to come out as well, in addition to abductions and mass implantation, mind control, all the deeper, darker aspects of the rabbit hole. And I don't think there's any way that you can disclose that to the public without the system basically buckling under the weight of all that, right? So therefore, disclosure will most likely be partial. It'll be very limited. And because it is limited, where the public's not going to have the full picture, and therefore it's going to be walking into disclosure blindly, very naively, and therefore is almost like inviting a Trojan horse. But yeah, so to answer your question, I think they're keeping it secret because they want to control the narrative until the time is right for them to take control of the process.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tom. And then this will be a panel question. Anyone can jump in on this. If nobody takes it, then I'd like to Eric. We have Eric back in the space, and I'd like to hear from Steve again. if possible, do any of us here on the panel, what is the worst case scenario we can see coming with disclosure? So we're pushing and pushing and pushing. We want disclosure. We have to have disclosure. We have to have it. What is the worst case scenario? What are the implications? What are the outcomes? What is the fallout? And even though we must have it anyway, we should have these negative consequences in mind, and they should be there on the table for us to consider. Steve? Steve, I can't hear you. Sarah, can you chime in? Can you hear Steve?
I cannot hear Steve.
My mic turned off. I think when you don't use it for a while, it turns off automatically. It's back on now. Look, you can think of 100 different awful things that could come from it. And well, I suppose there's some logic into considering those, but life just isn't that way, you know. If we thought that way in life, we'd never leave the house in the morning, because the number of bad things that could happen to you between the time you leave the house in the morning and the time you get back, it's unlimited. But let me ground it just a little bit. This gentleman, Tom, I think very articulate, expressed some very complex ideas, very impressive. But let's simplify it. We, as a modern civilization, had absolute confirmation of the ET presence no later than 47. Now, it's possible 33, hearing about that. It might have been something else. But just for the sake of discussion, we know 47. We've got bodies, we've got craft. That means our U.S. government has now been fully aware of the ET reality, the ET presence, for 77 years. They have been studying it, thinking about it, planning it, gaming it. You can't imagine, right? For 77 years. So the U.S. government, in terms of our national security structures and what have you, the DOD, have had 3/4 of a century to consider how they're going to deal with, quote, disclosure. And that's as I define it, right? It's the confirmation by the president. It's not an article in the New York Times. And by the president, it'll be all the presidents. Once one head of state goes forward, the rest will follow. So they've had plenty, and the ETs know this. The ETs know that governments on this planet have had craft, possibly in most cases with bodies, and have been tracking us and sending our planes up to follow them. They know this. So no shock there. The ETs are also aware that the governments of this world have not confirmed it to their citizens. All right. That's pretty straightforward. You don't have to have an imagination or be conjecture there. That's pretty much obvious. So when you talk about the fact that they don't hide themselves completely, extremely good point. All right. That they put crop circles down year after year in the same fields in the UK, along with some of those human circles, but their stuff is better. Even though they know they're bringing cameras and ultralights and all kinds of stuff, this is obviously not an act you do if you're trying to remain hidden. And so they are allowing their presence to be seen and known for a reason. What would that reason be? I am going to put my money down on this. The ETs know the governments of the world, or the major ones, are fully aware of their presence. The ETs know that the governments have not confirmed this to their own citizens, and the ETs want that to happen. The ETs are making it hard for the disclosure process to be maintained by the government when they keep showing up. Like when they showed up over Washington in 52 for like 8 days, right? Because I think the ETs probably thought, well, you got a crashed vehicle, you got bodies, surely you're going to tell somebody, right? You're going to tell the New York Times. No. And we went 5 years, hoping nobody would figure it out. And all of a sudden they turn up over Washington for 7 days. Kind of bold, right? And that definitely caused an issue, and our government got all excited about it. But again, maintain the truth embargo. So I think the ETs want the truth embargo to end. And that is the reason that they are being seen. I consider that a positive thing. Why would they want it to end? Well, look, if they're going to engage us in a more complex way as a spacefaring civilization, you see, in the ancient Sumeria, Egypt, Picket, South America, whatever, all of the ancient interactions that I believe took place, we were an ancient civilization. We were interesting. Maybe they enjoyed being here, but in almost every case, we just looked at them and said, "You must be a god." And then things slow down for decades and decades, years and years and years. There's like not much happening. And then all of a sudden it picks up in the 20th century and goes completely viral in a sense after the bombs are dropped in Hiroshima. And so what we are seeing is the last 75 years of the presence of ETs before they become formally known to us, not only by ourselves, but by them, meaning open contact. And why this time? There are two reasons. Several reasons. One, we're an advanced civilization. We're not primitive, and they're not gods. And we're not going to call them gods. Two, we're spacefaring. Three, nuclear weapons, something I've hammered pretty hard. One of the things that's simply not appreciated enough is the connection between the ET's presence and activity and the nuclear weapons and the use of our weapons in 45. That's when things get going. And so there's a direct connection to that. So there is an outline of kind of how things are based upon relatively straightforward stuff and not a lot of speculation. And that's where I operate from. And based upon the contact reports that have come in by the hundreds of thousands, overall, if you look at those reports and you don't see a lot of awfulness, right? You just don't see it. Oh, some people are having a hard time. Some of the contactees have PTSD, like our troops have PTSD when they go to Iraq or go to a war and fight. And it's not good, but there's a reason for it. It's not capricious. They're not down here to cause PTSD in people, but they are doing something which can be a problem. But does that rise to the level of evil that humans are capable of doing? The level of evil that we can do is almost without limit. I mean, if I'm an ET, I would be scared to death of a human being because we are unbelievably dangerous. And the awful things we do is really quite extraordinary. And what's happening, and I understand that, is we're projecting ourselves onto them. A lot of the theories and thinking about ETs is based upon humans. Humans did this, humans did that. Maybe the ETs do that too. Let's hope they don't. And the evidence doesn't point to that. Right? And so, okay, disclosure is, for me, the confirmation by heads of state, which essentially ends the question of are we alone and opens up the doors to research and engagement, discussion and teaching and everything else, which has been denied. What comes after that? Well, what comes after that is everybody's going to read the books, watch the documentaries. There's going to be this huge learning curve, a steep learning curve, where the planet is going to learn as much as it can about this phenomenon and its history. The books will be open, the files will be out, and we'll just stuff ourselves with it. Kids will love it. It'll be taught in schools. It'll be on TV. And after about a year or so of that, humans, being humans, are going to be bored. It's like, oh my God, don't. I don't want to see another show about ETs. I know they're here. It's been nothing but ET for 12 months, 15 months. Please, I need something else. That's the way humans are. At that point, open contact takes place. And that's been my call all along. I put it at 1 to 2 years. I like 2, but it could be a year and a half. Open contact. What's that? Open contact is they are communicating with our authorities. I don't care how they're doing it, but the nature of that communication, the content of it is being conveyed to us. And so now we are aware of how our government is formally interacting with ETs. And now where that goes, I don't know. But I know that that's a lot. And so as far as I'm concerned, we have no other choice but to complete what I think the ETs want and what more and more people every year want. We need formal confirmation of ET presence by governments. And then after that, we can expect an enormous engagement by the public. And after that, we can expect open contact 2 years out. And people say, well, it sounds like science fiction. Not really. I read a lot of science fiction. This is almost boring. It's almost normal. This is exactly what you do. This is the way humans have engaged other humans on other continents. Of course, we tend to kill them when we get there. We do other things, but overall, we go, we see what's going on, we check it out, then we decide how to engage them and so forth. It's actually pretty basic. But the truth embargo creates a problem. The government's decision to lie about this and conceal it for 77 years has opened the door for an unlimited spectrum of speculations. Any conceivable possible theory could be true. That could be true. This could be true, and so forth. And while I don't blame people for doing that, it's human nature. But an endless string of speculations with no resolution is not how a society advances. Science doesn't work that way. If it worked that way, we couldn't probably even open a can of tuna, right? Let alone go to the moon. And so the truth embargo is counter science. It's counter productivity and efficiency. It's diverting. It's time wasting as people try to learn about stuff the government's known about for 50 years. And so I try to simplify it that way. And yeah, I can think of a dozen off the top of my head scenarios that we would learn 2 years from now where we would all climb into the closet, shut the door, and not want to come out. But I'm going to bet against it. I'm going to bet against it because logic says that if something truly awful is in the works, we would have already gotten pretty clear ideas about that. We've gotten indications, and that is not what we're getting. When ETs, and they've done it a dozen times or more, when they land a craft near a playground where kids are playing, and they've done this, and the kids naturally curious and run over, and they're near the craft, and the ETs literally come out of the craft and stand there and start projecting images into these kids that imply that things are not looking good, that there's problems down the line, there's destruction down the line, implying that we got to change our behavior. And these kids are carrying those memories in their head even to this day, and they're in their 40s and 50s. Is that the conduct of an evil species trying to wreak hell here? In fact, if you look at the overall contact reports, it is the contact of an advanced species that's trying to interact with us, trying to deal with us, trying to get us to a place because they fully understand we are incredibly dangerous to ourselves, not to them. We are a danger to the planet, not vice versa. And so they're engaging in a critical point to help us get our act together. Again, this is not evil. This is not demonic. This is basically a common sense interpretation of the fundamental evidence going back to 1947.
Thank you so much, Steve. I appreciate all the information you just brought to us on that topic. I do want to welcome Amy to the space. Amy is an abductee. I think she will likely want to push back on that narrative just a bit, and then I'd like to go to Tom on this as well. Go ahead, Amy. Welcome.
Hi. Just briefly, so just like a brief story, I basically had experiences all my life. And in 2016, I kind of had something happen that really just caused so much problems that I finally had to start looking into it, start doing my own research, because certainly no one was going to do it for me. You can't go to the cops. No one's going to do this for you. So it kind of falls on a lot of abductees to start researching and do it as methodically and scientifically as they can, given their limitations. And by limitations, I mean limitations in education, access to a lab. Even if you do have access to a lab, you can't be just doing your own experiments. That's a big no-no in biological labs. So basically what I did was I started to note down, because what basically triggered me to become more aware is that I started to get bruises. Now these were oval, basically thumbprint shape on the interior of the thigh, which is not an easy place to bruise. And the one that was particularly traumatic was after I had basically gone on a date with a guy. And I mean, obviously this is personal, but and the guy was not, at fault for this. And so I started, my first initial process was to check my body when I woke up and before I went to bed. And I was very methodical. You have to be. And so over the course of 2 weeks, I noticed that 60% of the bruises showed up while I was supposedly asleep. Of course, my natural next move was to go to a doctor and just let her know I'm getting bruises. So she ran all these blood tests and she said, there's nothing that's showing that you should have a bruise or you should be easily bruised. So I'm like, okay. So then my next I thought was that I was doing it myself. So I set up surveillance cameras to basically just watch myself sleep through the night to see what happens. And that's when things got really interesting because that's when I started to have power outages, file corruptions, whatever. And then over time, I noticed that there was a pattern. And the pattern was, it was like those electrical malfunctions or power outages were more likely to happen around the time that I should be ovulating. So, of course, my next step in investigation was to start testing my LH, luteinizing hormone. And this lets the woman know if she's about to ovulate because LH goes up and it shows positive on the test. And then next day she's ovulating. So I used that. I checked my basal temperature. Again, this is doing it very methodically and very scientifically. You have to. And no one's going to do it for you. That's the problem. So then I basically had positive strips match up with like power outages or some sort of file corruption or something, literally the day after a positive LH strip. So that over time, just basically the more I researched my own case, the more I was just like, okay, all this stuff that I've experienced all my life, it's starting to make sense, basically. So then my next step, and this is getting very personal because this is when, at this point, I hit a knowledge wall. So I actually went back to school to get a degree in cell and molecular biology, and my intention was to go into into forensics. But after looking into it, I realized that it's a very, very hard career to get into, and I just was not emotionally cut out to see, as is it Steven? Sorry, as you put it, humans do a lot of really bad things to each other. I was not ready to face that. But that education allowed me to go a little further in my investigation, and something that was consistently happening, and only a woman could tell you this, is a woman knows when something sexual happens. Like there's friction, there's skin abrasions, you feel it, right? So this is what I felt all my life, like starting when I was 12, really young. So, and again, this is getting very personal, but I got to a point where I'm like, I got to talk. I have to say stuff because I know there's other women out there with similar problems who are afraid they're just being emotionally and physically abused, and they assume there's something wrong with them. So my next one technique in forensics is they use to investigate rape cases, or they'll use it in homicide cases where rape was suspected, and they'll stain the region with a dye called toluidine blue or methylene blue, and it basically stains in the presence of nucleic acids. So when when the cell ruptures, so skin abrasions, the nucleic acids are exposed to stain. It's that region is stained, yada yada. So this was for my own personal, like I just needed to know for sure. So I started, like a proper scientist, I set up an experiment because by that point, I figured out what surveillance equipment they could or could not mess with. So I basically used battery powered surveillance, and because that's something for some reason they just don't mess with. And I used other things. And basically, my experiment was to stain, again, sorry to be personal, but this has to be said. I stained that region prior to, um, you know, starting the experiment. And of course, nothing was staining. So then I would use preventative measures, I call them. And then I would stop those measures and something inevitably happened. I would get bruises and I'd feel sore. I would stay in that region again. There was a pattern. And I did this over and over and over again to make sure that it wasn't just an anomalous thing. So that eventually confirmed to me that not only am I being messed with around ovulation, which is I never consented to that. And even if I maybe at one point did, I decided no, enough is enough. That was not good enough for them. And the abuse went way up when I started to use surveillance. And they use what I call pain compliance. It's actually used in the military. And it's basically um, they're digging their thumb into very sensitive parts of the body to create pain, but without serious injury. So, so that increased by a lot. So, but back to my point, they don't just take you around ovulation and mess with you. They're actually raping you like consistently. And it's not the grays, it's their hybrids that are doing it. It's the group that they are creating to basically infiltrate our society. And they're basically their soldiers. So I just want to like lay it out there. I know that you just have to take my word for it or not. I don't care. I just want to lay out that it's actually not that friendly. And there might be friendly groups, but in terms of what I've been through, and I know like what other women have been through, no, no. And that's why I'm just like, it actually scares me. It scares me because I feel like the type of disclosure they want is the type that where they gain more control. And once they have full control of our society, and this is to the level that they control their hybrids, we are in trouble, basically. And the full control is basically no one has weapons of defense, full censorship. I mean, they have thought censorship, not just, uh, verbal communication. So I just need to like present my story because I know there's other people out there with the similar story, and I feel like we need to be heard.
Amy, thank you so much. It takes a lot of courage and a lot of vulnerability to speak to absolute strangers in a space, people you will probably never meet in your real life. I very much appreciate you. I just want the space to be very clear. Amy is not the only one. We have men, women, and children being sexually assaulted. We're not even talking about, which by the way is not okay with me, being snatched out of our beds and being experimented on for our own good, maybe even just being treated like zoo animals. How far do we want to push that narrative? I'm not sure. But know that there is another narrative out there, and it's the one that Amy just presented. It is absolutely unacceptable behavior that we cannot make excuses for. We're talking about children. Amy was 12 years old, and there are children as young as 4 years old that I am aware of that this is happening to. Thank you so much, Amy. I won't even, Steve, if you want to jump in on that, this is not an attack on you. If not, we'll go to Reed and Tom and Jason. Thank you.
I'm happy to respond. I've again talked to a lot of contactees. I started my very first thing I did was go volunteer for John Mack's organization back in 1996. I'm aware of all the things that ETs. Well, I'm aware of a huge number of accounts of what they're doing. Just the fact that they're creating hybrid entities, implanting fertilized eggs with who knows what exactly is in those eggs into a woman's body, and then removing it, creating what would be a false pregnancy after a certain amount of time for whatever they're doing, based upon our laws, based upon the way we want to conduct our affairs, at least the good people here, because there's evil humans who would be happy to do that too. It's not good. No question about it. And it gets even worse, of course. You talk about the Me Too campaign, because women, whenever they claim to have been abused by a person of power, nobody would believe them. And eventually they started believing them, got the Me Too campaign, and which has helped a little bit. Well, I mean, who has more power than the ETs? And so essentially, contact, that aspect of it, particularly with women who are taking the brunt of this program, whatever they're doing, primarily women, the government, by denying the existence of it all, just there's no ETs here, there's nothing, so everything is happening is a delusion. They talk about not being listened to. So you've got women that are being treated this way. The government denies there's even an ETs here, and so they literally have to suffer through this their whole life in a way that even a Me Too victim who's victimized by some producer in Hollywood, it's even worse. So from that perspective, this is not good. No question. When I was talking earlier, though, I'm referring to the much more larger scale involvement. There's something huge going on here. There's no question. This is nothing like we know about, or practically maybe any humans known about. We are at this particular point when we're about to go into an arrangement and understanding or be engaged in an open way by extraterrestrials at the time that we're starfaring. It's a big deal. It's huge. The implications are massive. And on that level, the issue is, in terms of evil, if they wanted to destroy us, they could do it. Not a living person left on this planet alive. Hell, they could destroy virtually all living, at least above ground living material if they wanted to. They could enslave us. They could exploit us. There's almost nothing they cannot do to us. If you are a star-bearing civilization, it's not even a close contest. That we're not seeing. I don't think that's where it's going. But this other stuff is not cool either. Now, I'm going to make a little prediction. When we finally get disclosures from the president, the press will show up the next day en masse, packing every briefing room in Washington, D.C. Any room that has any briefing room that's any way connected to this. Senate, the House, the DOD, the CIA, pick it. They'll pack it, and they're going to be loaded with questions. And they're not going to be patient at all. And the reason they're going to have these questions is because of all the work that's been done, all the research that's been done. Just because you're a journalist doesn't mean you can't read Richard Dolan or watch a documentary. Oh, yeah, they know about this. And the questions are going to come fast and furious. And I'm going to predict you right now, the first day in multiple rooms, but certainly in the White House briefing room, a reporter is going to ask whoever's standing at that mic, well, given the announcement that the president gave us, we've heard about ETs taking people or abducting people and doing things. Is that true? And I assure you the answer will be yes. And then the next question may be, well, why didn't you do something about it? And the answer is probably going to be, there's nothing we could do about it. And thus begins the era in which women and people who have had this experience now can be heard. Now they can get some support from their society, right? And that's going to make it a little better. It's not going to take away the post-traumatic stress. It's not going to take the experience, but at least they'll have some social support, which the truth embargo has denied them. But then that leads to a very obvious next question that may be asked, but the can't be answered yet. Can this stop? Will it stop? Is there a possibility it will stop? Only the ETs can answer that. I can't. But I can say this. There is a realistic possibility that once we have had disclosure, once we have engaged this issue planet-wide and gotten up to speed, and open contact takes place. So now we're in a whole nother place. This phenomenon may end. It's possible that upon disclosure, it may end. And the simple explanation or possibility, the reason for that is that what they're doing, there's a lot more that could be done to interfere with this abduction, hybrid, and genetic work. But we don't do it because the government doesn't even acknowledge they exist. And people try stuff. They set up cameras and they learn that they get up in the middle of the night and turn them off. They tie themselves to the bed, then they untie themselves. There's a much higher level of ways to interfere. And it may be after disclosure, the ETs, for pragmatic reasons, or maybe because it's the right thing to do, stop it. And there won't be any more of those kinds of abductions. But I know this. If we don't get disclosure, I have no reason to think it won't go on indefinitely. Now,
Thank you,
yeah.
Steve. I'd like to, if it's okay, go to Reed, and then I think it was Jason who have their hands up. That's all I'm seeing, unless anyone else is seeing hands.
Yeah, thanks. Just want to respond to a few things. Sorry, I'm at the gym in between sets, and I couldn't keep myself away. But such is the nature of a 12-hour Twitter space that you'll be where you're at when it's time to speak. So sorry if I'm hopping through this. I don't think we can assume that the record of voluntary abductee reports suggests a primarily benevolent set of experiences. I mean, not least to mention the John Mack's study, one of them, 70% of participants reported a negative experience from abductions. But even if we go on more recent research that's been done, it would be too naive to assume that, well, whoever came forward and whatever they said represents a true and accurate distribution of population impact and exposure and experience. I mean, the negative connotations with reporting with your name rape by a non-human entity are so considerable. I can't imagine the courage that Amy just expressed bringing that forward to this group. And I commend her for it. And she's a researcher, and she's even attempted to not only research, but conduct experiments in her own life to see the effect upon the evolution of the experience for herself. But how many abductees would have that courage, that skill set, that willingness? How many have compartmentalized it in a super traumatic sense within themselves? So we just can't. We have to be smarter than just saying, well, look what's reported in the Free study, for example. It's majority positive. There you go, right? We're beyond that. And I commend Tom's views and some of what he brought up there. I was listening. And we're dealing with a sentience that has itself maintained secrecy and has worked with governments to that end, competing governments, defense intelligence agencies. I mean, this is an intelligent entity. And so if we want to walk into disclosure with basically just disclosure hooray, we could. And I'm for disclosure. It is a very important mile marker, but it's not the end of the race by any means. And I am concerned that not enough people have access to a true record of the intimate impact this phenomenon has had on real people, real men and women and children. There are so many unknowns that are about to get blown into public view. There are an estimated 600,000 people going missing in the United States. There are 4,500 unidentified bodies recovered annually, right? Who are those people? Is human trafficking connected? Is it partly cover? Is it disconnected? All are possible. But I just want to account for that and just encourage us to walk into disclosure with this kind of sober and realistic assessment of the true actors at play, because NHI is most certainly an active actor. And I think I know a lot's been said about, do they want disclosure? Have they already been, in a sense, disclosing? I'll back Tom up on that question about why all the lights, right? An entity that can cloak themselves effectively and evade all government ability, at least for some decades, to track and monitor and impede their movements in the world. Why are they flying over cities, flashing little red, green, yellow lights on people? I mean, this is a statement. And many would say it's a sign of benevolent intent, or, they're trying to get our attention. That's possible. It's also possible it's a show of force. It's also possible it's connected to government inability to restrain those transits and those shows of force to population as leverage, in the bargaining room. So there's just a lot on the table. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Reed. I do want to give Amy the opportunity to respond either to Steve or Reed, or any other thoughts you might have on this before we get to Tom and Jason.
Well, I mean, we also, I think this whole situation is super complicated, and there's likely multiple groups. So where one group is benevolent and has no program whatsoever, but there's another group where they implant and they track their project over a lifetime, over generations, and they basically perceive that project as their property, like we would perceive a cow as our property, except we're not abusing, or someone should be hanged if they do. An animal, they are. So that's something to consider as well, is, we don't know who's who. And so to assume that one case was benevolent, so they must all be benevolent, and vice versa as well. I think there are benevolent groups, absolutely. I am the unfortunate person not to be in contact with them. So, and again, when someone has this sense of ownership of their property, and say another human saw abuse and they wanted to stop it, but there's literally nothing they could do because there are laws in place, security, that animal's tracked. So if someone does try to intervene, a bigger force will stop them or even murder them. Like, that is a possibility, because frankly, we have those kind of interactions with our animals and with each other. Someone's gonna come and take your animal. I mean, obviously we have, certain protective rights, but maybe they don't. Like maybe the benevolent ones really can't help those that are being abused. And so I think that's another thing, is not to oversimplify and to accept that there are possibilities, that there's various groups, various cultures that are playing into this, not just one.
Thank you, Amy. I don't know who's first, Jason or Tom.
I think it was me. Is it Jason? Anyway, Amy, everybody who's been an abductee, I just want to address you guys that, this almost brings me to tears. To me, this is very abusive. Women suffer this way more than anybody else. I know men have been treated badly as well in abduction cases. I don't want to expound on, intellectualizing what you've been through. I mean, it's abusive enough. All I can say is I'm really hoping that at some point, well, at least if I have my way, or maybe somebody else can start a fund, which is what I'm trying to do after the movie's out with me in it, from James Fox's. I want to start a fund that helps whistleblowers, but you have just made me realize that we need to extend that to folks like yourself. I know doctors who would treat you for free, and perhaps it would also help the effort to identify the data they need to prove that this is definitely going on, because there may be some trace evidence of these abductions, and maybe, the female version of the abductions would be more telling than some of the male abductions. And that's something I think would be very useful, and to at least start down a track that there is something going on here. And it may even, help in the long run, just like when, young ladies are found in human trafficking and they find their voice. That's the way I look at you, Amy, and any other abductees out there that are listening. And you deserve that honor because you've been through something very abusive. But so I'm holding out a hope that perhaps we'll be able to get some kind of funding and get some kind of medical care for you guys. And whether that's trauma or whether it's physical, I don't care. That's not the question. It's just you guys need a place to land just as much as anyone else. And I just wanted to say that to the group. And that's kind of all I wanted to say about everything that you guys were talking about.
Just taking a breath there. Thank you, Jason. Tom?
Yeah, thank you, Jason, and thank you, Amy, for recapitulating the story for everyone. It's pretty heavy, and it does kind of point out an important thing that anyone who is pro-disclosure needs to consider, which is that, okay, so on the one hand, yes, the government truth embargo absolutely 100% needs to end. Anyone who is fighting for that is fighting for good. Okay, I believe that. At the same time, from the government side of things, they might explain it away as, oh, we're trying to prevent a catastrophic fallout by throttling the truth, so you kind of release only a little bit and therefore it's not going to disturb the system too much. Well, I would say don't throttle the truth, put it all out there, but instead mitigate the fallout. Have a support structure in place. Have a way for there to be accountability so that you don't just put the truth out there and leave it hanging and leaving people panicking and angry and starting to burn down government buildings or something. If you have an official, real accountability system in place and a support system in place, and you assure people that something is being done or can be done, there's a way to clean it up, even if the road is long, then you're not going to have the level of chaos that some people are expecting. And of course, it spirals out into other consequences as well, like, for example, the oil industry or the energy sector, where, yes, if aliens are real, then therefore that technology exists, so therefore alternative exotic propulsion exists, and possibly even free energy exists, so therefore there'll be a problem there. But that can also be mitigated through a window or a period of extreme innovation, even preceding it, that gets people used to, brand new technologies that fall into place and, makes the system much more pliable to change than it otherwise would be. Okay, but here's the thing. In order to mitigate these issues, you have to consider truths that are also worrying or dangerous so that you can do something about them, right? So, for example, like what Amy's talking about, or, cattle mutilations, or David Paulides and his research on the missing 411, where people go missing all over the place, including especially in national parks, for example, and there's a conspiracy amongst the National Park Service to cover up a lot of these missing people cases, which have a lot to do with NHI activity in those regions, right? There's a lot of negative stuff going on, but I think one of the more nefarious aspects of it is when someone gets abducted, they think they have a good experience, but it turns out that's a total lie, and their mind has actually been messed with to ensure that they don't remember what actually happened during the experience. And it gets even worse from there, because there are people in that situation where not only are they lied to about what happened to them, but they are further groomed and programmed in life to become mouthpieces for their alien abusers, to actually pitch for them, to sell them to the general population, right? It's I mean, that it's not just physical rape, it's mental, psychological, cultural rape that is happening at that level. So the thing is, it's not like you don't have to ignore that to push disclosure. You just have to say, okay, well, if that is a fact, if that is happening, then yes, we will go through disclosure. We will try to get that out there, and then we will make sure that there is some degree of assurance, accountability, support to deal with truths like that, right? So we can put it all out on the table and then just figure out how to deal with the fallout after that. Because on the one hand, yes, there has been a government truth embargo, but at the same time, it seems there has also been an alien truth embargo, and that also has to end.
Hey, Eric, you had your hand up. You could go ahead. And then I do have a question for Steve. Hey, Steve, this is Courtney from the hearing. I'm not sure if you remember me or not, but I have a couple questions for you.
Okay, fire away.
Eric, you go ahead first. You had your hand up, and then I'll follow on to you. Eric, I'm not sure if you're talking, but we can't hear you.
Yes, we can't hear you, Eric. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll go ahead and jump in, and I'll ask Steve a question. If this was already covered, guys, when I was out, then let me know. But so, Steve, one of the things that we're seeing particularly in the lobbying community, individuals who are either working for organizations in an orchestrated effort, or people who are working in their own districts and certain UAP disclosure friendly constituencies. I wanted to ask you, because this is something I picked up when I was at the Soul Symposium, there was conspicuous absence of discussion around abductees, experiencers, this whole history. And Whitley Strieber was there at the Soul Symposium, and he said that this was not palatable, that Gary Nolan said this was not palatable in Washington, D.C. at all, about civil rights and experiencer issues. And so I'm concerned because we're seeing like leading edge legislation going in now for whistleblowers, and it's strong. There is a new draft, but experiencers are once again left out. And so what are your suggestions on the legislative piece to stop this blockade and the truth embargo for the experiencer issue particularly? Because it seems to be a very conscious effort not to bring it up at this time.
You're right. There is. What we're going through is, as I've said many times, the solution to the truth embargo is political. It's not about science. It's not about stacking reports and studies and everything, and doing case studies and making document. You can make them all day long. You could stack the evidence to the roof. Wouldn't matter. The government's policy is there's no there, period, go away. And the truth embargo, ending it, is a political process. It's not a scientific process, which means that it suffers from all the slings and arrows and issues that come with this political process. Now, it doesn't help that for a good part of the last 75 years, our political structure was so dysfunctional. They could barely vote on, whether, you take a bathroom break or something. I mean, it's our inability to fix things and to function has been significantly undermined by political and institutional dysfunction. That's not the ET's fault. That's ours. So we have to get a political solution to this issue in the context of the United States government. Now, there are other governments out there that are not or different. Canada, the parliamentary systems and so forth of Canada, the UK, and elsewhere, I mean, they might have a little bit more flexibility, but they have chosen not to go here. I believe the answer is they deferred to the U.S. In other words, an understanding was put together very early. Look, this is our call. We're the defenders of the West. We're the defenders of democracy. We're the only power can thwart communist and Soviet Union nukes. So this is our call, and they've deferred to us. So it's fallen on us. Okay, fine. They can break ranks anytime they want, but they've chosen not to. And so we've got to go through this process where we prepare for disclosure, and we have to go through it in a political way. And the simple truth is that just the acronym UFO and all the stigma that had been attached to it in the early days of the truth embargo, the tinfoil hat stuff, the demeaning, the insults, all that kind of stuff, which is not confined to just this issue. There are other entities and cultures and societies get treated this way. It's awful. It's terrible. No question about it. But it took years just to get past that. It was only recently that we were able to get enough people using the term UAP, unidentified aerial phenomena, which eventually became unidentified anomalous phenomena, which is conveniently also UAP and the correct ultimate term, just to get that in play. Why? Because for most of the last 70 some years, a journalist or a politician couldn't even utter the acronym. They couldn't walk out in front of a camera and say, I've been reading a book about UFOs. Boom. I mean, this truth embargo is serious. It's not casual. It is a major, serious policy of the United States conducted in a way that would work within a democracy or basically constitutional democracy. If we were a dictatorship, it would be easy. There are no UFOs. If you think so, we'll kill you. If you utter the phrase, we'll kill you. But no, they had to do it, strung it out. All these decades was hard. And finally, we get to the point where we can possibly get this done. And compromises had to be made. In other words, if you're going to get the politicians on board, if you're going to get the coverage from the New York Times, then you got to stay with those areas that they can be comfortable with. From the standpoint of the politicians, national security. So you kept seeing referrals to potential threat. Sometimes you'd hear threat, but that's a mistake. It's a potential threat, right? And interference with airplanes, things like that. This is a safe political method. And so we went that way, and that helped them get involved. And so the politicians got involved. More journalists wrote about it. The simple truth, whether it's right or wrong, doesn't matter. The simple truth, if Chris Mellon had gone up to the Hill with 20 or 30 contactees to brief members of Congress on all their contactee experiences, most of which were bad, would that have helped get to hearings? No, it wouldn't. They had to run screaming down the hall and hid in the bathroom. That's just the reality of it. And so the contact experience, of which I am quite aware, and most everybody in this field is aware, and members of Congress are not unaware, has had to take, how can you put it? It's had to step aside for a while until we can get through to disclosure. Otherwise, we're not going to get there. And the list of things you can't get done because it can't be phrased in the right way or doesn't make politicians comfortable so they don't do anything about it is a long list. We've got rotten political system. Trust me, it's awful. I want to change it, but it is what it is for right now. But I can say something with high confidence, and I alluded to it before. You can be assured that a lot of people, not the least of which is me, that almost immediately after disclosure takes place, maybe I party for 48 hours, I don't know, the contact stuff is going to be put in play. We're going to absolutely ensure that it's in play. And I think the media will do the same thing. And so once the disclosure is done and we've gotten over that hurdle and everybody knows the ET's here, people bringing up the fact, well, yeah, they're here, but you want to know some of the things they're doing. And a lot of people say, yeah, we kind of know what they're doing, but you want to talk about it. Yeah, we can talk about it now. That's the way it's going to have to go down. And I don't blame any contactee for saying, Jesus, what about me? Look what I've gone through. What are you going to do about me? Hey, as you say, it took decades and decades just for Hollywood women actresses to get some sort of response and deal with the endless abuse they were getting under the Hollywood system. It took years. And that was human. That was right in our culture, totally under our laws. But I just promise you, I believe me, and I can speak for many of my colleagues. The abduction issue, the contact issue, is not going to be left on the side table once we get disclosure. It's going to be put right up there up front, and the government knows that. And I assume they're preparing their response to that. It's not going to be easy. I mean, put yourself in the government's shoes. I'm being abducted. Why didn't you do something about it? And the answer is there's nothing we could do about it. Do you think any person in government wants to say that? No. But we're talking about extraterrestrials here. We're not talking about Germans or Indians. I mean, Indians, Chinese or whatever the hell. We're talking about extraterrestrials, star-faring, advanced civilizations, maybe 1,000, 2, 5, 10,000 years ahead of us. It's easy to forget that. But because of that, we've got to get this done in a way that will get it done. But I'm not going to allow contact to be forgotten. The ET, and I expect, well, first of all, after disclosure, contactees are going to come forward and rapidly come forward in huge numbers. There's no more barrier. They'll be vindicated. They'll be popular. People want to talk to them, right? Because who better knows about ETs than contactees? They will get some relief. They will get some appreciation. Does that take away their pain or their PTSD? No, it doesn't, but it doesn't hurt. And so that is coming.
Great. So what's the battle plan for when it does come? Are you guys, are these groups that are lobbying Congress, are they working on some kind of battle plan for that in the next phase, or has that not been broached yet? And if so, who's doing it?
Well, look, I wouldn't call it a battle plan, but right now, say Danny Sheehan and the New Paradigm Institute, they're focusing on the legal stuff to get disclosure. They're writing additional legislation to protect witnesses. They're not the only one, but you're going to see more legislation to protect witnesses, okay? Because witnesses are essential to the disclosure process, not only getting to disclosure, capital D, but witnesses being willing to come forward post-disclosure, right, and be able to talk freely. I have no doubt that an amnesty bill will be put together and proposed very quickly. Amnesty meaning fundamental protection. If you come forward or what have you, and you speak about something, you're not going to have a problem. But then you're going to have truth and reconciliation legislation. I'm sure that's going to be put together very quickly. What's the difference? The difference is truth and reconciliation language or law is to deal with people. It's not that they just have something to say, but these are people that committed crimes, define crimes under the law in service to the truth embargo. I don't think there's a lot, but I think there are some without question. And we want to know what they know. We want to know the history of that. And so very much like South Africa, they'll pass a truth and reconciliation bill, meaning if I don't know if you were involved in some MJ12 or rather, the program where there might have been participation between humans and ETs in terms of abductions, anything like that. That clearly is illegal and wrong. If you come forward and tell everything, all the truth, all the details, you will be reconciled to society. It doesn't mean that people are going to invite you to parties, but it means that you're reconciled to society. You can live your life. You can move forward. We're probably going to have that as well. And then in terms of the contactees, there's all kinds of ways to go there. First of all, there should be immediate legislation to fund programs to deal with any contactees that are suffering psychologically, exactly as we have programs for war veterans that are suffering psychologically. There could be programs that could help those that have their lives have been pretty much ruined and they don't have much money. There could be some of that. Okay. There are a number of things like that. One of the things, though, that I think needs to happen, and I think will happen, is the number of contactees is very large. I happen to think in the world it's in the millions living, but the vast majority of them are in the closet still. Post-disclosure, that changes. I would hope and expect that contactees would immediately start networking, getting together, and from that would emerge a political activist movement. In other words, contactees will create an activist movement to serve the needs of contactees in order to exert political pressure. 501c3, 501c4. Why not? So you literally have a political contactee lobbying effort to lobby on their behalf. Why not? There's a lot of them. I'm sure some of them have resources. I would expect them to do that as well. Some organizations may add lobbying on their behalf to their agenda. That's possible too. But this will happen. It has to happen. You see, the contactee stuff has been out for a long time. It's no mystery. And by the way, let me add something else. You know, you heard about the MyLabs program and the fact that somehow they were going out and abducting people in order to, because they couldn't just walk up the door and say, I'm from the Air Force, tell me about your abduction, but they're having to simulate them. Possible. But it's also the case that the government has their own contactees. In other words, contactees are every walk of life, every walk of society. Poor, rich, right? Women, men. That includes people that work for government. That includes people that work for government with high classification. And so there are people that have come forward within the government who have high classification status and told their superiors that I'm a contactee. And the reaction to them would be, thank you very much. We're going to give you a corner office. We're boosting your salary. We're increasing your rank. Now let's sit down and you tell us everything that you know. Because you see, someone in government in a classified status can speak freely to the government without any concern, and the government has no concern of it being out. And so they have had people like that. Now, is Jim Semivan one of them? Jim Semivan's a contactee. Did he brief the CIA about his contact experience? I don't know, but he's an example of somebody who's a contactee that was in the deepest part of the CIA. So they have had their own contactees. They've been gathering information. So it's not as if it's going to be, we have disclosure and the next day people are saying, wait a minute, are they abducting people? No. The government knows it. We know it. The contactees know it. And to a certain degree, a lot of the media knows it because there are a number of stories that have been written about abduction, even in larger press, but not a lot. I get it. So this is the circumstance. This is the reality of it. Could it be better? Should they be included more? I don't know. I can't say. I know that the difficulty to get our government to finally end this truth embargo has been very tough. We've got a plan. It's working. So I would ask the contactees, could you be a little more patient? Your day will come. You will be heard. And maybe you can get help. And I'll be fully supportive of that, most certainly.
Marshall, go ahead. You were next.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we gotcha.
Okay, good. Thank you. I think this conversation is very important. And one of the things I really want to emphasize regarding an unknown phenomenon like this that claims to offer so much and promise so much, and yet is doing so many things behind the scenes that is really reprehensible and dangerous and destructive to people, is you can't want anything from it. And I've said this to many people, even on interviews with my interviewer, and I can tell that it's a step back for people because they often want something, some payout from this, some benefit, something we can't give ourselves, some solution that we can't produce ourselves, some gift of technology that will make a big difference in the world, or some healing force or healing power that will help to restore humanity. And that narrative is very predominant with abductees. And for some people, they're totally given to it and believing in it. But I really want to recommend for all of us here, as we're in this kind of chat together, to not want anything from this intervention. Because when you do that, you begin to gain the eyes to see things you couldn't see before. You become open to considering, recognizing things that may not have been apparent before. So your objectivity begins to open up this panorama more thoroughly. And I think this is very, very important. It's actually, it's almost like a discipline. And of course, this also has to do with establishing relationships with people, This kind of objectivity is very rare, rarely practiced, but is really important. So I would warn against making any deal with this intervention. It is what it is. It does what it does. It hasn't changed. It's not likely to change. Its goals are the same. It considers us an inferior race who's violent and destructive and can only be managed, not destroyed, but managed. And that is actually, in my view, that's exactly what the game plan is. And they may, in the interim, give us a sense of value or meaning or purpose to them. But 80 years demonstrates their intent, their process, and ultimately their objectives. So I really want to share that with you. That's my view. I wish it wasn't my view because it makes my life more difficult. And I find myself to be a very lone voice out there presenting this information because it's not what people really want to hear. And some people are very invested in thinking that this intervention is the salvation for humanity or has things to offer us that we can't provide for ourselves. So I'm going against the grain of public desires and preferences, but I think this truth is based upon the reality of our experience thus far, which should not be neglected and should be revealed as much as can be done without harming people and their privacy. So that's my recommendation. And I know I'm speaking to a group of people who can hear this and not be offended by it. And this objectivity, I think, is really what gives us the ability to use a deeper intelligence within us called knowledge, which has nothing to do with our personal preferences, can see clearly and guide us in matters of great uncertainty, great difficulty, and navigate a changing world with great difficulty and uncertainty. So we have the power to deal with this, but we can't be seduced by it. And likewise, we can't be defeated by it either. So it can't be desire or fear that takes us out of the picture, because what some of you know, what we may know, could have a huge bearing on the outcome for humanity over time, not immediately, but over time. So somebody has to see clearly and look at the evidence and base the assessment on that and have a very a very logical approach to this rather than a preferential approach. In that way, we can begin to see things that were not apparent to us before. Thank you.
Thank you, Marshall. Jason, you had your hand up. If not, or when you're done, there's a couple of questions I'd like to pose from the audience.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a little more to what I'd said is you guys kind of touched on it. That's why I put my hand back down. Just that both whistleblowers and abductees, everybody that's been a part of this knows that it's difficult for the government to even recognize that there's a problem. And that's why we kind of have to help ourselves and kind of gather around people that we know are suffering, either from the program or from the NHIs themselves. And I just wanted to really kind of hit that point home that until I guess we get to some disclosure, we're going to have to kind of help ourselves just as we always do. You have to just pick up your friends and try to, help them as much as possible. And I think that's where we're at when it comes to how much we can ask of the government, how much we can ask of ourselves. And that's the only thing I wanted to add to the whole conversation.
Thank you, Jason. The next question I'm going to put to the panel. This is from God Sauce. They are asking, why are there no benevolent aliens? There seems to be levels of hypocrisy wherein entities who know of or helped with abuses and ongoing interference hide behind a prime directive which preaches of autonomy and isolated growth. It allows for more of the same, right? Question mark. I don't know who wants to take that on first. Benevolent.
Well, I can just go first. So it is my understanding, it's my understanding that there very likely are benevolent forces either out there or even operant on Earth. However, because this is a very hostile environment here due to government black ops, weaponry technology and surveillance and monitoring and satellites and hostile ET factions, they're not going to be necessarily 3D spacemen, pure extraterrestrial. They would have to have some sort of either psychic ability or technology to evade such attack risks. Okay, meaning also that they would be extremely discreet, very covert. And Jason, I think your mic is on.
You're right. Sorry.
No worries. So I think they would be extremely discreet and very covert, and therefore they wouldn't leave much of a footprint in our culture, and even in the UFO contactee and abduction field. Now, here's the thing. Yes, you have things like the FREE study, where it's set up to about 70% of abductees or contactees reported positive experiences. However, with those, you also have to factor in and therefore filter out signs of there being screen memories, potential mind control, post-hypnotic programming, like typical alien deception tactics. So once you screen those out, maybe theoretically, let's say you're left with, I don't know, like 5%, 10% that are positive, which would indicate that yes, there are benevolent entities, but it is smaller than we commonly assume. And not only that, but there is a significant factor of potentially hostile beings that are pretending to be positive and that are masquerading as such and programming people to think that these experiences are positive. And that's sort of a dangerous thing because as far as disclosure goes, if disclosure ever gets to the point of admitting that yes, abductions are real, contacts are real, now let's listen to these abductees and contactees to see what they say about our alien forces, then you have to realize that, well, the official policy could be steered by potentially false narratives that are being seeded right now by these very same NHIs that would benefit from the disclosure process. So we have to be careful about any potential for deception, right? Any sort of we have to filter out the false positives, literally the false positives. We have to filter that out so that we are left with a reasonable estimation of what the genuine benevolence are, and therefore whether they are even ones that could help us and how they would help us and so on. And then that would then help us determine a suitable criteria for distinguishing between one force or another. But here's the thing. I mean, if we just simply don't know, if we don't have enough data, then we should definitely play it safe and err on the side of mitigating all risks, by default assuming that pretty much any NHI presence is potentially hostile. So therefore you do have to put certain criteria in place for mitigating that, because if you assume that it's all positive, then you're not going to have any criteria whatsoever for the negative possibility. And that's one of the things that I worry about with the Stephen Greer viewpoint, which is the idea that pretty much all NHIs are positive, and it's only the military and the government that's bad. Well, if you take that viewpoint, then you're not going to have any safeguards against the negative possibility. So therefore, if you assume or believe based on the data, which I believe because I've had my own experiences and worked with so many other experiencers as well, if you believe that there are benevolent forces, but there's also negative ones that are pretending to be positive, then the ultimate question that arises is how do you distinguish one from the other, if that's the case? And it's a very tricky and very subtle thing, and I think it might end up causing a lot of paranoia and confusion. But I think it's a wall that we will have to go through eventually to arrive at a place where we are secure in our knowledge and our wisdom of how to adequately handle NHI forces.
Thank you. Anyone else want to jump in on this question? Okay, no
Wait, I
worries.
have something I would like
Oh.
to say. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
I think we have to understand that no one in the universe is going to come and save us. And anyone who professes to do that is here for their own purposes and their own benefit. So we have to grow up as a race. This is our planet. If we're going to take management of it, maintain management of it, be the stewards of this world, continue to be the stewards, we're going to have to take on that level of accountability and responsibility. What a foreign power can do is demonstrated by the Allies of Humanity, which shares us wisdom about life in the universe, how we should consider visitation, how we consider intervention, what we need to know about those forces around us that could be beneficial in the future, and those forces who seek to take advantage of us in our hour of need. So this is just very important because if we keep looking to the universe for salvation, we are basically inviting intervention, and that intervention, as all interventions seem to prove themselves to be, is for its own benefit and its own success. So this is something I think is we have to walk around within ourselves. Can human beings will go through hell in this century is going to be very tough. It's going to be a lot of collapsing, a lot of reevaluation, a lot of damage, much lost life probably. And I believe we're all here to be a part of that. We were sent into the world to be a part of that, to live at this time under these circumstances, and not to be in constant complaint about the way things are. That we were sent into the world at a time of intervention. And those of you who are gathered here have had the burden and the benefit of learning about that already to a certain extent. So this is our time to really make a difference with the things we know and feel and reach out to other people, because this is a power to the people situation. I mean, if people acquiesce to the intervention, there's nothing the government can do. Ultimately, the people will elect politicians that support the intervention if they're given to it themselves. And there's a real danger of that. So I really want to emphasize that no one should be messing with us in our world. No foreign presence, no free nation would do that, because they would want to protect our sovereignty and the responsibility that we have to manage this planet and learn to do it successfully under great duress. And we are now facing great duress. We have a failing environment, we have a warming world, and we have competition from the universe around us that you can't negotiate with. They care nothing for us. We're just a workforce to be employed. So don't think that we'll ever be able to manage the world on equal terms with shared authority with this intervening force. That is not possible. That is going against 80 years of showing us just the contrary, that we're being ignored, we're not being recognized, they don't care for our views, they don't want to share power with us. That is so important to know. So I want to add that as well. So this is a time for me that I see it as a time of becoming empowered and becoming responsible, becoming sober about the reality of contact. It's inevitable. As soon as you begin to venture out into space, or in our case, as soon as you begin to degrade your planet, others will come seeking opportunity. And that's just life. You know, life isn't different out there. Some things are different, but survival is survival, and competition is competition. Perhaps war has been controlled to a certain degree in our region of space, which the Allies of Humanities emphasize, but the degree of competition, the search for resources, is incredibly intense. The powers of persuasion are incredibly intense. So this is the universe we're going to emerge into. It's not a magic kingdom out there. It's not an arena of enlightened races who will welcome us into their fold. I mean, this is not a fairy tale. This is life. And so this is my view. This is how I see things. And it gives me a certain clarity about the situation that I don't think I would have otherwise. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Marshall. Jason?
Yeah, at least from my viewpoint, I don't think every other race is driven in general by, just resources or, enslaving us or things like this. I mean, yeah, there's some reason to believe that some of them did that, maybe in the ancient past. But I also believe that I've had contact with ones that are very kind and loving and do care for us, but they're not intervening either, as everybody knows. And I think that it goes back to what does disclosure actually bring us? I mean, to me, I think it just brings the politicians and the people in the military to account and to tell the truth. It doesn't solve the NHI issue at all. The only thing that kind of solves the NHI issue and would attract more of the loving and kind ones would be probably seeing us get our own act together, just like when you see you've raised your child and they're learning how to live life properly and they're not screwing up, and they're doing quite well. They still get things wrong, but they in general, they can stand on their own 2 feet. And that's something we can do today. And we don't need government's permission to do. but we know that it affects this issue in a large sense, because if the program people don't trust us with the information and the NHI don't trust us to even make a public appearance, we have to ask ourselves why. And that's why I've always kind of harped on the fact that this is really about us. And it's really about each of us getting to grips with, that's what this issue really does. It should bring some profound self-thought and meditation. And if you really want disclosure and you really want to meet these others, at least the ones that are good and want to help us without taking away our freedoms, we got to earn that. And I think that's the problem, is people don't want to earn it. They just want something for free at the supermarket again. And that's not, obviously we've been through millennia of this, and that's not what's happening. We're not getting a free hamburger at the corner. They're obviously waiting for something. And I do agree also with what Steve was saying, that we'd be annihilated if they wanted us to be annihilated. That's not what we're seeing. The proof is on the other side, that they're waiting for something. And there's some of them that are probably wish for us a brighter future, one where they can kind of, when we're ready, can join with us. And then there's probably the other set that are like, yeah, I thought they'd never make it. Time to take over, guys. Get out the way. Let's just start shooting them and enslaving them, put a yoke around their neck. I'm sure there's some factions that are like that as well, but it's not all of them. And I'm pretty sure that even out in the galaxy, they'd be much like we are. They probably fought wars amongst themselves over the same issues of humanity and other races wanting to overcome their, and take over resources and planets. Who knows? The universe could probably be filled with millions of different species out there, and we're just not aware of it because we've barely gotten beyond, the confines of this, our cloud layer. So we got to think about all these things, but most of all, we need to think about, what does this really mean? What are we really asking of our government? And if we do get our wish for disclosure, I think it's just going to result in, okay, well, they lied to us. Well, duh. Yeah, we kind of already know that already. But is it going to fix the fact that if they do reveal that, yeah, we're not alone, we're still stuck stuck with the question about, well, why won't they talk to us?
Which brings me to, I'm going to jump in here. This is for the panel. Steve had written us. He says, I advocate that you set a baseline of understanding that starts with Sands's revelations. And so Steve, Marshall, Tom, Steve points out that the NHI are working with the U.S. government, that multiple NHI factions exist within different agendas. One NHI faction is reverse engineering other NHI factions' tech. NHI can communicate with humans via telepath. One NHI group has threatened the program members with death if they do not return their tech and the bodies within the coming years. This is an inherent risk built into the program. The idea we just don't know what's going on is outdated and obsolete. How can we hammer this home? And I bring this to you. Steve is elevating this. Like, we already know they're real. We already know they're working within the U.S. government. How do we hammer this home? Tom, I'm taking this to you first.
So when you say hammer it home, are we talking about convincing the general population, or are we talking about more like a government disclosure, or more like just individuals, whoever wants to dip their toes into it, try to learn how to convince them? Which one do you think we're talking about?
I think basically I think we're talking about, in this space right now, we no longer need to say if they're real. Are they working within the U.S. government? We know that they are. We know that they are real. So where are we going from here? I guess let's just rip the Band-Aid off.
Okay, well, personally, in my opinion, I do think that the hostile NHI factions are working with very equally hostile human government, military, shadow military factions, that they are colluding on joint projects to, I mean, it's like big psychopaths and little psychopaths. It's like they're kind of working in tandem towards that. And so therefore, whatever the NHI agenda is, I believe that they would have their respective proxies here within our government and also within our society. Okay, even talking about, let's say, certain opinion leaders or influencers within the exopolitical or ufology movement that might be steering disclosure in the direction of these negative NHI agendas. Okay, so I think if I had the ability to do anything about it, what I would do is I would start at the human, political, cultural level and knock out that support, mainly by countering a lot of the disinformation, the misconceptions that are out there, and to elevate the intelligence and awareness quotient of the population so that we are relatively immunized to a lot of the deception tactics that could be used on us during and after disclosure. Secondly, I would also push for disclosure of the human corrupt element, exposing that fully. I mean, some people call it the deep state or others call it the dark state, whatever. That element of it, if you can expose that and disempower it, whether it's through some sort of amnesty and truth and reconciliation process or actual accountability and prosecution, if it's actual crimes against humanity for which there is no forgiveness, either way, if you can knock out that element, then I believe that the negative NHI factions they lose a lot of their power. They lose a lot of their leverage over us, and therefore we can wiggle out from underneath that and establish ourselves as a more sovereign planet. So that's what I would do.
Thank you, Tom. Marshall?
I want to take a moment and talk about the description of the AI, the alien presence of the world that is depicted through the Allies of Humanity briefings, who want us to know really the nature of these beings and how they function. So these are a hierarchical trading. They're not nations, they're not worlds, they're intermediaries. They search out planets for opportunities, for resources, and for the prospect of conquest. And they serve larger nations in a vast trading network. And this is all done behind the scenes. It's all done unofficially because forced intervention is not allowed in our part of the universe, which is why we're not facing an armed alien intervention. And we see different kind of phenotypes because there are different levels of participation, and there are more than one group of these organizations. Some people think there's probably 6 of them, and they have different racial configurations, but they're multiracial. And the grays that we see are basically bred by them, not on our planet, but off planet, to serve as in the lowest level of functionality. And the actual leaders of these organizations are never seen by human beings. They're never revealed. And so we know nothing about them. But their goal is their goal. They're not here to make a deal with us. They're not here to negotiate the terms. They're not here to be our assistants, our enablers. They're not here to rescue us, all the things that we might want them to be. And their operation is very uniform and has very clear, succinct goals. And they are playing a long game. So if it takes a century to accomplish this without the use of force, without destroying the planet or humanity as a potential workforce, it will take a century. We don't think in those terms. We don't think in terms of the long game. We think in terms of what can happen in 2 or 3 years from now. And so we're very short-sighted in that regard. So I wanted to bring this forward because you can't negotiate with these beings. They're not going to negotiate with you. Even Philip Corso said this back in the early 70s. They tried to stop human abductions from happening, and the intervention wouldn't stop. There was no way to negotiate with you. They wouldn't keep agreements. They're entirely self-serving. They're in their own plan. We're just the reckless natives that have to be monitored and controlled. So the situation is ardently more simple than we might think it to be. And of course, people want to make it more confusing. They want to obfuscate it. They want to add other dimensions or possibilities, endless possibilities. But what I'm proposing here is that the situation is not as complex as we think it is. It is an attempt at gaining control of the planet through non-military means by subverting the population and by taking advantage of human conflict and the degradation of human civilizations in this century. This is the great century of opportunity for intervention. Humanity will reach such a place of desperation, they will look to anyone who can promise them to rescue them from their situation. And who could resist the offer of technology and whatever they can provide, which is all a promise. There's no proof they can provide any of these things, by the way. It's our weakness and our division and our breakdown that makes the intervention much more possible and much more successful than it would be otherwise. So this is my view. It's been well informed for me. I've been living with it for quite a while. It's not my personal views. I never wanted to be a part of this personally. I was chosen to be a part of this, and I'm glad I'm here because I see its vast importance. But I think the situation is just not being evaluated very clearly, and everybody's got their own version, and some people want the extraterrestrials to be a part of whatever happens here. And I'm here to say they need to be driven away. And their attempt to exploit us and turn us against one another and to make us dependent upon them, if that can be at least partially prevented, then they will have to withdraw, because they cannot achieve success here if a sizable part of the human family resists them and recognizes them. So I just want to add that to my commentary. It's not a commentary that's very popular out there, but for me, it holds true with the evidential nature of this. And I think we shouldn't look for anything beneficial from the intervention. It is here for itself. It has its own goals and purposes. We're merely a resource to be used. Thank you.
We haven't heard from Steve in a bit. Steve, did you want to respond to Marshall? Might be with that stuck microphone there, Steve.
Before I respond, let me mention the remarks that you made earlier from a Steve. That wasn't me. That's another Steve.
Yeah,
Yes, it
yeah,
is another
and
Steve.
actually, it's another Steve Bassett. I want your response, but I think we missed something, and I'm going to read it. I'm going to read it again. I was the one who asked Sarah to read this. I'm going to do it quickly. So this, I call him whistleblower Steve. I advocate you set a baseline of understanding that starts with Sans revelations, and we should have read this in the beginning, and that's my failing. But we saved the spice for the end. Number one, NHI are working with USG, the United States government. Number two, multiple NHI factions exist with different agendas. Number three, one NHI faction is reverse engineering other NHI factions tech. Number four, NHI can communicate with humans via telepathy. Number five, one NHI group has threatened the program members with death if they do not return their tech and the bodies within the coming years. This is an inherent risk built into the program. I'm going to label this number 6. The idea we just don't know what's going on is outdated and obsolete. I hope we can hammer that home. And this is viewable in the nest. It's slide second from the last, third from the left. That is so for anybody who wants to go over that, that's where you'll find it, Steve Bassett.
Okay.
And do you even agree with all of those 6 points? Because I assume we don't all agree with all of them. I think that's the most important thing. Like, do we actually agree with all 6 of these? Because the world is different if we do.
Well, you ask. I am a Sagittarian.
Steve, if you could speak into your.
Oh, the mic.
I got you. You hear me now?
And don't hold back. Yeah, and don't hold back. This is the doom room. Go hard, go all the way.
You ask, and I'm a Sagittarian. I don't believe in any of them. And I'll put it this way. There are people who come forward with all kinds of very elaborate assertions, which clearly require extremely deep access to, the military intelligence community, deep classification and everything else. That's okay, but I don't have access to that information, and absent substantial proof, I can't treat them as fact, but rather as an interesting statement, an interesting assertion. I'm a pretty basic guy, pretty nuts and bolts. I'm happy that I'm that way because this issue is so complex, so beyond human experience in a sense, right? That it can just grind you down. So I kind of stick with the basics, connect the dots that are there. And if somebody comes forward and says, wait a minute, this is going on, and the proof is, there's a decent amount of evidence put forward, I'll start giving it consideration, and more evidence, more consideration. But there is just an endless stream of elaborate analyses like this that come from individuals who I have no basis of knowing if, in fact, they know anything at all. So let's take a little different tact here and show you how I think. This is not complicated. 77 years ago, we came within a few hours of knowing there was an extraterrestrial presence in 1947. Essentially, when Brazel brought the stuff in and it started getting looked at, and then Marcel went out with the other fellow, looked at some of that wreckage, brought it back. At some point, Blanchard made a decision. It would be cool if Haught put out a press release that we found a flying saucer. I got the front page of that Roswell sitting right on my wall. I'm looking right at it right now. It's above my television. RAF captures flying saucer. They actually used the term flying saucer on ranch in Roswell region. And then next to it is the next day's front page, which actually reports on something that happened the previous day, the same day of the first page. General Ramey empties Roswell saucer. Here's how close we came. There was a second crash site, and it was at the second crash site where the bodies were. But at the point that Blanchard made that decision, let's put out a press release, they hadn't found it yet, and so he didn't know about bodies. Now, would Blanchard have allowed that, put out a press release saying RAF captures flying saucers and pilots on ranch? I don't know. We'll never know. But if he had, they couldn't have taken it back. There would have been no going back. And we would have learned that we have some sort of non-human advanced tech in July of 1947. That's how close we came. And I thought about this long and hard. If someone could sit down and write a book, I would write this book. And I know there are people out there that could do it and probably will. It's like a Man in the High Castle kind of book. Truman the bodies are found. The press release goes out. Truman 2 days later confirms it. Yeah, we got a crash saucer. It's got non-humans in it. We don't know where they came from. It's 1947. And then what happens in the next 77 years? What is the second half of the 20th century like? If, in fact, they didn't quite get on top of it and it got confirmed in 1947. It's a fascinating thought experiment, and it can take you a lot of different places. But it's also interesting to note that we made the decision, no, we're going to sit on this. And we sat on it all of 47, 48, 49, 50, 51. Meanwhile, we were building more bombs. The Soviet Union was gearing up for its atom bomb program and so forth. Missiles, design programs are underway. Everybody kind of knew where it was all going. But still, we didn't acknowledge it. And then suddenly in July, I say July 52, a bunch of these crafts started flying over Washington, D.C. Not just once, for days. Why? Why not Philadelphia? Why not? Why Washington? Are they trying to send a message? I don't know. But we know that it happened. All right? Okay. So, as we go forward in this century, what comes next is lots of war, lots of more destruction, on top of using those 2 nuclear bombs. As far as I know, no ETs were involved in any of it. They would show up like they did in World War II with the Foo Fighters. Those are basically controlled plasma systems of some kind. Following our planes around, following the Japanese planes around. Not shooting them down, just kind of following around, watching. So they clearly watch. And what they saw as we move forward is we built more and more bombs, more and more missiles, had more and more proxy wars, slaughtered millions. They didn't do any of that. Eventually, by 1986, toward the end of the Cold War, we peaked at around 85,000 stockpiled nuclear weapons. Well, thousands of them were on launch alert, and then the rest were stockpiled. But the total is around 85,000. Don't ask me why we got to that. And we'd found ways to put them in submarines and missile launchers and mobile missile launchers and ICBMs and everything else. And they were certainly contemplating orbiting bombs and blah, blah, blah. And the ETs had nothing to do with that. And so it's also notable that in 1966, 3 years after the Cuban Missile Crisis, where we almost had a nuclear war, came pretty close, actually, out of nowhere, they show up over our missile sites and start turning the ICBMs off. That's a fact. We didn't turn them off. They turned them off. Not once, multiple times. Not just here, also the Soviet Union. So while we're waging war in Southeast Asia and God knows wherever else, right? They're turning our ICBMs off. Why? Well, we don't know. But we know they turned them off. And we know that we turned them on. They didn't destroy them. They didn't melt them. They didn't completely disable them. They just turned them off, and we turned them on. And in the case of David Shindeli, one of the witnesses who I'm trying to get before a committee, and it's not easy, right? So that's a whole nother story. He was a witness to that because he was brought out to reinstate the missile. In other words, he wasn't in the silo with like Salas as a commander of the silo, but rather he was a specialist, high-end specialist brought out to put the missiles back online. And so Shindeli gets in there and he's going in and he's trying to get these things back online, and he's having to run through these procedures. He's testified this. He testified to this at my citizen hearing on disclosure, 2013, 11 years ago. He'd get the damn things right up to the point where he could then put them back in service, and they would shut down again. It happened not once, but a number of times. And finally, they got the word back from up top that the damn thing had left. This thing that was hovering over it the whole time, it takes off, and then Shindeli is able to get the missiles back on. These are facts, not speculations. This is what happened. Now, one can interpret them any way they want. But my interpretation is kind of settled in pretty nicely over the last 10 years or so. We use nuclear weapons, they turn them off. We go to war constantly, they don't. Okay. So what could you want to, what could come from that? What could come from that? Again, I don't have these special informations about ETs and working with us and not working with us and where they're from. I don't have any of that. All I have is what we know from what we've seen happen. And then with that, I try to expand a little bit. I try to stretch it just a little bit. What would be a reason why at this particular time, extraterrestrials would engage us, continue to engage us, but without fully opening their kimono, right? At the same time, they're turning our nuclear weapons off and so forth. Could there be a logical reason why that would explain at least this basic behavior? And I have one that I'm very fond of. It's just one reason that makes great sense to me. One of the things that we already know is this. We have cracked the atom. We have built nuclear weapons. We are starting to plummet the depths of quantum physics. And we are closing in on the time-space conundrum of relativity. And we're going to build a starship here pretty damn soon. I don't mean like 100 years. I mean, hell, soon. I might even live to see it. We're going to build a starship that is capable of going from one star to another without the time dilation. A couple of weeks, whatever, something like that. That is actually not an unreasonable statement. The research is underway. It's being alluded to in many sources. There are people that claim they've already figured it out, and that's That's not people with the resources of the government. And you can bet your bottom dollar that our government has spent a fortune trying to figure out not only how those saucers fly, basically antigravitics, but how those ETs get from one star to another, because the chances are slim to none that they're from future or they are interdimensional. They have spent a fortune on it. I think we're very close. Now, why would the ETs care about that? Why would that be relevant? What would be the connection to them turning off our news? It's simple. Ask yourself this fundamental, simple question. If human beings built starships 20 years from now, capable of going out to other star systems, do you think we would go out there unarmed? Do you think we would just go out there with some, nice music, some incense singing Kumbaya? No. We're going to load those ships up with nuclear weapons, the best we've got. And maybe even some proton torpedoes, because that's who we are. That's how we roll. And so if you're an advanced species, you're faced with this possibility that Earth has finally arrived at that time in their existence where they can build those starships and put those bombs on it, and they're heading out. And, maybe they'll encounter us, but we could probably deal with them unless we don't see them coming. Space is very big. But what about those other Earths out there that don't have the technology, like us, 1700s, 1100, whatever? And we're going to show up in their orbits. In other words, we are a danger to the galaxy the moment we get starships. Until then, we are not a danger to anybody but ourselves. Now, that doesn't take a lot of elaborate thinking and speculation. It's pretty damn basic. And so if you are an ET civilization and you find a civilization that you've known about for a long time, and they finally got to the point where they got more than just air conditioning and electric cars, they're working on those starships. And of course, they got tons of weapons that they've used. You have to intervene. What does that mean? Take them over? Blow them up? Well, at minimum, it means something like this. Hang around, let yourself be known, engage, maybe do some other things that you need to do for whatever reason, whether it's a good idea or a bad idea, whether it breaks our laws or doesn't break our law, but whatever, you're going to hang around, and eventually we're going to acknowledge your existence. We could have in 1947, which might have made this thing all over by now, but we didn't, right? But now we're about to. And eventually we disclose them to ourselves, and that becomes a known fact, and people deal with it. And then what? Simple. In my view, it's pretty straightforward. Disclosure makes open contact appropriate, not particularly disruptive. People will go, of course, yeah, we know about you. I've known about you. The government says you're here, and now you're talking to us. Great. What's on your mind? What's on their mind is nuclear weapons. This has been about nuclear weapons from the beginning, as well as other things. And so the intervention has got to be somewhere along the lines of, look, guys, whether we would happy to leave you alone or whether we'd like to restructure you. I'm almost done.
No, I don't want to stop you from talking, right? I don't. I want you to continue, but it's not true that they've only shut off our nukes. They've also turned them on. You must be aware of that.
Oh, yeah. No, they turn them on, of course, yes.
Okay, all right.
Which is a more powerful message. And I believe it's possible they only did the turn on in the Soviet Union, but they might have done it here. And that came afterwards. In other words, they turned them off and we turned them back on. Okay. And they turned them off, we turned them back on. Meanwhile, the Vietnam War was escalating, right, during that same period. Okay. 67, 68, 69, whatever. And so finally they said, you need a stronger message. I mean, I'm speculating here. Okay, we turned them on, you turn them off. How about this? We're going to turn them on. Take them right up to launch, scare the holy shit out of you. And of course, then they turned them off. This is messaging, folks. They're not doing it just for something to do. There is a message behind it. And because the nuclear weapons tampering witnesses have never been given a hearing, they have been completely ignored by the government and the Air Force. They want them to just die and go away. And I'm determined they're going to get that opportunity to testify in front of a real committee, not just my mock congressional hearing committee. Some of the most important witnesses out there, boy, the government doesn't go there. And the reason the government doesn't go there is because the message is embedded in turning off and turning on those nukes, cuts right to the heart of the issue. And the government would rather not have to deal with that, but they're going to have to, because once disclosure comes, that is coming out. And so that gets to the final point. What if, fundamentally, what's going on here is that we finally got so damn smart that we actually became dangerous to them, and they had to intervene to make sure that we didn't do anything stupid to them. And how do you do it? Simple. 2 options. Get rid of the nukes, which we said we were trying to do with all those treaties and nuclear non-proliferation and all that kind of crap, and it's failed miserably. Or keep the nukes, but you're not going anywhere. You're not going to leave the solar system.
And Steve, we're about to lose Jason Sands. I just want to, I want him to be able to respond to you.
So that is my kind of basic interpretation of how to look at this, that's based purely on what we know they have done and extrapolating not too far beyond that. Go ahead.
Jason, I hope I want you to be able to get your word in before you have to leave us.
Yeah, I do have to take off soon, guys. Sorry, but I did try to hang as long as I could today.
No, I'm so glad you've been here with us, Jason.
Yep, and I'm glad I've been here too. Yeah, we've really had a lot of really, really good discussion. Very civilized space to be in. This is what it should be like, to have this sorts of public outreach and awareness. So I just wanted to thank all the speakers and you and the co-hosts and for setting it all up. And I think this is kind of a really good benchmark for a lot of future spaces, and we'll learn more and get more.
You were the one who made this happen, Jason. Thank you for helping make this happen.
Well, thank you. And I just wanted to just say one more time, I am going to really contemplate some of the discussion here. And since I'm currently writing my book, I'm going to tell you right now that parts of the conversations we've had are going to formulate some of the chapters in there, because I believe that there's been a lot of revelation here. And I really like everything that's happened. This is what I've always dreamt it should be. This is exactly what I thought a platform like X could bring to the UAP community, and that I hope other people start to feel the level of professionalism that I see here as being encouraging, and that X is not some place to be shunned, no matter who you are, in whatever walk of life you are, scientific, millionaire, billionaire, whoever you are. This is where I think we're going to make a big mark into this year's disclosure. So I wanted to just leave you guys with a big thank you.
And Jason, if you can circle back before 11 Eastern, I pushed your chapters up into the nest. They're the first slide. By all means, I'll prioritize you as soon as you come in, and you're welcome to read and spitball and talk about your book, because I've been wanting to hear more. So if you do make it back, know that that's a first priority if you circle back.
Oh, yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, because at least then I could give you guys an idea what I meant by some of the chapter titles, because I know some of them are a little cryptic. But anyway, I also want to do a shout out for Justine Erskine. She's the one who's kind of been the one that motivated me to write and get the book started. So I have to say thank you to her for. So Justine, if you're listening, thank you. You did a good job motivating me to get the books started, and I need to get it into the groove so that by Christmas this year I'll have at least a really good draft, and then I guess I'll have to find somebody to help publish it. We'll see how that goes. But anyway, thank you very much, and hopefully I'll be able to circle back later. So,
Jason, thank you so much.
Yep.
Am I still echoing? I know I've got DMs. No?
Nope.
Okay.
Well, you sound good to me anyways.
Well, everybody else can suffer then. I hope, Jason, thank you so much.
You do sound very good. I wanted to say, Jason, it's always a pleasure to be in a space with you. I very much appreciate your time and your courage. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. That's very kind of you. And thanks for the Heart Fringe. And if Courtney's listening, she did really well today too. And really good to meet you guys. You mean Marshall and Steve and all these really great people. I mean, geez, you guys have really opened my eyes in some ways and kind of rounded out some of my thoughts as well. So thank you. again, for all the speakers that came in, and Patricia too, and even Amy. I mean, she just broke my heart. And then Tom, yeah, you're very well spoken. And I just wanted to let you guys know that we need more of this. I think when we meet together like this and we are able to talk to each other and do this in a forum where people can ask us questions as well, that really is going to do so much more than I think any other space has done before. So
Jason,
thank you.
and I'm sorry for everybody in the listeners is telling me I'm still echoing. I guess it's not affecting the speaker panel, so bear with me. But if you can take your near, 12-hour experience, 10-hour experience here today, and affirm the next time when you reach out to all those big names and they are afraid of trolls, I think 10 hours is enough proof in the pudding that we want to hear their voice and they're not going to lose their reputation. Because beyond proof, I don't know what else to give people to ensure their security. And your voice matters, and you might be the only person who can cross that bridge and build it for us.
I'll try my best, as always. I'm always an advocate for disclosure and more so just the right that I feel everybody has to know the truth. That's the one thing I think really that motivates me the most. And it's mainly the community here that's really helped me. The support you guys have given to me, a whistleblower, is just phenomenal. I mean, it shades just about everybody who said something mean to me. I think I've only got 4 people that ever said anything mean to me anyway. And that's, but all of you guys have made me see this entire thing that I thought was going to be a nightmare after going public into something really kind of beautiful in my life, that I'm not alone. So you guys have all that to count to yourselves. And I hope that's a theme that's going to continue to grow. So anyway, well, I got to go. And
Jason, thank you so much. And maybe next time you're here with us, Fox and Elizondo are joining you, and they can know that you're protecting them.
Yeah, and I think they'll see that. I mean, if they've been listening incognito, then they'll know that we did everything that they probably would have liked to have done in other spaces, and maybe they'll start to see this as a better venue to kind of let people have some more information about what they're up to, and not just me, because me, I don't know how many times you want to hear that I'm an advocate, but hear what Lou's going through and what all these other great people are going through. That'd be great. But I think we put a huge step in the right direction tonight. Like I said, this really set a benchmark in my mind.
You're the one who made it possible, but Lou needs to be here reading his book rather than tweeting about somebody else jacking. I mean, it's horrible what happened to him, but Fox and Lou missed out on an opportunity. Nolan is missing out on an opportunity. And Nolan, if you're listening, I want you here because nobody else here today was able to talk genetics and provide proof of an extraterrestrial presence that would have pushed this conversation over the top, right? I can talk about it, but I'm a high school dropout with a lot of ego whose microphone echoes in a space. If Nolan was here, he could have altered the nature of this conversation and pushed it into the news, right? And if Lou was here, he could have turned the leak from his book into a major opportunity and sold more copies. If Fox was here, he could have 10x the sales of his movie. After you came out publicly, it was a huge opportunity to drop in on every single space with you and make it blow up. And we need to capitalize on these moments. A space can be a horror show, it can be a cataclysm, and it can also be alchemizing, and it can be disclosure without the government. And Jason, you're UFO Twitter's greatest hope, and I say that without hyperbole. Thank you for making today happen. And thank you to all of the other speakers also for being here and making this even possible.
Thank you. Well, I hope we can get some bedtime stories from Lou as well. It'd be nice for him to just send us all off to sleep that way every night.
I would love that. I would love a good night, Brainwave Entrainment by Lou Elizondo. I would do it every night.
Yeah, in chapter 1 of Lou's book, hope everybody's all tucked in. Let's start. That'd be great.
Jason, I don't want to pull you past your time. Please jump back in if you're able to, and thank you so much.
Good night, everybody. And I might come in later. We'll see.
I don't know how bad my mic is, Fringe. I'm on iPad. I don't know if your hand is up or if my iPad is hallucinating.
Thanks, Ulrich. My hand is up. I had to get dropped from the room, and I'm back. I appreciate Jason so much, and I know he's gone now. We have Tom back, so I would love to get to Steve. I do have a question, and then I'd like to get to Tom and or Reed if they would like to push back on that narrative, just because we're having a conversation. We're having a little bit of debate and discussion, just so that they can get in there as well. So Steve, please ask Steve if they had sensors that picked up craft when they turned off the nukes, as well as cameras, and ask Steve why he thinks the aliens are not rolling with weapons. And then I'd love to get to Tom and Marshall in a response.
I didn't get that last 2 words. Aliens are not what with weapons?
Well, the term is rolling, but why don't the aliens have weapons? Or I would push back on that and say they do, in fact, have weapons and have used them. But I'd love to hear from you on that.
Let's see. I'm sorry. Could you restate that question again? I got distracted there. Just restate the question one more time.
Oh, sure. No problem. The first question essentially is, when the aliens are shutting off our nukes, are there also sensors involved in?
Right.
And then the second question is why don't the aliens have weapons like we do, or weapons at all?
There's not much evidence for these craft having weapons, but that doesn't mean they don't have them. All right. If they have weapons that can shoot things, don't see that. They could have weapons that are completely not detectable that do things we don't know. There's almost no reports in the contactee, with the exception of the Dulce Base incident, which frankly, I don't have a lot of confidence in that story. They may have a device in their hand, but it's not a weapon. They might use it to put somebody out or something like this. There's just not much evidence for weapons. And frankly, with respect to the tech they have, they don't really seem to need them. Okay. As far as the events, yeah, here's the situation. The Air Force, of course, the turning off of the nuclear weapons for the Air Force is the ultimate event. In other words, it's one thing to have a saucer flying around, but then to come down and turn our nukes off, that cuts to the absolute heart of the national security matter and the heart of all those patriots that are here to defend the country against all enemies, domestic and foreign. And so they won. Absolutely. They couldn't kill them, but the one thing they could do is, in terms of the officers that came forward, they didn't exist. They didn't talk to them. They didn't try to undermine him, because that would be, trying to disgrace them or something, because that would have actually created more of a problem. So they just tried to pretend they didn't exist, and the media, by and large, did the same, right? They held press conferences, nothing came from it. Wrote a book, nothing came from it. So this is a big deal. So you can be sure any cameras that were on the site, on those fences mounted, they were taken. Anything in them would have been taken. So that's easy. But then there was the matter of the security guys. The security guys are the ones, and it's pretty much all guys, that were the ones who were the firsthand witnesses to this event. And I consider Salas and the others firsthand witnesses. I mean, they're on the site, they're in the silo, they're seeing the missile shut down, and then they're told it was a craft overhead. That's pretty firsthand, but it was the security guys that saw the actual craft hanging over the ICBM sites, Maelstrom, Minot, and so forth. And they all had one thing in common. They were younger than the officers in the silo by about 6, 7 years, 8 years. And they were non-coms. They were not officers. And so the guys that saw the actual saucers they had a lot less. They didn't have rank. They're young. If they open their mouth, their career is over. They got families. They may have young kids. And so they just did not come forward. So all those security guys just disappeared. And what the Air Force did was they reassigned them all. They scattered them all over the place. This is in the book. It's in the UFO Nukes. It's also Bob has talked about it. And so they scattered them all over. And I'm sure they told them, if you want any career in the Air Force, you do not ever talk about this. So one of the things we'd like to be able to do is to try to see if we can convince a couple of the security personnel at any of the bases when the missiles were turned off to participate in a hearing and come forward. We'll see. Bob thinks there's one they might be able to get in touch with, but it's not easy. It may be very difficult to find them. All right. So, again, that's the answer. That's what happened to the cameras. They took the film, and the witnesses that were the young guys were not going to be a problem. They scattered them, and that just left the officers in the silos. And most of those officers, by and large, I mean, not most, maybe half, ultimately came forward. The other half did not. A lot of them are dead now. So these are American heroes. Chandeli and Bob Salas and the others are American heroes that have tried for 50-some years, 57 years, to try to get the United States Congress to give them one hearing so they could testify that they were there when the missiles were shut off. And the U.S. government has done everything it can short of murdering them to prevent that. Okay, so that's the answer to that question. And then in terms of the ETs of weapons, they're just, what can I say? They fly over to England and they don't use some ray gun and, blow up farmhouses. They put beautiful crop circles down. What can I say? They're crazy, these aliens. And it's so easy to judge them anthropomorphically and try to think of them, well, what would a human do? And what's human like? We got to remember they are extraterrestrials. So we will not understand their motives and their reasons until the day they finally tell us. And even then, people will question it. But I hope they'll live to see that day, that we're in open contact and they actually give some explanations as to why they did what and when and what their intentions may be, and so forth. That would be pretty exciting.
Thank you so much, Steve. What are your thoughts on what Steve just said?
Hey, your audio was breaking up. Did you say Tom? Or did you say Marshall?
I did. Going to you, Tom.
Okay, well, let me know if my audio is breaking up because yours was just now. So I don't know if it's my connection. But, okay, yeah, so funny.
You sound
okay, good. All right, so one thing that came to my mind was when in the world of corporate finance and business, all right, in that world, when someone does a hostile takeover of a company, how many weapons do they bring? The answer is none, because they don't need weapons, because it's a legal financial, based on shares. Like controlling more than 50% of the shares of a company allows a controlling entity to take over the management in some cases. All right. So what I'm saying is there are ways of dominating a world, of doing things that don't require physical weapons. And not to mention, I mean, even the Greys, right? Even the Greys, well, how violent are they? Well, they're not very violent. I mean, they don't have teeth.
Tom, I'm so sorry. Is it okay if we just quickly say bye to Marshall and Patricia, and then I'll let you continue?
Yeah, definitely.
Marshall, Patricia, feel free to say a few last words. It's wonderful you've been here. And Patricia, you mentioned something about the right to know, not just the right to be told. So I'm going to try to pick up on that later when Tom is done. But feel free to give any last words, and then we'll circle back to you, Tom.
Yes, well, I appreciate this opportunity to share with you. My heart goes out because I'm a pro-human person, and I see we're being greatly challenged. I think that challenge can make us stronger, make us more united, and maybe even possibly make it capable for us to elevate ourselves to become a free race in the universe. That is my goal. That was the goal of the Allies Humanity Briefings. But we have to earn that freedom. It's not just going to be given to us. We can't assume we have it. And I think that my narrative, though challenging and difficult, I think really is meant to empower us and to give us the opportunity to see how humanity can unite as a world, because we can't go into the universe as a set of warring factions and have any hope be able to maintain our sovereignty there. So thank you all for being a part of this. I think it's a very valuable conversation. I think the information being displayed here, the different perspectives, is quite important. And I know my wife, Patricia, would like to say something as well.
Oh, that's wonderful. Just want to make sure my connection is there. This has been incredibly healthy to hear the perspectives brought forward here and to have the engagement. And the conversation needs to open up, it needs to flow, and people need to be included and not to be sidelined. And so I'm so grateful for this opportunity to be here. And
Thank you both. It has been an absolute pleasure to literally be sharing this space and time with both of you, with all of you. I have learned so much. I'm like, am I running out of questions? What do I need now? You know, my mind is it's crazy how long we've been here discussing this, but it's thinking as well as like, oh, I have to come, you know what, you know, I'm not, yeah, not even making any sense right now. So I appreciate that from from both of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Marshall, I hope you understand what I was saying to your son also goes for you and Patricia. You do not have to agree with a doom perspective in order to come into our spaces. You can even publicly say, oh, we're not doomers. That doesn't insult us. We're just going to keep the doom moniker because this is our identity and we love it. And it's a little bit triggering. And at least I can't get enough of it. But don't feel for a second that you can't publicly say, oh, no, we're not doomers. But we just can't get enough of their spaces. We want more of you in our spaces, Marshall, Reed, and Patricia.
Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate that. And it's fine. I know that we are having a discussion about where we're going to go as a race, and I think that's a very high-level discussion. And we have to look at all the possibilities and be as realistic as we can about what we're facing. And we all have wisdom to share into this space, and experience as well, and questions, and uncertainty, and even anxiety. I mean, we're living in anxious times. This is a time of great anxiety, and a time of great change and uncertainty. So I appreciate this opportunity to be with you on this topic that I feel is of the utmost importance.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Well, Tom, I'm troubleshooting my mic. I might have to go and throw my devices in the fire or do some sort of ritual sacrifice, but please continue.
Okay. All right. So let me. Okay, I remember where I left off. So I was speaking about the Greys as an example, and how the Greys, they don't really exhibit much of any physical violence. I mean, they don't have teeth, and they can barely kick you in the shin, probably, right? I mean, of course, they can manhandle you, but one of their biggest assets is their psychic power. You know, so they have psychic abilities, and they can paralyze you, they can stun you, they can put you under, right? So because of their psychic abilities, therefore, they don't necessarily need physical weapons. And I think that's a sort of a microcosmic example of the general NHI philosophy, which is there's ways of doing things without physical violence. And actually, physical violence, I've heard it from several contactees and abductees, that a lot of these NHIs, they view physical violence as not only a last resort, but almost kind of crude and barbaric and inefficient and risky. So there's really no need for it, and they're more intelligent than that, and they have ways of subduing a person using psychic powers, using mental manipulation, and of course, you know, other forms of technology as well. And just sheer cunning strategy or like precognition, where you can adjust your moves several steps ahead of the person so they don't even know that you've already defeated them before you've done it. So basically, I think for the longest time, of course, humans were not really a physical threat to them up until not even just nuclear weapons, but I mean, just black ops technologies. You know, there's stories or claims that Roswell happened because they were firing microwave weapons up at these ships, and that brought some of them down. So maybe they were taken by surprise by that, or as some theorize, Roswell was actually an intentional technological gift by these beings so that we would use it to develop transistors and therefore computers and therefore build the entire computerized surveillance state that we have nowadays that can then be handed over to them eventually. All right. So anyway, point being that I think a lot of these crafts don't appear to have weapons because, number one, we don't understand the kind of weapons that they have. You know, it's not like they're shooting bullets or cannonballs or something. It's like plasma weapons or directed energy weapons if they need it. Okay. And actually, even historically, if you go back to the Battle of Nuremberg in 1561, if that was a real thing, you had ships in the sky shooting each other, and they're falling and crashing and going up in smoke, right? So maybe this battles have taken place in the past, but that is not their primary mode of conquest nowadays, obviously, because otherwise we wouldn't be here if they were solely intending on completely annihilating us. So I think they're using nonviolent methods nowadays to be hostile, and I think our planet is facing a kind of more of a corporate hostile takeover rather than a physical hostile takeover. But that aside, if we look at cases like, for example, Amy, who was in here earlier, she didn't say it in this space, but one of the things that she has picked up on is that some of the hybrids that are being produced, they're the ones that are using actual physical weapons. And here we're talking about human weapons, you know, rifles, small unit tactics, you know, I don't know about like infantry stuff like mortars and tanks. I mean, they probably don't have the space or the resources for that, but they definitely have like SWAT type equipment, you know, to deal with humans during a chaotic situation if they were to ever come down here and try to colonize, you know, or if they already are colonized, but they're trying to protect themselves security-wise during a very chaotic grid down type situation, right? So it seems like they only use physical weapons when absolutely necessary, and they use all other means, whether psychic, intellectual, political, you know, strategic maneuvers to avoid that and accomplish their ends in a more Eastern Taoist kind of way, I guess you could say.
Thank you, Tom. Steve, did you want to respond to that?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine with that.
Awesome. Sarah, do we want to get to a couple of questions?
Yes, I'm looking. Sorry.
No, you're good. We're a little distracted trying to get Ulrich's mic closed. I keep getting DM'd about all the echoes of the space, and just know we are trying, and we're doing our best. You know, you all know that these spaces, especially a 10 or 12-hour space, is going to encounter some glitches, some tech issues. It just is what it is. Despite all of that, it allows us all to come together from all around the world, exchanging these ideas with people we would never have otherwise even met. So I'm very grateful for UFO Twitter Spaces, and thank you all so much for being here. And Sarah, just go ahead whenever you get your questions.
Yes, I have one for Steve. This is from Elic. I'm going to kill this name. It's Exilius. Ilias. Steve, you've used the phrase they and et, an advanced species. But are you grouping it all into one, they with one singular agenda? If so, why?
No, there are clearly a number of different types. And we know that from the contactees reports.
If you could just speak into your microphone, sorry.
Over there to the side. Yeah, there's more than one type. We know that from the contactee reports. It's pretty obvious. And we know that there's a
Oop. Are you there? Steve,
Shit.
now you're
okay,
muted.
I'm back. I don't know why.
Oh,
Why
you
does that
sound
happen?
great.
Okay, so you know, from the contactee reports, there's definitely more than one kind. And a number of the contactees, as it turns out, they can draw and they can paint. Not surprising. You conduct enough people, you're going to get some painters and drawers. So we've actually had likenesses of them painted and drawn for us. You can find them if you go online, go to graphics and just go alien types. And as is well known, there's the ones that turn up the most there are the grays, which seem to have some variations, size for sure, and some other very slight variations, but they seem to be of a similar group. The Nordics, which is the general term, some call them Pleiadians and so forth because they believe that's where they're from, but whatever. They're very attractive and they're very human looking. The reptoids, insectoids, these are the ones that are most commonly discussed. There's a couple more, the blue things like fire plugs, but in any event, primarily this is the group. And the grays are certainly perhaps the most prevalent. Now, there could be more. There could be dozens more, but this is what the contactees are seeing. And so at minimum, this is the group that's dealing with the contactee issue. Now, there may be some that don't deal with that. They have no interest in contact, abduction, or anything like that, and they're hanging around, but we don't see them. Can't say. So, okay. Do they have a common agenda? Not likely. They may not have any. Some of them may not have any agenda at all. They may just be here, but we will assume that they have some variances. But we can also assume there's some sort of agreement there, some sort of working relationship. But we're assuming that. Okay. But the one thing about them that I will relate to you, which I love talking about, because it's pretty cool. If you really look at these entities and just step back and just look at them without trying to ascribe anything special, one of the things that you might notice is this: genetics. Now, what do I mean? The Pleiadians clearly have, or the Nordics have a lot of human DNA. I don't know how strong it is. I don't know how exact it is. My guess is there's substantial variations. I don't think they grew up here. I believe they grew up elsewhere, but they came from here a long time ago. I believe if one of them died and you did an autopsy, the doctors would probably find some very interesting things and be going, wait a minute, what's going on here? But overall, they look very human. Obviously, huge amount of human DNA. The reptilians. Why do we call them reptilians? Because they look reptile. Well, what could account for that? Reptilian DNA. Reptilian DNA taken from here, used in whatever fashion off-world, and actually was able to be part of developing a sentient being that is in fact reptilian, but sentient, capable of building computers just like us. Okay, what about the insectoids? Why do they look insect-like? Because they probably have insect DNA. Where would they have gotten that? The Earth. Taken from here, we do this all the time, taken off planet, and somehow was part of developing a sentient species that had insect DNA. Which brings us to the grays. Wait a minute. They don't seem to have pretty much any human quality other than 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head. But it's the grays that are most involved with the contactee abductee phenomena. And so what do all these beings have in common? Genetics. In some cases, they have human DNA. In some cases, they're involved in getting or dealing with human DNA. And this is something that's not talked about that much, but I just can't not talk about it. It's incredibly significant. It explains a lot. Why this group? Why not 4 or 5 other looking groups that God knows could look like anything, right? Why such a strong connection to Earth life? I believe that the particular group that is involved with this now is specifically here for this time because a major transition is taking place. And the reason they are here is that they have a genetic connection to the Earth. Going back as far as you want to go. In other words, it's like a homecoming. Big deals happening, big event, special event like a bar mitzvah. So the family shows up. They're the family in a way. They already have a connection to the planet Earth. This intrigues me. So what's the agenda there? Well, the agenda is they're present while this extraordinary transition is underway, but they're also involved in some genetic work too. Not all of them, right? Certainly the Greys. It's not clear if the Nordics are doing any genetic hybridization. Don't know. But genetics, in terms of our connection, in terms of the relationship, it's all about the genetics. In terms of the agenda, it's all about the nukes. That's how I have boiled this down to keep it as simple as possible. All right. So that would be my response to what is they. Keeping in mind, there may be entities cruising around up there we have never seen, never had contact with them that look like God knows what. And there have been a few cases where the entity was really quite strange. And you probably know some of the ones I'm talking about. And they may be, if they're true events, it may be a one-off. In other words, they're not part of the ongoing presence, but they just dropped in, right? Had engine trouble, whatever. They needed a snack. I don't know. And of course, then that could account for that. And so this is very significant because as we're looking for some sort of explanation, and we're unable to have a fundamental understanding because the government has denied us that, opening the door for 1,000 possibilities, some of which are awful, terrible, nefarious, whatever. It's if there's something right in front of us that allows us to maybe get to to take a path to a conclusion that it doesn't have to be that speculative. This is one option. Genetics. If we were to go to other planets, which one day we will, hopefully, what do you think it's going to be the most important thing for us that we're going to find and deal with? When we went to the moon, it was dust and rocks, because that's all that was there. But if we were to go to another life planet, every aspect of that planet's biosphere would be incredibly interesting and significant and have to be handled with care. In other words, that's a whole different genetic sphere. How it formed, how does it work? It's a scientific playground. You think we just go, let's don't go there. We don't want to know about it. Nah. We go down, we take samples, we try to understand the science and the physics of their life sphere and all that. That's exactly what we do. I have a feeling that's been going on for millions of years. And so what I suspect is that the genetic, and I use this in the general term, the genetic structure of life on a planet, whether it's animals or plants or whatever the hell is living there, which is a replicating entity, right? As opposed to a rock, which doesn't do that. That is already connected throughout the galaxy. That over the millions of years, samples and sampling of life forms on different planets by other life forms has been going on, and the life genetics has been moved around. It has been dealt with. It has been experimented with. What do you want to call it? And so there's already a kind of genetic connection between a significant number of the planets in this 200 billion galaxy star, 200 billion galaxy system of 200 billion stars. Maybe it's regional, like, you only go so far. Maybe it's like in a group of maybe 400,000 stars, you've got this. But I have a hunch that we have a genetic connection to a lot of stuff that's already out there. And that what we call Gaia, which is the living planet, right? It's all this life forms, but in a totality that you could almost call a singular life form. There's other Gaias, and they're connected. Now, if that is true, we will find out post-disclosure. After disclosure, we're going to get open contact, I believe, and that's the question we'll be asking. Why the genetics? Why do the Nordics look like Swedish movie stars? Why are the reptilians so scary? And because they look like reptiles. And we may get an answer along those lines, which explains a great deal and tends to mitigate most of the threads that seem to point to evil, destructive, corruptive, commandeering, whatever. Right? Now that's not. I'm not making a heavy reach here. The reptiles do look reptilian. The insectoids do look like insects. The grays are doing most of the hybridization based upon hundreds of thousands of contactee reports. Not a lot of speculation here. The speculation comes, how is it there seems to be this seeming genetic connection of one type or another amongst the very group that's here? That is my answer to that question. I hope it wasn't too long, but I feel very strongly about this. And I hope that we'll see more work on this, but so much you can do until after disclosure. Right now, we just collect contactee reports. We don't even have the money to really do a full standardization search on them and assessment. That would cost millions of dollars. But we know enough to know that these statements that I just made seem to hold up.
I'm afraid to unmute. Is it bad? Are animals dying?
No, you sound fine.
Okay. So I think it's about time soon to open the floodgates. We have about an hour and 24 minutes left. Nobody's counting. Steve, thank you for always jumping in, and you're always willing to doom hard with us, even though you're not a catastrophic disclosure guy. Nobody's perfect. I accept you as you are. I do, but I'm deeply grateful. You're very accessible, and you're the biggest problem I have with you, Reed, and Marshall, and Tom. And that goes without saying, Tom. We don't disagree a lot, Tom, but with you three, you're so goddamn charismatic. It's very hard to dislike you, and it is a problem. It's my problem. But it makes you great for spaces, and I'm very touched that when I asked you for help, you immediately gave me email addresses for people to reach out to, and you're here in the arena, and I want more of your people, Steve, in the arena. I know that I'm not making you responsible for them, but I'm saying I want other people to look up to your leadership and the model that you provide, because disclosure, where the conversation isn't public, isn't disclosure, and that's what an 11 and a half hour hearing is. That's a closed testimony. It's failed disclosure, and you're showing what successful disclosure looks like. I want to respond. You can respond to that, but then I want to finally respond to you and bring up Steve's things again. So go ahead, Steve.
Oh, I'll just say, look, I'll check around on Google and see if I can find some charisma therapy.
Oh no, please,
because I didn't realize it was causing an issue. See what I can do there.
No, look, we all need to pay a price for disclosure, and I have to suffer your, Marshall's, and Reed's likability, and I think it's a worthy price, right? I'm complaining. I'm just not saying it should be the other way around, right? This is necessary. We need charismatic people like you, and if that charisma, I'm only half joking here, right? It's necessary to have an uncomfortable conversation. You're extremely likable, and you're hard to dislike. And people like you are needed so that we can have these difficult conversations.
Look, leadership and being an activist and so forth, you need that, because why should people pay attention? And also they need to be able to interact, feel comfortable. I don't have trouble disagreeing with people, and I don't have trouble disagreeing with me, which is helpful. Really, that's the way it needs to be always.
And just so you know, Steve, I think you've noticed people have made fun of me for this, that I'm taking it easy today. They're saying, "Oh, you're letting your ladies co-host everything for you." You're damn right I am. They're doing an amazing job today, and I also have already somebody from the audience picked out to go toe to toe with you, and he's also extremely intelligent, extremely likable. So just be careful. Like, he's also charismatic.
Yeah.
But yeah, and. Go ahead. I didn't want to cut you off, Steve.
No.
I just want to be able to get my other thing out.
I know. Hit me with your best shot. I'm chilling, laying on the couch here. Got the mic. I'm good.
Okay.
I wanted to say, Steve, I've been within a couple of spaces with you, and I appreciate you. I know I come sometimes hard at some questions and a little bit passionate. But I absolutely I enjoyed listening to you. Talk about listening to Lou Elizondo's book, read by him before I go to bed. I could hear about Roswell anytime with you. I appreciate you and I thank you for being here.
Um, and so what I find actually, so where I want to push back on gently, gingerly, is where you and I are aligned is, you know, I think we both want to change the world. We want this world to change. I want catastrophic disclosure. And I'm such a sarcastic person. I only have disparaging words for controlled disclosure. I call it Boy Scout disclosure, soft disclosure, limp dick disclosure, goody two shoes disclosure. But there's good arguments, intelligent arguments for controlled disclosure. Where you and I surprisingly agree, I think, is that we understand that this is a matter of power. That you can prove the truth, but if you don't sell the truth, the world doesn't change. And whether you like politics or not, or whether one likes politics or not, it might not, the UFO issue might not be a partisan issue, or it doesn't need to be, but it is inherently a political issue. The term UFOs is given to us by our government. UFOs are everything that we're told by our parents not to talk about: sex, religion, and politics. There is nothing about UFOs that is separate from genetic intervention. Let's call that sex. There's nothing about UFOs that does not have implications for religion. There's nothing about UFOs that is unanchored from the question and the problem of power and likely Darwinian dynamics. Whether we view these Darwinian dynamics as attributable mainly to another NHI or mainly attributable to us or inextricably tied to both, it becomes easy when you avoid the hard problem of power, because the situation we're in right now is due to power asymmetry. What we're finding right now is that power is asymmetrically more in the hands of those who are not morally really, like, power is not aligned with moral superiority, at least from my view. And what I'm looking at here, when you mentioned, I think it's either Mike Warner, I want to say it's Mike Warner, not Mark Warner, but I could be wrong. You said he couldn't do it. And it matters where we are right now, today, August 15th, whether Mike Warner couldn't do it or wouldn't do it. It matters whether our presidents didn't perform disclosure because they wouldn't do it, or because they had a gun to their head, or better yet, a UFO to their head, or a superior NHI to their head. So it really matters who is actually most interested in non-disclosure. Let me rephrase this. It matters what is pushing back against disclosure, because I hear in sometimes even some of our whistleblowers' arguments, but more so when it comes to the truth embargo, I'm hearing when people talk about agreements that we likely or maybe made with these beings, there's no logical version of this agreement where it is not the NHI that wants non-disclosure. And if we are dealing with, for instance, a situation where NHI has threatened us with retaliation for disclosure, then it is logically impossible, it is logically inconsistent that they would punish us by them disclosing. If they don't want disclosure, if they need us to remain silent so they can perform their abductions and retrieve biological material, obviously they're not going to be like, oh, let me punish you by giving you what you want. Here you go, here you get disclosure. And so there's a lot to suggest. We have not just Jason Sands, we have Steve, we have Lou Elizondo's book, which is surprisingly doomerish. We have jamming of radar, which is, at least from a human perspective, an act of war. But when I deal with another species or another form of intelligence, whether it's higher than mine or lower than mine, I know how to try to earn trust. I know things that I can do to try to earn the trust of another being, whether it's a dolphin, whether it's a tiger. I know what I can do. And if these things have Oh God, everybody's saying they're getting bad feedback. Let me wrap it up. If these beings have at least roughly equal intelligence or superior, why are they so bad at earning our trust? Because you, Steve, you're skilled at earning my trust, and I have enough faith in me that I could earn your trust. I have enough faith that I can earn a dolphin's trust. But I do view this as evidence. The evidence is highly suggestive of the fact that these beings do not want to authentically, transparently, publicly earn our trust because it is more of a risk to them, the transparency itself. I do think the largest force against disclosure is a negative NHI, and it's not humans. What is your response to that, Steve?
Well, first, in terms of arrangements between ETs and humans, I mean, it's out there, but it's not been proven to my satisfaction. I don't see the evidence. It's anecdotal. Just don't see it. So I can't take that as a given. All right. Then secondly, again, I'm a big fan of contactees. I believe them. Particularly if you're talking large numbers, and so it's not one-off statement, the ones where you're having multiple similar accounts. If they take the time to provide images into the project images into the brains of people while they're on the ship for a while. In other words, they may do their thing, good or bad or whatever, but before they leave, they take you aside and they project these images into your head, showing serious problems, serious concerns, and whether serious issues, destruction, and so forth into the heads. And the consensus, I mean, I think the contactees don't say they're doing this to torture me, like let me show you a destroyed world here, right? Just to make you feel awful. I mean, we do that to ourselves. We got movies like that all the time. No, they clearly see it as a warning. Some contactees think they're showing them the actual future, but I think that's a simple mistake. They're just showing what seems to be the likely future. Now, this happens a lot. And then you've got the similar events that occur not in ships, but with the school children when they're landing next to schoolyards and giving these impressions to kids. So if you really have bad intentions for a species, why do you go to all this trouble to point out what to them through telepathy and the passing of projecting images where things seem to be going? And one of the reasons it's easy to believe that is because we know where we're going that way. They're just giving you an image of it, right? Here's what it would look like if what you think is going to happen happens. What's the aftermath of a nuclear war really like? What's the aftermath of a planet that's been substantially degraded to the point where it's not able to sustain life? Whatever. I mean, this is not the conduct of a species that means us a great deal of harm or whatever. It's just kind of a little warning there, right? To kind of let you know that. And that to me is a bit of a trust builder. If somebody warns me about, Steve, that particular bar up there or something, it's really dangerous, and there's been some serious things that have just happened. And then I learn later that, yeah, that's true. Then I kind of feel I trust that person. I mean, that person was trying to help me, trying to warn me. So there's that. Okay. Now, but it's tough. The truth embargo is designed for us to never get to a complete conclusion about anything. The longer we are speculating and going around, the government loves it. We could do it for the next 100 years. They'd think it's great, but that ain't going to happen. It's over, right? As they're already finding out. And so you're unable to come to a clear conclusion. So you speculate, and some of these speculations can go in any number of directions. And a classic example is the work of David Paulides. Look, David Paulides is a sharp guy. He's a serious researcher. He knows what he's doing. And he's not the only one in this area, but he is probably the leader right now. in just trying to get a sense of missing people, right? What's going on there?
Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, but you and I are both speculating. When you call it the truth embargo, you're assuming that humans are the ones who are enforcing non-disclosure in their interest. Is that a fair statement?
Well, the point I was making is that the fundamental, usually the basis for the ET control of the process is usually based upon some sort of arrangement that they have with us, a deal that's been struck that they're controlling. I'm saying I don't have the evidence for that, and so I just don't accept that as a premise. Now, absent
But
that,
isn't it a two-way street? Aren't you also absent the evidence that humans are ultimately the net force for non-disclosure?
Well, yeah. I mean, there's plenty of evidence for that. My God,
Please, I'm listening, because I see it as two things. I see it as we're both speculating.
Well,
where's the evidence that we're actually the ones in control of non-disclosure?
Well, are we in control of the decision to disclose or not? My Lord.
Yeah, but where's the evidence for that? Because right now the evidence is overwhelming that we don't have the power to disclose.
No, I didn't say the evidence was overwhelming. I said that I'm not convinced about the ET control because.
And I'm conceding that point, right? Like, so, I have arguments for that, but it's no proof. But where's the evidence that humans have the power to disclose?
Well, let's go back to the beginning.
My counter argument to you.
You ready? Let's go back to the beginning.
I'm listening.
You ready? Okay. We got a saucer in Roswell. It was early. There had been a lot of sightings. Commander Blanchard said, "Hey, that's cool. Let's announce it." So they put out a press release. So they had a saucer. Then the bodies turned up quickly. And of course, Truman was notified immediately about this. And very quickly, a decision was made back to Ramey. You got to get that wreckage. You've got to turn that story around. You got to hold that press conference, right? This cannot get out. So that is prima facie not letting the information out. They blocked it right there. Over the next 5 years, there were sightings going on all over the place. The government would acknowledge them. Right? And then come 52, you've got sightings over Washington to go on for days. Scares the hell out of everybody, including the Army. Sanford had to come forward to give that stupid speech. And so what was the reaction to the government? They called together a quick panel. They got a study panel together over the CIA. And they said, give us a report on this. Look at it. Tell us what we need to do. And so that panel, now called the Robertson panel, came forward and finally gave them an account, which I've never read in full, but we know the essence. And the essence of that account was this. Look, I'm quoting almost. The phenomenon does not appear to be a threat. It's in the Robertson panel. But the growing interest of the public in the phenomena could be problematic. And therefore, their recommendation is we got to shut down that growing interest. Now, that is absolutely in writing. The report is out there. All of that stuff is well known. Clearly, in those early days, the United States government was determined that we were not going to know about this for whatever reasons they had. That was national security.
I'm going to concede that point. You're bringing up some good points.
Okay, so there's that.
And
okay.
Yeah.
All right. And so when the missiles were shut down on these numerous bases, that's a big deal. The ETs didn't stop us from, as far as I know, they didn't stop us from saying anything. They didn't stop Bob Salas. Bob Salas went out and talked about it. He then got involved with Hastings. They did research. They wrote UFOs and Nukes, probably the most important books out there. ETs didn't stop that. They did a documentary.
What about the UAPDA? The most recent one that got gutted, right? That didn't pass in its original form. Yep. Isn't that a major smoking gun? Something that we can't overlook as evidence?
No.
Why? Right. The Grush's claims. Grush is saying something extraordinary here. Grush is alleging the greatest crimes in the world history of U.S. government,
which is
embezzlement of funds, treason, theft of property by a contractor, and a technology that rivals the sum total of our entire nuclear arsenal. Grush is alleging crimes committed against the U.S. government, and the government isn't doing shit about it. In fact, we wrote an amendment saying, hey, by the way, you're not going to get in trouble even if you killed people. We just need a citizen review board, and a right to reclaim some of the property, can still make profit on it. And instead, the government, who is, as far as I know, supposedly in control of enforcing the law, got slapped on the hand by the five obtusables known as Mike, 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 and Mike. And we had to fix the law to even enforce the law. We shouldn't even have to write anything to enforce eminent domain. It's in our Constitution. Isn't the last version of the UAPDA that failed to pass proof that our government isn't in control, that something else is stealing from the government? When somebody else is stealing from the US military and the tech they're stealing is worth more than all of the nukes, I'm wondering whether our government has the power to disclose, Steve Bassett. And logically, from a perspective of the logos and game theory, I do not see how our president has the power to disclose. Legally, they do, and it seems our government cannot enforce its own law, even with the sum total of its U.S. military.
Okay, where to begin? First of all, Grush's testimony was pretty well known. I was there. I actually listened to it. He did indicate in his view that a truth embargo, I'm going to say, the sequestering of this technology, truth embargo, he felt was illegal. Obviously, others don't. They consider it completely legal under the National Security Act. And I think it is, actually. But he didn't think it was illegal. So that was part of the reason why he came forward as a, quote, whistleblower. I think he actually called himself that. But not the real reason, but one of the most important reasons why he came forward was not the perceived illegality of what the government's policy was, but because he and his wife were getting death threats. And so how do you deal with that? Well, you got to get out there and you got to get some help. You got to tell people what's going on. And he started with the Intel Committee. He went on to the Inspector General and finally he did an interview. Okay. But what's that got to do with the original point? The original point was, is the government, our government, actually making efforts on its own to prevent this information from going out? And there's evidence that goes all the way back to 47. And I could take you all the way forward, instance after instance after instance, with no indications whatsoever that ETs are involved. All right. Meanwhile, the ETs are turning up here and turning up there and putting crop circles down and taking blood from cattle and leaving the cattle behind and just leaving and then showing themselves and being seen and on and on and on. And so if they do not want it disclosed, they sure are doing a hell of a rotten job about it. I mean, they're not making it easier for the government to do this. All right. So there's that. Now, with respect to the, let me put it this way. The truth embargo, I believe, is a mistake, and I believe it's done a lot of damage, though that damage will manifest over time, right? I would love to know what the 20th century would have been like if Truman had just said, hey, we got ETs here, but we've survived World War II. We'll deal with this. We're never going to know, right? So it's done some damage, but believe me, we're talking, and you talk about government doing damage. The United States has been in 3 or 4 proxy wars, killed a couple million people, the majority of which were women and children. We've nuked 2 cities that had very little military value. We've done experiments on people. The United States has done some unbelievably evil shit. But guess what? The United Kingdom, or the Great British Empire, oh boy, did it do a lot of bad stuff. Russia, give me a break. And so there's almost no major country or civilization or kingdom or empire, Rome, you name it. Oh, Genghis Khan, don't get me started. That hasn't done really evil stuff based upon, quote, institutional prerogative. So when it comes to evil, nasty shit, the ETs are not even in the game. They're not even on the scoreboard, which is not to dismiss the things they do that have caused some problems for people. I'm just saying, if it's a competition, it's not even close. Humans believe they're the apex predator, and they will kill anything. They will kill any animal on this planet. They will kill the person, the bees. They'll kill the plants, and they'll kill each other in untold numbers. And they're doing it. In fact, recently they just did it in a spectacular fashion. So when I hear about evil ETs, it's hard for me I say, look, okay, I'm looking at the ETs and what we know about them, and I'm looking at what I know about humans, and I'm having trouble.
I'm having trouble with that because I know what evil is in the human arena. And when I look at the ETs, they're not even close. So I'm trying to keep a perspective here because evil can emerge over time. Maybe
I hear you, Steve. And you and I, we could go for 12 hours
Sure.
straight just on this one question. And I want to get other people
that's fine.
to be graced with the privilege to take a stab at you.
Yeah, okay. I think
Um,
I've kind of given your question. I'm not dismissing it, and yet I'm just
No,
trying to put a
no.
perspective.
No, but and I'm also giving the people what they want. There's people who are huge fans of you, but they disagree with you on this one subject, and they've been waiting for us to have a back and forth.
Well, I am in a
And I
doom
want
zone, so I expect that.
you are in the most doomer space on the internet, going back and forth with Doomer
I've
Daddy.
seen 2012 like 4 times, man. I know Doom.
Oh no, you don't know Doom until you've spent 24 hours in a Doom room because it goes way darker than this. But
Oh God.
so and we have Tom Montauk
Okay,
and,
go ahead.
here and so I want to give Tom a chance to respond if he wants to, and then we're going to open it up for audience Q&A. I only want to bring up one person at a time. We brought up Exilius and J Just. We're not going to kick you down, J Just, but let's get through after Tom responds, let's get through Exilius and then J Just, and then after each person, once the exchange is completely done, I'd like to recycle people just so that we can get as many people up in that 1 hour. Does that make sense? So let's wait until we're done with J Just before we bring another person up on the panel. And I will suggest to you, Steve, that there is quite tangible, I would argue, irrefutable evidence suggesting, if not proving, that there are other intelligent life forms that are far more violent and destructive. I would start with Xenon 129, an isotope that is present at a proportion that can only be explained either by artificial nuclear detonation, by 2 bombs, one of which would have to be the size of the Empire State Building, or a solar supernova explosion of the sun that would also ruin the Earth. And unless you believe it's humans who dropped those 2 major nukes on Mars, I think that is fairly compelling evidence that something else is more destructive than humans. And I suggest maybe when it comes to the belief that a negative NHI is doing a bad job at holding back disclosure, and I've suggested this before, I think you and I both need to do a poll, or we could do one poll and we both, because you have followers and I'm sure mine are doomerish or they can't stand me, but many people on UFO Twitter have long forsaken even the belief that trying to effect disclosure through traditional government means, i.e., vying for congressional hearings, lobbying, and trying to vote for your senators or call them or send them a text message, many have long given up. And I want to be wrong. I want to be falsifiable. I think we should have some sort of a poll so we can at least have some sort of reality testing. That's just a suggestion to you. I hope you're open to it. And I want to give Tom, I'll let you respond, Steve, then Tom, and then let's get to Exilius and J Just. Steve, are you open to doing a poll?
I'm sorry. I
No, it's
left it
okay.
open. Yeah,
It's
let me
okay.
respond. I'm familiar with John Brandenburg's work. And if he's right, and he may very well be right, whoever nuked Mars, it was a long time ago. I'm not sure the numbers. It could be 1 million years. It could be.
It's at least 1 million. Yeah, it's at least
And
1
so
million.
whoever that was, I think it's pretty likely that they're not the ones that are here now. So that means that at least at some point in the past, it's possible that an entity, whatever, nuked Mars. We don't know why. We don't know it was there when it happened. So as evidence that could be applied to our circumstances now, I just don't see much connection there. Okay. And then the other thing you said was
I'm suggesting you might be overestimating the progress of disclosure and the community's view, the UFO community's view.
Look, here's the deal about the activist role. You know, in other words, not everybody's an activist. I don't expect them to be, right? It's like you want to be an activist. There's kind of there's rules, right? It's called the activist path, and it's not easy, all right, but here's the things. If you want to be an activist and you actually want to help things happen, you want to help an issue develop, whether you're following or leading or whatever. One, you've got to be persistent, even obsessively persistent. Okay. And two, you need to be an optimist. All right. You have to be an optimist. You have to believe that the goal is reachable. You cannot possibly lead a movement or be particularly helpful in any movement, whatever it is, if you're coming from a fundamental position, there's a chance in hell that this is going to work. Okay. In other words, say it's women's right to vote, and you get up there in front of a bunch of people and say, look, women should have the right to vote, but I got to tell you, I don't see it happening for 1,000 years. This is not going to work. You have to be an optimist. Now, if you cross into ludicrous optimism, well, it can be a problem, but you need to be at least a relatively grounded optimist. Okay.
I'm sorry. Let me stop you right there. I'm glad you brought that up because I'm easily misunderstood, and I need to be more clear. I'm saying that we need to go about disclosure another way, or at least an additional way, that it's not enough, not that it can't be achieved. I agree that political disclosure ultimately needs to happen, but that the goody two-shoes Boy Scout way has enough evidence to suggest that it is insufficient. Maybe it's requisite, but it is insufficient, and it is even dangerous. I believe it is not safe for my son if we believe that we're close and we're winning. I think we need realism, and we need to do something else or in addition. I'm not saying it's not worth fighting for.
Again, I'm a little confused there. The disclosure, look, the disclosure process is...
Steve, you can't be that confused. It's been over a year, and nothing's happened with the Grush hearings. 11 and a half hours of testimony, 40 witnesses. You can't be that confused as to the frustration of UFO Twitter, because it's real.
No, I'm not confused. I was actually referring to something else. But look, the Grush hearing happened last July. And it was a significant event, but it wasn't supposed to happen. It wasn't part of the script. And so if anything, it threw things up in the air, causing problems. Not blaming him. I'm simply saying there was a process underway that was orderly and moving to where we needed to go. And suddenly he turns up and says, bungo, we got non-human tech, non-human bodies. And it created a problem. Okay, fine. It forced people to respond and do things they weren't prepared to do yet.
And that's my perspective. I think we need to create more of a problem, right? My perspective is not we don't need disclosure. I'm saying we need to break things, and it created a problem, but it didn't break anything.
That's interesting.
Something needs to break.
Look, I was around during the anti-war movement, and there was an endless battle going on within the activist movement then. People that wanted to protest against the war, put the message out, try to bring people together. And there were people that wanted to break things, and they started to break things. And, I'm not judging. I'm simply saying that this is not uncommon in activist movements. Good trouble is what John Lewis said. Is it time for good trouble? No, I don't think so. You
have to be of the opinion that it was a good thing that Grush caused a problem, or am I misunderstanding?
No, I'm not. I'm not blaming Grush. I'm simply saying that there was a process underway, and it didn't include somebody coming forward from within the government that was actually in the UAP task force. Saying, look, I've been told by USAP people we have human tech, human bodies, because remember, I told you this is a political process. We're trying to get to with the hearings, and we're trying to get from the president. All right. And like with all political processes, there are certain ways you do it. And if you go outside those ways, it doesn't happen. Okay. Just the way it is. It's realpolitik. And so when he comes forward, he creates an issue. However, and there were a number of responses to that. There had to be. Kirkpatrick chose his response. He attacked Grush immediately in a letter. Big mistake. Somebody else released his medical files. Big mistake. Okay. But the person, but the Republicans, Burchett and company, their response was to aggressively go after him to try to get a hearing. And they got that hearing. And that's pretty good. Not bad. It put him under oath, gave him more credibility. So that was their response. But that wasn't that wasn't the disclosure process that we got to get. That's got to be in the Intel committee. The Intel committee in that hearing. What about that? Well, Warner didn't say anything. The committee didn't say anything. They didn't want to touch it, right? Because it's not on the script yet. We're still not there. Somebody had to do something to sort of defuse the situation and back up Grush, and that was Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer is not on the Intel committee, but he is the big guy. He's a Gang of Eight Senate Majority Leader, and so he steps in out of nowhere and says, and this is 39 days after Grush came forward on the 5th of June, and he basically announces that he and Mike Rounds have come up with the full package, the UAP Disclosure Act, which include the UAP Control Plan. And in that case, control actually stands for responsible, the Responsible UAP Disclosure Plan. But control is a trigger word. I get it. But in any event, he comes and he announces this on the 14th of July, 39 days after Grush came forward. Huge deal. All of a sudden, my God, this is it. This is the whole bill. It's going to take care of everything. We're going to start the whole process of getting things out and everything else. It's not confirming the ET presence, except that it is. And so in that bill, he didn't have to do it, but he included the eminent domain. All of that was just going to just set some people's hair on fire. He didn't have to put eminent domain in there. It could have had everything else but that, and would have been one hell of a bill. Why did he put eminent domain in that announcement on the July the 14th? Because that was his way of dealing with the Grush issue. By putting eminent domain in there, he is confirming Grush. He is saying, yeah, obviously, Grush is right. We got that non-human tech there because that's why we want eminent domain. And so he backs up Grush to try to give him support. He essentially gets the issue moving forward so people kind of settle down. Oh, and there's a response. There's a way forward. He supports the Intel committee, which has been hanging out there. He's saying, I'm the majority leader and I'm down with what you guys are doing. That's good. He also sends a message in that bill to the defense contractors that, like, we know that a lot of this stuff is under your aegis and we can't get to it through FOIAs, but we know about it and we are exercising eminent domain. So that's how he responded to Grush. And so suddenly, boom, we're moving forward again. Everybody's excited. And what happens then? It wasn't the ETs that came down from the sky and started pissing on that bill. It was the defense contractors. We literally saw it happen. We knew who it was. Well, at least people I know knew who it was. Danny Sheehan, for one. The defense contractors got in touch with their lobbyists. He said, go up on the Hill, tell Mike Rogers, tell Mike, what's his face, that no more campaign funding for you if you don't gut that bill. And they went after Mitch McConnell. And they said, you guys have power. Go to the people in that conference. They don't go in the conference itself, but wait till they go to dinner, take them to dinner, get them a couple of drinks and tell them, gut that bill or you're done. You're toast. That's our government suppressing this issue. But when I say our government, in this case, it included defense contractors, which are not our government, but they're paid by our government. Now, I happen to believe there were some people in the DOD who were also lobbying for gutting the bill, meaning they had their own.
And Steve, I want to hold my word. Like you've already indulged me so much. Is it okay if I move on to Exilius and
Almost
Jacobs?
done.
So
Give
that
me just 10, 15 seconds. So there were some people in the DOD that also joined the fight to gut the bill, but for different reasons. These were DOD people who felt that what Grush did, violating what they felt was a security oath and so forth, was treason. And so they wanted to gut the bill because, again, they felt the fundamental thing was a violation of law. But that we know. And so to me, again, that is an explanation of what happened in response to your thoughts on it. There you go. All right. Turn my mic off here.
Exilius, thank you for being so patient. Go ahead.
Hey, Steve, and hey, everyone. Thanks for hosting the space. So, Steve, I'm going to ask you. I'm going to lay out my thought and then ask you how it meshes with yours, because I have an issue with the nukes and the whole disarming. And so I'll just lay it out real quick.
Okay.
But I don't mean to be confrontational or anything. I really just want to understand your worldview. So my issue with the nukes is I don't see the rationale personally why humanity should be expected to disarm ourselves. We're already at a disadvantage given how powerful they must be when the ETs themselves are not expected to disarm. And one explanation put forth, and I'm sure it's others, is that there's a fear that we would bring the nukes to space. But given as powerful as they are, and they can just simply disable nukes, they could just disable them if we did something, and they could also threaten to wipe us out if we actually launched a successful attack. And so I also don't think it's even feasible for us to stop the nukes across the world, given that countries are doing it in secret, even probably right now. And then if they're afraid of us wiping ourselves out, or even wiping out the planet, which might be very rare in this universe, couldn't they just gift us the tech to disable the nukes only? Or like Reagan had suggested once, or even a step further, couldn't they themselves locate and disable them all at once to push the issue? And now a common argument that might be framed is that humanity needs to grow up. But when I hear this, I think to myself, it's like, here's 10 children with a box of bombs. As an adult, we could step in and stop and take away the bombs ourselves. But wouldn't we just let the kids grow up and risk them blowing themselves up instead? And so then I'll just take it the one last step. Not just the nukes. I worry about the disclosure. Are we giving up our secret tech that we can't even trust the public with nuclear technology? Why would we trust them with technology that's not mid 20th century, but who knows at what level? And it almost feels like a way of disarming ourselves, because we're going to give away the locations, the capabilities, it's stuff that we may have gone a great deal to hide. And so I kind of worry there that this whole disarming thing, it almost seems like what an enemy force would want you to do before, so it's just less work for them to come in and take you out, or to take whatever it is you want. Maybe they want the honey and we're the bees. So I just want to throw it out there and just understand your perspective on this, because I'm sure you thought about this.
All right. Let me see if I can provide it this way. There's two things I think in play here simultaneously. One is that humans with nukes and starships are actually a threat to other systems. Up until then, we're not a threat. We can't do jack, nothing, right? So, and we're approaching that. So I don't think that's a coincidence. We're getting close to having those starships. We got them in our movies, for God's sakes. We're flying all over the galaxy in our movies. And the way it works, if the sci-fi guys can write it, soon we can do it. So that's one issue. And then the second issue is the threat that nukes are to ourselves, to us. All right. And so it's obvious why the ETs would care about humans flying around the galaxy with nukes and starships. What about us? Okay, now I got to speculate, because again, I'm not getting any emails from these guys. Look, in spite of the violence that we purvey and how nasty and ugly we can be, it is also the case that people, maybe in the majority, have a certain appreciation and value of life. We, and there's millions of examples of that. Okay. Life is an extraordinary thing, and we value it. We try to protect it. And we'll step in to stop it from being hurt and so forth. This is probably more dominant in human nature and culture than the desire to kill anything that's in front of you. And that's us. So it's not unreasonable to think that advanced species that have had another 500,000, 2,000 years, that their appreciation for life would go up, not down. The more you know about life, the more profound it is. The more you know about the brain, the more profound it is. Most people don't know that the brain has as many neurons in it as the number of stars in our galaxy, 200 billion. And those neurons have synapses, which is points of contact. There's 200 trillion synapses in your brain. So 200 billion is the number of stars in our galaxy, and 200 trillion is 1,000 galaxies. That's what's stuck up in our head there, So the more we find out, the more appreciation we have. I happen to think that advanced species would have an even greater appreciation for life. Okay. So let's assume the possibility that they actually care that we would build up this civilization and then ruin it, destroy it, kill as much as we can. It took billions of years to get where we are, right? And it was a violent process. Natural selection is an incredibly violent process. Untold, almost infinite number of animals, small, large, and everything. I got to die, get born, and die, get born, die, get born, killed, and the competition and survival of the fittest and everything else. All this death, all this survival fittest stuff, and eventually we end up with a human. It took a long time. And so now those humans, with those 200 trillion synapses in their brain, why anybody goes into a ring and lets somebody punch them in the head, I have no idea, are sitting there with 25,000 nukes, pissing on each other, itching for a chance to use them. And so they're looking down at us more like we're kindergarten children and like, Jesus Christ, they found the machine guns. I'm more inclined that way. The evidence points that way. It doesn't point the other direction. And so they got a double problem. One, you're going to be a threat to us pretty soon, and you sure damn well are a threat to each other. You didn't have the bomb until 44, 45. You did use it twice. You haven't used it since, but you keep talking about it. And so on that perspective, that is why I believe that the process leading to disclosure, which is a self-disclosure, we're confirming it to ourselves formally, legally, opens the door for open contact. They can engage us anytime they want. They could fly 10,000 ships over all the cities in the world like an Independence Day, scare the shit out of everybody. And I guess we'd have a discussion after that, but they choose not to. They have taken a process which is relatively slow. It's not too fast. We're involved, aggressively involved in it. And it's not a problem, though. I will say this. By not forcing the action more, by not being even more, how would you say, ostentatious, the risk of a nuclear war happen grows, because the longer this has gone on 77 years, we could have had a nuclear war any number of times. And so that's a question I haven't dealt with yet. They're apparently willing to risk that. Now, some say, oh, it's not a risk because they'll turn the nukes off in the air. Maybe they will, maybe they won't, but that's not a roll of the dice I want to go. But I'm simply saying that if disclosure happens in February, I don't think open contact is that far down the line. And open contact is not the same thing as showing up in your bedroom at 2 a.m. Open contact is formal engagement of some kind, and we know what's going on. And then the question is, what is the discussion? What will be the exchange of information between them, in an open fashion, and the authorities of the world's government? And I am speculating for sure, but it is not out of the blue speculation. It's based upon everything I've learned and seen in 28 years. It will go like this, right? You guys are going to build starships soon. You got nukes, you got all these weapons. You're not bringing them out our way. So don't even think about it. I mean, you can build the ships and you can stack them with all the nukes you want. They're never leaving the planet. We'll make sure of that. And we know that they can do that. So you're just wasting your time. Build them, we'll destroy them. Build them, we'll destroy them. And so you're stuck. I guess you could say you're in quarantine. Comes up. Okay. At least your nukes are. And our answer will be, why? And their answer is going to be, look, you're a threat to us the moment you do that, and we're not going to allow that. We're not idiots. And we'll say, okay. Well, all right, we can't leave the planet, but we're keeping our nukes. All right, we won't build starships. We're keeping our nukes. We can't live without our nukes. We hate each other down here, and we got to have the nukes, or we're going to attack each other. Mutual assured destruction, blah, blah, blah. And I think the answer to that from them may be, look, here's the deal. If you want to keep the nukes, keep them. If you want to use them, use them. All right. But if you get rid of them, we can be very helpful to you. We have science and technology that could be extraordinarily helpful to dealing with the very great problems that you have. And we'll be willing to be of assistance. Nothing radical about that. We do the same thing on Earth. You got countries that are dealing with countries that are poor and disadvantaged, and those countries help them out by providing some technology, providing food, whatever, try to help them out, lift them up. So the ETs might do that. You get rid of the nukes, we'll do that. We'll say, well, why we'll keep our nukes, but help us anyway. And I think the response would be, look, if you guys are stupid enough to keep these damn things and you and eventually use them on them, we're not going to waste our time. Why should we waste our time if you're that committed to self-destruction? Hell, you can't do anything. You can't agree on anything, right? You can't deal with any of the problems that are there. You're acting like little children, and you want these nukes. So forget us. Remember, we're out of here. We're done, but you're not leaving with those nukes. Blow yourselves up. What can we do? That's the tenor of the conversation that I think is coming. What can I say? Right? Now, obviously, there's 1,000 possibilities there. All right. But you got to factor your assessments. You got to factor in turning off the nukes. You got to factor in what the contactees are going through, what they're being told, the pace of things, the way the ETs conduct themselves. You got to factor all of those things in to somehow to be factored into any conclusion you arrive at. You just can't pick something out of the air. Okay. So that's my answer. In other words, I'm not a doom guy. Now, here's the irony of that. Look, I am kind of a doom guy in that I feel that nuclear war is inevitable. And I've been assuming that since I was a kid. And we're going to have it for sure. All right. Certainty. And it's going to be awful. How doomier can you get than that? Except there may be a way out of this mess. Right? There may be a way out of this. Right now, there isn't. There's nothing. I mean, nothing. They don't even try anymore to try to reduce the risk of nuclear war. All right. It gets worse every year. And so how do we get out of it? Disclosure, open contact. And then let's see what the ETs have to say about this. Let's see what's possible for us. What is our future? At one time, every one of those ET species was in the same place that we were. They didn't have space travel yet, but they had a lot of tech. They had computers. They probably had social media driving them crazy, whatever. They've been there, done that. And now they're dealing with us. And so they kind of know how these things go.
And look, I'm going to let Exilius finish this back and forth. But Steve, there's 4 more people in the request queue, and we still have JJust. So, Fringe, UFO Sarah, how do you feel about what if I just approve all those 4 requests now? We take no more, and we try to get through all of those hands. How does that sound to both of you?
Sounds great.
Does that work for you, Steve? Is that okay?
Yeah, of course.
I just want to be a bit of a realist, and some will call me a doomer, but I'd like to get all these. So let's approve them. Fringe, I'm not sure what order is best, but I'm just going to approve everybody.
We have
You
the
got an
order.
order? That's wonderful. Even though I just let you through the floodgates, whatever I approved, did it work? Yeah. Please put your hand up and keep it permanently up. And Exilius, I'm going to let you finish your back and forth, but Exilius and Steve, let's try to get through it so that we can get through the remaining hands in the room. And to the rest of the room, we're likely not going to get to you because we have 33 minutes left.
Gotcha. Short answers.
Exilius, I don't want to shortchange you, but let's keep it tight if possible.
Yeah, we don't actually need to do it back and forth in the interest of time. I'll just maybe I'll just say one thing and you can say one thing, Steve. My concern is I like the hope, but it does sound a little bit like hope to me that we're dealing with a massively species that we can't understand and we think has some interest in us on some similar level kind of way. And I can't imagine like that hope. I can't imagine what calculations must be going through their head of what their real aim is to even bother with this whole elaborate process. And I can't imagine it's just because they want to welcome like the new little species into the fold when we might just be an intermediary step in their mind and they need us to create something else for them. So to me, it sounds hopeful and I like the hope though, compared to the doom. But I don't know. If you have any thoughts on that, otherwise that's the end of my thoughts.
Look, I have been accused of being a ridiculous optimist, but I've also been accused of being a fearmonger, right? Because I talk about the potential, how this could all work out based upon disclosure process and everything else. But on the other hand, I can just riff like crazy on the fact that nuclear war is practically around the corner and everything that we're doing wrong there and how bad it's going to be. And so I go back and forth. I'm a ridiculous optimist or I'm a fearmonger. I've decided that what I am is an optimist monger. So feel free to call me that going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we are going to recycle people. Let's not approve any more requests. And if we make it through everybody, we'll do one at a time. But so either drop down or we're going to send you to the moon and recycle your soul. And Tom, please jump in at any point, just interject and speak up.
Yeah, can I just say one last thing for the night?
Please, by all means.
Okay, so earlier I was talking about how violence isn't the only way that a force could be hostile, because there's also nonviolent forms of hostility like manipulation. So it kind of occurred to me that for all the evils that humans have done, from religious wars to resource wars to even like ideological wars, right? Well, how much of those wars are truly, how much of those owe their origins to humans, and how much have actually been manipulated to some degree by NHIs? For example, the founding of certain religions. What if certain religions were founded by non-human intelligences, beaming messages or visions or whatever into some prophet, right? And then they go start a religion, and then 1,000 years later is a major religious war, let's say at the Crusades or something, and millions die. Or what about certain political ideologies like Nazism? Would Nazism exist if the Tula Society wasn't in contact with the Aldebarans who gave them plans for advanced technologies, right? What about Marxism, for example, or all these different things? Or what about the NHI's supposed takeover of certain elements of the military-industrial complex? Would the CIA today be orchestrating various wars around the world, not for human agendas, but for some grander NHI agenda, possibly, maybe to orchestrate World War III so that they can come in as potential false saviors? I don't know. I'm just putting that idea out there that for all the evils that happen within human history, what if some of them have been caused by NHIs, and therefore they share a lot of the blame, if not full blame, for a lot of the origins of it? And I think William Bramley's book, The Gods of Eden, is a good one for analyzing the historical perspective of NHI influence on humanity. So, and I think the most twisted thing about it is, if that were the case, then for them to also come in and play themselves as saviors and wag their finger at us, saying that we're so violent and so primitive, why don't you follow our lead instead of your own corrupt leaders? I think that's like not only gaslighting, it's a weird form of psychological inversion there, and I think that would be very bad. So we do have to consider that in light of some other things. Thank you.
All I can say is that there's a lot of what ifs there. What if? I get it. I mean, you could go 1,000 what ifs, and that's fine for game theory. And that's what the government does with their supercomputers. They do game theory. In other words, they run simulations and they do 10 million what ifs to try to see how things will go. And it's important to do. But, I'm not a supercomputer. So they're interesting what ifs. But if the premise of the what if is not true, then no conclusion can come from it. So far, if I thought there was a clear and obvious, if I thought there was substantial evidence towards a really awful outcome here, I wouldn't hide it. I'd tell you, believe me. I can go Doom. Believe me. I can do Doom with the best of them. But I don't. I don't see it. I just don't. Now, again, as I said earlier, the abduction phenomena and what's going on there, not good. There's a reason for it, but humans are being abused. Not all, but some. And I don't dismiss it. But I have to focus on the larger picture. We're talking about the integration of an entire spacefaring civilization, possibly into some alliance with other spacefaring civilizations. And there's some things going on that need to be dealt with. One of those is contactees and abduction. I would like to think that post-disclosure or post-open contact, that could be ended. But it's possible, certainly, right? Obviously, in open contact, that's a reasonable question. Guys, so nice to meet you. It's great. Thanks for turning off the nukes. But, this whole abduction thing, we'd sure like that to stop. Well, that's something. We can ask, but we can't ask them until we get into open contact. So I'm not absurdly, the ETs are not all incredible, wonderful saints and everything else. They're advanced beings with advanced tech. I don't go overboard. But again, I still don't see the outcome of the truth process ending badly. I see the outcome of the lying process and ending badly, which is what humans thrive on. They just thrive on lies. So I'm not persuaded yet. You know, we'll see.
Thank you, Steve. I think we have Jay just next.
Okay, so I'm just wondering, I don't know if I asked you this before, but I know you're around a bunch of researchers and maybe some people in the know. So these NHI, are they like from our future or our past? Are any of them, is it a smorgasbord of different, I don't know, different entities coming to Earth?
Smorgasbord. Okay. Well, I think the Nordics would apply there.
Well, like Grush says interdimensional. And then other people say from space, and then other people say something else. Like there's so many ideas out there.
First of all,
Yeah.
I need to have it sent to me. I do not recall that Grush, as a matter of fact, said they're interdimensional. I don't recall it. If he did, I'd like to see it, hear it, read it, whatever. He may have referred to
Luna repeated that as well.
to the possibility. It's an option. But the idea that he said, for a matter of fact, they're interdimensional, I don't think that happened. Okay. So that's point number one. Point number two, time travel is one of the great science fiction memes ever. Let me tell you, time travel, man, you just start a time travel script. It's probably going to get made. It's great sci-fi. It's wonderful sci-fi. So is Stargates, Portals. God, first time I ever saw that movie, Stargate, fantastic. There was a similar book like that when I was a kid. It's great sci-fi. Just because we can imagine it doesn't mean it can be real. Though it's amazing how much does become real that humans imagine, but it's not an unlimited skill. And so while we have a love affair with time travel and portals, I'm just going to say, I know enough about physics to know it's very, very, very unlikely. What is very likely is that they have solved the relativity issue on time-space travel. Right? I mean, relativity was we came up with it just about 120 years ago. Right? That's it. We're barely able to describe gravity yet. That's still kind of a fluke. And so the idea that it's impossible to go from one star to another over, say, 10 light years and have to go, spend 25,000 years, no, that's not been proven or established at all. And it's also the case that the ETs tell contactees they're from other stars. The contactee will get a little moment with them and go, just curious, where are you from? They don't say the future, they don't say the past, and they don't say the 12th dimension. They say we're from other stars. They told the ancients, because I believe some of the ancient.
Couldn't they be lying?
Again, they could be lying, but why? Why? But, it's like, we don't want them to. We're from another dimension, so we'll lie and say we're from the stars. And consistently over time, in the ancient times, and I believe they were here in ancient times, and I believe that Ancient Aliens has some of that was well accounted for. You have these ancient species, groups talking about their sky beings and so forth, and the sky beings frequently tell them they're from the stars. And so until I get some really strong evidence otherwise, I'm going with the stars. All right. And that's good, because the other two explanations are not good. You want to talk about catastrophic disclosure, which is a bad concept, because nobody really knows what the hell it means, but let's just say that it's not good, right? Something not good. So if I'm out there selling that, oh no, the ETs are not from the stars, pretty sure they're from another dimension. They exist right next to us. And if they want to, they can walk into your bedroom, just kind of take you to the next dimension. And that's what people are going to have to, that's what they're being told. I like this metaphor. You're sitting down for a Thanksgiving dinner. Everything is fine. Everything is comfortable. And suddenly this arm reaches out from nowhere, obviously a dimension right next to you, and grabs all the dark meat, takes it back home to the other people. They don't, that's not good. The idea that they're amongst us, literally right in another dimension just next to us, and they can walk through anytime they want, that scares the hell out of people. Now, if it's true, it's true. But we don't know that. And we don't have proof of that. And so as an activist, this is not helping. To be putting out explanations that are going to scare the hell out of people that will probably prove false. As far as the future, well, that gets really sticky. All right. It's like, if they're from the future, you get into predeterminism there and God knows what else. And so, again, great sci-fi, bad activism, bad science. Right. So I would relax and just be comfortable with the idea that one day we're going to be able to go to the stars, and they already can. And they're here. One day we'll be able to go there. Pretty basic, pretty much like our sci-fi movies. Right? In that sense, we got it right. Okay? Star drive, right? Warp drive. We got that right. Of course, the other thing about our movies, our sci-fi movies, is that when we go out there, we go to war. It's like we're going to war with somebody. Right. So that's us taking us out there into the galaxy as if that's the way the galaxy works. I have grave doubts about that, but whatever. That's the best answer I got for you. Thank you.
Okay, can I ask another question? It seems we're moving into a monkeypox pandemic.
Africa
Very
is.
bad. Well, it's already here in San Francisco and in California.
Interesting. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, they found it in the wastewater. So, and we also have H1N1, and you know that we also have COVID, which people like to ignore, but it's
Yes.
still a
Okay.
problem. And it takes COVID is like faster than HIV taking out your immune system. So taking out our immune systems and then adding this to the mix is a very interesting combination. Also, you say that we're going to get these um uh with the whistleblowers, we're going to get the what are they called again?
Take your
Someone
time.
give
Take
me
your
the
time.
word.
It's okay.
No, we're going to get these can someone give me the word because I'm
Describe.
missing
Yeah.
it.
What?
Anyways, we're going to get hearings.
Yeah. Hearing in front of the
Hearings.
Senate Intel Committee. Yeah, that's what has to
Yeah.
happen next. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, with all of the look what happened with COVID. What if it happens with monkeypox?
Sure.
And what if it happens with H5N1? Then again, we're going to not get to hearings. There's always excuses not to
I
have these
agree. I
hearings,
mean,
it
we've had.
seems.
Yeah. No, you're right. And recently.
Steve, I just want to remind everyone we just have 19 minutes. So thank you, Jay Just. I'm going to have Steve, if you can answer this one. And then we're going to go to Arthur, Larry. I think, wait, sorry, hold on one second. It's Arthur. Sorry. It's Jen Hara, Arthur, Larry, Christoph. So we do have a few hands that we have to get
I'm
through.
happy to go after
Hello,
11, but
I'm
I'm
lost.
guessing that you shut
Sorry
down
to
at that point.
interject. I'm lost.
Go ahead. Okay.
She's done.
Yeah, let me establish my Doom credentials. All right. Gaia is a living thing in a sense. I mean, it is a living biosphere. Some people want to call it literally Gaia is actually a thing. It's like an animal in a sense. It's like a living thing. Well, we know this. It is a living biosphere, unbelievably connected, unbelievably complex, and complex systems like that seek balance. And so one of the things you see throughout nature is a constant balancing, moving away and then back and away and then back. And that's kept the planet going for a long time until humans showed up. And we're just such a pain in the butt. And so one of the things that I consider inevitable, unless we get out of this hole we dug, is this. Gaia is going to take us out. There's too many of us. Way too many of us. Right.
We're
so
doing a good
consequently,
job
well, again,
ourselves,
we're
so.
part of Gaia, right? But I'm saying that Gaia it can do an even better job than we can do. And so the biosphere is starting to balance. And is a lot of reasons for that. And you can point them out, but ultimately the biosphere is capable of taking out 4 or 5 billion of us very easily. And because we are not doing what needs to be done to prevent that, because we're challenging the environment, we're not dealing with other issues, Gaia is making its moves. And so, and this you may find interesting. Stephen Schwartz is the famous researcher out of University of Arizona that's doing the work on remote viewing. And he did a 9-year study called 2055, in which he took thousands of people, gave them a targeted remote view, and the target was 2050, right? What is it going to be like in 2050? Tell me about it, draw it, whatever. He took these thousands of accounts and he studied them all to come up with a relatively consensus, right? A sense. And I've seen the video of this. And there's several things he says, right, that are interesting. One is that the United States is now a very weak federal government. 4 general areas govern the United States: Northwest, Northeast, Southwest, Southeast. Fine. Okay. And that we just got over 20 years of really difficult time. Okay. And then he was asked this question: did we have a nuclear war? He said no. He said the remote viewer said no nuclear war by 2050. I'm going, well, that's nice. Thank you. And then he was asked this question. He went into this area. Is there a population problem in 2050? No population problem. And I'm going, wait a minute. I mean, I know what the projections are. We should have huge population problem by then. He's saying no. What could possibly account for that? And then the answer immediately struck me. 2 or 3 really good, crisp pandemics, kills off about 4 or 5 billion people, keeps the infrastructure, got all the stuff. You just got less people. And who's left? Got more things, more infrastructure, more resources. Life is good. So let's just say that I am a doomer too. We either deal with this shit or Gaia will take care of us, and we may help. But Gaia,
and we're going to be. I'm sorry. Okay, I'll let you finish, Steve. Forgive me. We're going to be clipping the shit out of this where you say I'm a doomer too. I mean, I'm going to sleep on that. I'm putting that on repeat. I want to keep my word to people, Steve. And I also got you to say, you know, hashtag catastrophic disclosure somewhere on your timeline. So I'm never going to forget this. I want to keep my word to people. We have 13 minutes left. That means 3 minutes per person. And we're also going to bring Courtney up here so we can end the space. We're going to recycle people down as soon as you're done with your exchange. And I want to keep my word. Do we know, Fringe, Sarah, who's next?
I think we do. It's Janara.
Janara, take it away.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I hadn't raised my hand immediately. I was asleep and woke up because of a pressure change in the atmosphere due to a craft outside. Anyway, I just wanted to touch upon something that Mr. Bassett had mentioned a while ago, that he believes contactees, but also states that there's insufficient evidence regarding a human NHI collaboration, stating that evidence of that is anecdotal. So I was wondering, what criteria does he apply as to which experiences are actually believable and credible?
Good question. I believe if a contactee tells me their story, I basically it's a first off, I'm going to believe it, right? I'm going to assume they're telling the truth. Absolutely. Now,
Steve, can you just talk into your mic? Sorry, just a reminder.
Yeah, I'm going to, when a contactee tells a story, I'm going to believe them until I have some reason not to, right? That's fine. Now, there are contactee accounts without question where it supposedly ETs and humans in uniform even are in the same room together. This kind of emerges out of the MyLab stuff. And that's notable. I can't dismiss it. I also know that ETs can make you see anything they want. So there could be 6 ETs there, and they can make you think there's 3 ETs and 3 guys from the Yankees in full uniform. I mean, they can do that. Maybe not. So what if there are humans and ETs in the same room? Okay, that would be notable, very significant. Need to know more about that. Does that mean there's a treaty? Not necessarily, right? Does that mean deals have been struck? Not necessarily, but it is definitely concerning, and we need to know more about it. Now, the number of reports like that are few, all right, but they do appear. And again, I don't dismiss it, but I know that ETs can make you see what they want you to see, and so we have to kind of hold that in our mind as we consider that. So that's about the best answer I can give you. And beyond that, again, I don't have any concrete evidence or high substantial evidence about treaties. It's just not there. It's mentioned. There's allusions to it and so forth, and hints and so forth. But in terms of something solid, no, not even documents. But thank you for your question.
Thanks. Okay, and with the psi abilities of NHI and the ability to not only subtly influence people, but to also actively engage in control or what may be deemed as some type of possession and influencing human and social dynamics in that way, would that count as human NHI collaboration or infiltration or not? Do you
Well,
think?
collaboration implies more of a formal thing. Arrangements, deals, gifts have been exchanged, things like that. Manipulating humans to do stuff, we know they could do it if they wanted to. Manchurian Candidate, I get it. I understand why people are concerned about it. At this point, I don't see it. Yeah, I don't see the evidence for it yet. But is it possible? Yes.
Okay, and
Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Chandhara. I'm so sorry.
just the
We're going to
last
have to
little
go to the
point.
other hands.
Could people's inability to
Chandhara,
see
can you
it
hear me?
be part of NHI influence? Lastly,
Could what now?
could the inability to see it outright be part of NHI influence? Thanks. Sorry,
Well,
Sarah.
yeah. I mean, they have tremendous ability to influence brains, telepathy, and so forth. It's one of their consummate skills. We are only at the very early stages of that, but we are going there. We're starting to learn about those things. This gives them great power. Are they abusing it? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think they're getting in people's brains and saying, go rob a bank or vote this way or that way. I think it's too trivial for them. But they do have this extraordinary ability, and you can't dismiss it. So it's something to keep aware of in case we start to see evidence in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Janara, we're going to go to Arthur, and then I believe it's Larry, and then Christopher, and we'll see where we're at on time once we get there.
Thank you. And thank you, Steve, for coming. So, Steve, I agree with a lot of what you're saying, especially with the idea of having tangible goals and some of those goals being hearings in Congress and then eventual confirmation by the president. I think that's super important. So I thank you for hammering that point home. I guess I'm coming from the MAGA Trump side of things. And I think when I look at the Senate, I don't have a lot of confidence. And I see the House as a better possibility in eventual Trump presidency for disclosure. So my question is, why are you so confident there is a process for disclosure coming from the U.S. Senate? And do you have insider source, or is this confidence based on publicly available information? Thank you.
There's publicly available information. The Senate Intel Committee was the primary focus from the get-go. It's not an accident. It's a very important key committee, and it's the appropriate one for this issue. And so a lot of the witnesses were taken to their staff, and so they made a major play. Now, I'm not saying that other members haven't. They've been getting reports as well. The Armed Services Committees, Oversight Committee, Appropriations, perhaps. I mean, there's been a lot of private behind-the-scenes meetings on the Hill, but the Senate Intel is kind of like home base. That's why all 4 tranches of legislation were sponsored by the Senate Intel Committee, right? Schumer did step in on that 4th one, all right? but it wasn't the bill. There was already a bill up, sponsored by I forget his name, but so in other words, the Senate, if Schumer hadn't stepped in, the Senate Intel Committee would have actually put up a fourth tranche of legislation. That's not an accident. All right. It is not only a most important committee, it's famous for being the least partisan committee. It has 9 Democrats and 8 Republicans. And it's, again, every issue, there's a committee that's appropriate. And so if you're going to deal with that issue, it needs to go in front of the appropriate committee. We're not going to have a hearing of witnesses in front of the Agricultural Committee. So they have to pick one. That's the one. That's where the focus is, and that's where the hearing's going to be. Now, I say the hearing that is going to end this embargo. There may be another hearing in the House, but that is just not going to be of a type and a level that is going to do the job. We need the right witnesses in front of the right committee with enough people watching to get this done. And that's why I'm casting it that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And I think we have Larry next. Go ahead, Larry.
Thanks, Fringe. Hey, Steve. Good to see you again. Doomer, you're such an enigma because I love you to death and I will never stop loving you, even though we're completely opposed on the
I love you too, baby.
evil NHI thing. And so, but it is to Doomer's credit that he brought Stephen Bassett in here to tout my party line.
For the second time. By the way, Bassett's been doing hard with us for a long time.
There you go.
All I can say is, Steve, I'm going to make a lot of people cringe if they're not completely on our sides. But I thank you for fighting the good fight, for evangelizing the concept that ETs are not out here to hurt us. And these are things that I can't prove to anybody, but I've been looking at this for as long as Steve has and with as much interest. And my conclusions lead me to a great state of optimism. So unfortunately, Doomers, you're going to have to come to my side eventually, but I'm happy to watch you struggle in your little dreams and worries about what's going to happen. Okay, just kind of relax and take it easy. Steve, I'll land with this, and if you want to riff on it, fine. Steve's quote today was quotable, notable. It wasn't evil ETs that gutted the Schumer matter, okay? Thank you, Steve.
Hold on, you squirmy little worm, Larry. You're going to stay up here. This is too good. By all means, go ahead and respond, Steve. I'm willing even to go a couple seconds, maybe even minutes over time.
Hey, look,
go ahead, Steve, and then
simple,
just don't leave, Larry.
Keep your friends closer and your doomers close. Keep your friends close and your doomers closer. Because you could be right, in which case I got to go find you because you're going to be in a compound, heavily armed, fully stocked, and it'll be a safe place to be. So, hey, got to cut it both ways. Got to be prepared for everything.
Fringe, can you see it already? That you and I were going to be handing him a shotgun and some shells, showing him how to shoot and take down what's coming. I can see it. Brother Larry, I'm going to be unpredictable, like I sometimes like to be, and turn you into Bassett's enemy right now. I'm just going to fucking do it. Steve Bassett, Larry actually is a doomer. He actually admitted it to his wife. I forced his wife on the phone, and he admitted he was doing. And it was I think it was even a recorded space. However, Larry actually agrees with me that traditional congressional avenues, just lobbying, the way we're going about disclosure, is insufficient. And I'd like for you to hear it from him, from his words. Larry, am I speaking the truth?
Yeah, that is my opinion. I've seen enough bullshit now. Grush laid down the facts a year ago, and Congress hasn't done shit with it. And they're never going to. Like Jay just said, it's always going to be something that's going to push it off to we're not interested. And there's not enough interest. It's surprising. Like Mellow Demon said today in a tweet, amazing things are happening all around us, and yet for some reason it just makes no difference. So I feel like ET, I'm not worried about it because maybe something will happen in Congress, but one way or another something's going to happen because ET is in charge of this and Jesus is in charge of this, and I'm speaking my truth now. So
okay, one more.
Let's do it. Let's wrap it.
All right, one more. Christophorus, go ahead.
Hey guys, excellent space. I think we've let the ET biological people get away with far too much today. I think the paranormal people have been way too quiet and ceded too much just by default. Oh, sure, it's ETs.
Yep.
I think we've got thousands of years of human testimony that it's something far stranger, and you have to actually kind of ignore a whole lot of data So anyway, I want to end this space, especially after a little Love and Light Larry there. I want to throw an alley-oop for Doom for Tom to dunk and just speculate on, could there be a reason for disclosure that isn't just the governmental processes or whatever? Like, what's the doomiest reason that they don't want to disclose? Because personally, I'm convinced it's something to do way deeper than just NHI, but something more like the nature of reality is way weirder than what we think. So, Tom, what's the doomiest thing that you think really could be true that they don't want to tell us?
Tom is not here, or is my app lying to me?
I can answer. You ready?
Go ahead.
Years
Steve.
ago, a long time ago, I had a chat with, I was talking to Art Bell, and I was saying, Art, let's do a awful truth show. Okay, I'll come on, and you will hit me with the top 6 awful truths that are, in fact, at the bottom of all this, and I'll take each one of them on and see if I can swat them. Right? We never got to do that show. It would have been fun. One can think of a number of awful reasons. I get it. And they could be true. And if they are, they are. All right. If the ETs know that there's a coronal mass explosion coming that they can do nothing about, and the planet's going to be wiped out in about a couple of years, and they're just trying to, do some stuff, tidy up. I don't know, but no reason we need to know that. Like in the movie Knowing, love that movie, fantastic ending. Could be that. But my attitude is pretty simple. I don't care what the truth is. I don't care how awful it is. Okay. If the government knows it, I'm going to know it. This idea that regular old people working in our government, not that much smarter than me, some dumber than me, they can handle this truth, right? They have a right to know this truth, and we don't. Whatever it is, the human race needs to know so it can decide what it wants to do in its final weeks, months, years, or whatever the hell is coming, right? This idea that, just a few people in the government know and that the rest of us will be okay. Screw that. I consider it a higher law. They are violating a higher law. Just like if they had a cure for cancer since 1952, but they kept it to themselves because they knew if they put it out there it would screw up the Social Security system, they violated a higher law there. And there's going to be consequences. Well, this is as big as that. And so, again, there is no awful truth that, as far as I'm concerned, is sufficiently awful to prevent disclosure from happening. And it's happening. I mean, it's happening on so many fronts. Some of you are obvious. Many of you do not follow it like I do. You have the time. You got a life. You got stuff to do. I don't have a life. I don't even have a dog. Believe me, I'm paying attention on multiple fronts. It's moving. It's happening. In spite of war in the Middle East, in spite of the invasion, the expansion of the Ukraine war, in spite of politics so crazy that most of the reporters don't know what to say, in spite of all that, it's still moving forward. And Schumer's action on July the 11th is a perfect example of that. He just reintroduced the UAP disclosure bill. Now they're going to have to either gut it again or give up. And if they pass it and it gets signed in December and we're ready to rock, and then it's a question, hold the hearing, bring in the witnesses, and get on with life. Get on with the world, the post-disclosure world. It's right there. We're right at the finish line. Now, not everybody thinks that. I get it. But I can see the finish line. I can see all the crowds. I can see the lights and everything. I see the medals, off to the side. We're all going to get it put on around our neck. We're practically there, folks. So this is not the time to give up hope. Okay, it's a time to get even more convinced. And that's why I do these podcasts, to keep telling people what's going on and let them follow it.
But if you just read the news, which has slowed down since the assassination attempt, but if you just go on my website, Paradigm Research Group, go to the resources, go to the print media archive, and just read the last 600 articles and look at all the coverage of this issue and how much is in the press. And then say to yourself, wait a minute, now we're making progress here. This isn't a democracy in that sense. It isn't like, 84% of the American people have got to be totally on board. No, not at all. If 7% of the population was really informed on this, that's all we need. All right. Science is not a democracy. You don't take a vote to find out which kind of physics applies. And it's the same thing with paradigm shifts. It's not a democracy. There's a certain amount of buildup, a certain amount of understanding, and then you flip. And that's what's about to happen. The biggest paradigm shift of all time. And everybody that's been involved, including all the doomers, are going to celebrate. Maybe we'll celebrate together. I'm down. Fair enough?
You were definitely celebrating with us.
All right.
Despite our disagreements, you were one of the most pleasurable, annoyingly, disturbingly pleasurable people to disagree with. And we're always happy to have you here in these spaces. Courtney, I'm so glad you made it back. I am going to respond to Christophorus and give you the most doomerish view.
Okay.
Then I'm going to let UFO Sarah speak and ask anything that she wants. Then I'm going to give it to Fringe. And Courtney, I'd like for you to have the very last word. First of all, about this space, thank you for helping me end this in such a graceful way. Steve, you immediately volunteered. You said, I'll be there 60 hours, however long you have, whatever it takes.
Yeah.
Put me down, right? Really, thank you. Thank you to everybody who has spoken today, who is not listening. Thank you to all of the listeners. The Doom spaces are unusual spaces. They're tension-filled, they're frustrating. And since the very first space, listeners have had to be patient and wait sometimes 50, sometimes 80, sometimes 99, sometimes 100% of the space and to ask their question. We wanted to do something new, and I explained to the speakers what we wanted to do. I never explained it to any of the listeners. The idea was that try to have the interaction that speakers normally have with listeners, try to let them have that with themselves. I wanted a place where Sarah and Courtney would have to modulate and regulate and govern and maybe even mute the guest speakers themselves. And I wanted to stack the panel with UFO Twitter All-Stars, luminaries, where it's just too much, where it's like, oh my goodness, we got Steve, we have Jason Sands. If it was up to me, I would have made sure that Steve got fired from his job again so he could be here for the whole 12 hours. If it was up to me, I would have made sure everybody got fired so they could be in the space and we wouldn't have to manage people coming and going. And this has been a particular challenge, especially to for my moderators and everybody, because we had nothing but times where we were hoping we'd have the guest speakers and maybe they stay. We don't know when they drop in, and we're trying to manage slots. And this is the main reason we didn't open up for Q&A, because we didn't know when our guest speakers, we told them they could drop in early. So even though we had a scheduled time, there was a good chance that they were going to drop in early. Many did. Some didn't drop in at the time that they were supposed to. Some dropped in later. And that's why we couldn't open up for Q&A until we had many speakers dwindle away. And I had personal issues in my life that even though the space was planned long in advance, I didn't do my job and contact people early enough. And I want everybody to know, especially you, Courtney, like I did a lot of backseat driving, which I am very critical of. So I wanted UFO Sarah and I wanted Courtney to be in the driver's seat. I wanted you to make mistakes. I wanted you to get your hands dirty. And I wanted you to drive a conversation with Fringe that wouldn't have happened if I had been more hands-on, because I would have gone deep into the weeds with one person, but I would not have facilitated crosstalk in a conversation. And I wanted you to break things. Courtney, I hope you know that we need you. We needed you today. And both Courtney and Sarah, like every Doom space, there are communication issues where we either don't communicate something to the audience the way I wanted, or I fuck up and I don't communicate things to you. Every single thing that didn't go as planned today is entirely my fault. I could have easily made things smoother, and things could have easily been worse and gone worse if I didn't have my 3 Doomer Dark Angels, and Tiff, wherever you are, you're absolutely the 4th. I know you were in here in this room. So I want you to know that just because I'm a perfectionist and just because I'm saying, hey, somebody's coming and going, I'm not disappointed or upset, because things would have been worse if I had been boldly, bloviating and trying to drive my point home the entire time. Today could not have gone better, and all of the mistakes are due to the fact that I didn't get my shit together sooner. Courtney, you have been a godsend today, and your journalistic rigor is needed here in UFO Twitter. And if we take a look at the space, disclosure versus doom, the event horizon, the future of man, and the war for Earth, my perspective is we have been, and we are absolutely at war. And it is the most dangerous war because we don't realize it. I believe we're in the middle of World War IV. And the way a negative NHI wants to fight World War IV is to make World War III as hot as possible. Steve, respectfully, and I'll let you speak as well. Respectfully, I believe that it is absolutely not a coincidence that we are on the precipice of a technological singularity, on the precipice of an informational singularity where people are about to find the truth of suppressed science, of bullshit stigma leveraged against parapsychology, a suppression of science that might go back all the way to 1870 or even earlier, that perhaps even our government itself is either infiltrated or betraying us, or not even for the people. I believe all of these things are not coincidentally coincident with a hot nuclear war. And what I love about you is that you boldly proclaim that if we don't get disclosure, we're going to get World War III. And I would say we're getting World War III because they don't want disclosure. And that is my view. But I do believe none of this is by coincidence. I do believe when they want us to disarm and put away the nukes, one cannot argue, you need to get away of the nuclear stuff because free energy is way safer because you can just split a planet or the universe in half. There's no way that you take matches out of the hands of a baby and you give it a loaded gun instead. That simply does not pass a test of logic. And we absolutely have been bloody. We have blood on our hands as the human species. We're accountable for what we've done. We've skinned people alive. We've enslaved people. We've raped people. There is blood on our hands. The blood that counts high to millions, if not billions. But I would suggest the most doomerish view is that with all of the evidence from NDEs and people seeing grays as they transition between or come back or can remember their past lives, all of the Bigelow research, I would say that this is a war for the physical soul that might be somewhat immortal or immortal-ish. And if we look at what's going on, the worst possible scenario is unfortunately not annihilation. The worst possible scenario is one that has actually been told over and over in the Sumerian tablets, that we likely have one, if not both, of our parents that are possibly one of our version's genetic progenitors, once again being hell-bent on wiping us out completely. And if it is in cuneiform, and if it is in the Bible, and if it's in the Quran, and if it's in the Torah, that something wanted to wipe us out over and over and over again. And we know of Munchausen syndrome that it's very much similar to narcissism, that something might be envious of enough. My most doomerish view is also the most inspiring view, that we aren't just all bad, but we're also something to be envied, and we're also a threat. And the same way ChatGPT is viewed as a threat to us, that it might achieve some sort of singularity, the war is being fought right now so that we fight wars against ourselves because we are about to reach a singularity. Because disclosure means that we become sovereign. Disclosure means that we find out that something feels threatened by us. Disclosure means that we're not just a mistake, but we're also something to be envied. We're also a threat. And that may be the reason why we have 98.5% missing time for our sum total of human history, is because something is wiping our memory, not just with some Men in Black alien zapper, but maybe with cataclysms, with genetic intervention, with the suppression of knowledge in science and history, that perhaps an intentional amnesia is how we are enslaved through these cataclysms every 6,000 years. And I think disclosure is a matter of life and death for all of our children, for our entire family. And if we don't get it soon enough, or if we just wait too long, everybody won't just die, but will be repeatedly enslaved and put into a container that has less intelligence, less free will, less empathy, less capacity to break out again. And I think it is actually the arc of our reincarnation that is at stake right now. I think disclosure needs to happen before the election. And I think the most dire thing, I would think permanent, possibly asymptotically worsening enslavement, immortal enslavement, is what is at stake if we don't break out of the cycle, because every previous version of humanity has failed in previous resets. That is what I believe is at stake. I'll let you respond to that, Steve, and then I want to end with my three Doomer Dark Angels, and I'm absolutely done for the night. And thank you for tolerating my echoing, Mike.
That's Doomy. Plenty Doomy. I'm good.
Steve, you're really low again. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's doomy enough. I'm good with that. I got you. We'll see how it plays out. That's what life is. It's one thing after another, and we die anyway in the end. So it's like, it's not like I have a long-term interest here in the human survival. I just want to stick around long enough for disclosure, and if I can get that, I'll die a happy man. So we'll see. All right. Wrap it up, gals, because I got to go to bed. It's 11:16.
And Steve, we're still the wind in your sails, and I'm happy to be proven wrong. I'm still here to support you.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. No problemo. No problem. We'll see.
Well, this is Courtney, and I'm happy to give Steve the last word and say that that's my wish, that Steve Bassett gets to see disclosure before he checks out. That would be, yeah, that would be one of the last words and the best last words.
Thank you, Ulrich, so much for putting the space together. Courtney and Sarah for carrying the majority of the load today. To all of our guest speakers for being willing to try something new. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Steve. And I'll pass it to Sarah and Courtney.
Thank you, Doomer Daddy. I like to call you the producer of Peoples because you are the producer of Peoples. And Courtney, amazing. I'm glad I got to know you through this space. Fringe, pleasure. It is a pleasure to be with you, ladies. Thank you, Ulrich, for the three of us coming together. As a woman, it's amazing to be on the stage with three amazing women. And I'd like to thank our speakers today. Being able to sit in a space and listen and listen to them debate and go back and forth and talk about things that we do in our spaces, but on just like a different level, is probably one of the most amazing experiences I've had in spaces. And it's been a pleasure to be here. And to all the listeners, thank you so much for your patience and for the time that you give us. And Steve, again, I do like to come back at you with some really, hard questions, but I appreciate all the work that you do. And I am hoping that you said after disclosure, you're going to party for 48 hours. Please send me an invitation. I would like to do that with you.
Believe me, there's going to be a lot more spaces before this is done. So I'm happy to come on anytime. Just give me a buzz.
Well, I guess I'll round it out. Steve, if we go to the hearing this next time, no drinking the night before so that I can make it to the train and make it to the building at the right time and you won't get pissed off at me on the second shot. Let's hope that there is another second shot. One of my positions in moderation in these spaces, I don't do it much. I don't lead spaces much. I haven't been, sadly, in the Doomer spaces much at all because I don't do spaces, and everybody kind of knows that. But what I tried to do today is not let my own, in any way, belief systems shape anything, but to let the speakers inform with their experiences, research, and the work that they do. And I hope that that came across, to take a back seat and just let them have the conversations. And I felt like that was
Take the hope
successful.
away. You were successful, Courtney. Continue. I'm just saying it has nothing to do with hope.
Yeah, so that was my intention. I'll put it that way. And it was a good experience being in the Doomer space today. And it was a long time. I was up at 5 a.m. for this, preparing and getting ready. So I took it very seriously. And I've seen a lot of feedback from folks in the community about how they appreciated the way it was done. So I hope it leads to more. And thanks to all the speakers who did come, especially Eric Mitchell. Like I said, that was my secret hope that he would be here today, and he showed up. And I got to ask him questions that I've been waiting to ask him for years. So that was huge. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, everybody on the panel. Thanks, everybody, for being so gracious and kind in helping me along the way with tech issues and just being here. That's all.
Courtney, I've never met a researcher as rigorous and fastidious and obsessive as you. It is going to be an unconscionable price to humanity if you stop doing spaces. I want you to start hosting more spaces. You broke one of the things that needed to break, and you gave us 2. I'm not supposed to say whistleblowers. I'm going to say it. You gave us 2 amazing whistleblowers in UFO Twitter, and I want 100 more. You had a space that was planned that got interrupted by the DDoS attack from the Elon and Trump interview. I hope you will schedule that space, and I would be honored if you choose to let me be co-host. And even if not, please let us know when and what it is, and we're going to promote it. But I want to hear more of your voice.
Thanks, Ulrich. That's really nice of you. And like I said, I was honored to be here today and do my thing. And yeah, once again, Steve, I hope to see you at the next hearing. And that is my last word.
Believe me, if they hold a hearing in the Senate, I'm going to be in there. Even though I have to stay overnight or tunnel in from the bottom, I will be in that room one way or the other, I promise.
Let's do it.
Yes. You stick with me and you'll get in this time.
Courtney, Fringe, UFO Sarah, Steve Bassett, the honor has been mine. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to all of the listeners. If you love us, if you can't stand us, if you're neutral, please share the space. I want as many recordings. I want as many people listening to this. Definitely tag Elizondo, Nolan, anybody you can think of. Blow everything up. I'm deeply grateful. Did you want to say one last thing, Steve? I see the mic twitching there.
No, I'm really good, guys.
Okay.
Wonderful. I'm gonna go to bed now.
No, we're ending it now. Yeah. Thank you so much, Steve. Everybody, please doom deep, doom dark, doom hard, and thank you so much.